Good morning, Matt Ahern, Operations Section Chief with California Interagency Incident Management Team 13. It's October 2nd, Saturday morning. Going to give an operational update of the Caldor incident. Starting down in Branch 1, crews are working the containment lines as we have for the last couple days. We have a updated infrared map that we're working that shows heat signatures on and around the perimeters of the fire. Currently, the entire perimeter does have isolated heat signatures, and then the west end is showing scattered heat across the incident. Crews are going to continue working the Highway 50 corridor. There are some smokes up on the slopes and down trees and treetops. No threat to the line, but they are presenting smoke that you can see from Highway 50 looking south. They're going to be working into those today. Out the 50 corridor, things are looking very well. Through the 50 corridor into the fire scar, continued large presence of partners, PG&E, ourselves, Caltrans, working that road very heavily. The road is open with quite heavy roadblocks and so forth. So there are delays on Highway 50, and we do have a large presence of equipment. So it's very important that we mind our speeds through this area. As you continue through Highway 50, looking up on the slopes north of Highway 50, there are heat signatures up high, and we are fully aware of those signatures. Up in Upper Forney, heat has dramatically decreased. Crews are doing a very good job. They're going to continue with that mission today. The Smith fire is looking very well. There is one heat signature at what we call the heel of the fire, the bottom side of the fire right up against the lake. It's in a brush patch, not very big, and it's about to burn itself out. Overall, the entire fire itself looks very well and in a very good place. Working over towards Echo Lakes, crews for the last 2 to 3 days have had a tremendous presence in there. We've dropped that down to one hotshot crew. They're going to be in there working a Type 2 helicopter where appropriate, and they're working up on the slopes. This is all a continuous fire's edge, but we do have heat signatures up on the slope. You still may see some smoke in there. Up into Division Oscar and Papa, control lines look very well. Main focus today is to continue pulling backhaul, removing hose. Helicopters are going to start logistically supporting that. So what the crews are doing is they're pulling it to strategic locations, bundling it up. Our helicopters will come in and pick up the nets with the equipment. So you'll start seeing a presence of logistical support in the Oscar Papa area working with ground crews. Down to the south, the Quebec side on the infrared is looking very well today. Scattered heat through the center, some heat signatures along the edges, so we're going to continue securing edges, working in, and then as I've been talking, those unburned islands is still a very big priority for us. We want to limit the amount of fire progression within the interior of the burn. Down towards Kirkwood and Cables Lake and around the bottom, things look very well. There are some interior pockets of smoke that you will continue to see off Highway 88 corridor. Around the south side of the fire, everything is looking very well. I spoke about it last night in the community meeting, but everything to the west of the incident that's now approaching 50 days, what we had is the fire went through and the needle cast out of the timber is now falling to the ground, presenting a new fuel bed. So if there's any heat signatures in the center, the new needle cast on the ground is allowing fire to creep around in some strategic places. So what we're doing is being very mindful of that. We did have a smoke very close to our line. It was within containment line, contingency lines, but right against the containment line. So definitely still potential out there. The potential is starting to decrease, but there is potential on the incident. Suppression repairs in full swing across the entire Caldor incident. Overall looking very well. You will continue to see aircraft in the sky today and the coming days. That's the update, and thank you.
Okay, friends. So you're probably wondering where I was. And I kind of collapsed in exhaustion. It was weird. Once I took a break, I found it was really difficult to rise and come back. And I started developing this really bad sore throat and losing my voice. So I decided to take voice breaks. And they were going pretty well. And then I saw something I really needed to do, which was Best Buy got finally in stock some video cards. And as I was working on my computer, I thought, that's it. If I could just hurry up on over there and get one, the stream would be so much more smooth, and everything to do with video would go faster and smoother, and it would really get me on track for 4K video editing when I shoot things like from a location without taking forever. So I seized the opportunity and I lined up early morning at Best Buy and drove all the way to the Portland International Airport to do so, only to find out that they only had like 200 video cards and the line was like 400 people long. So I did not get one, but I did sit on a cold curb and sort of get chilled, for hours. And I walked around Portland just like, hey, I'm here. Why not film a little bit of the city? I always like going there. And there had been a recent 4-alarm fire, so I did go to the scene of the 4-alarm fire, and I've got some video of that to show you guys a little bit later. But I just sort of overdid it. And I came back and like went to sleep at like 6 p.m. and woke up at like 7 a.m. I was like, wow. And so I wake up just feeling real bad. But I figured we'd do a little update video at least before I take another break again. I also woke up to the window leaking. So I've made my phone calls and there has to be some work. So it's not leaking for now, but it made a mess, and I have to rearrange all furniture all around the computer and get it out of the way so that the window was, I don't know if it has to be replaced, fixed, or what has to happen, but drywall's got to come out. The floor has to be, I don't know, sanded or repaired somehow. And that means like moving everything, heavy furniture included, in the living room. So I have to call in friends, get help with that. And I've already done a little bit of labor today, and it's already wiped me out. I would prefer to be in my sick bed, but I was hoping to get a little rest, but dang it. So welcome back, everybody who's just tuned in. This will probably be a little bit on the short side. I'm taking a lunch break and trying to rest, try to balance this out as best I can so I don't really go downhill health-wise. But, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. Hey, Shaz, how are you? Yeah, I missed you too. So I want to start with a video roundup because while I was out running around yesterday in Portland, I barely had to take a long drive back, and I went out of cell phone range and such, and I barely found out. I barely had updates about the fires. I tried to check on my cell phone a bunch of times, and it just wouldn't load and just wouldn't work. I know that there are new evacuations, unfortunately for the Wilsonia type area on the K&P. So I want to check on that, and I want to watch as many video updates to get myself back up to speed as I can, and see what's going on. I see there are some heat signatures there. Let me get, where's CalTopo? Let me put it back here. It's very active. It's going. So I really wanted to go live yesterday, but I was wiped out, just absolutely wiped out. I laid down and I'm like, I can't really get up. I think I'm just gonna lay here. Maybe I'll take a nap. I said around 6 p.m. I wake up at 7 a.m. like, oh, okay, yeah. So I know that Cedar Brook and the Pinehurst area went, and Wilsonia went to, I think that was the mandatory evacuation. Finally, it's in Fresno County. Fresno County has its first string of evacuation warnings and such. I think these are just a warning. We're going to check that out. But we know that Wilsonia and place where the Grant tree is has gone to mandatory. So let's check that first. We've got a video roundup. Yeah, here's the Fresno County Sheriff's Office put these places in warning, which is by this, well, here's a map. I'm going to share this to this Facebook account of mine. That was 1 hour ago. K&P Complex fire causes more evacuation warnings to take effect in Fresno County. The specific zones are K88 and 89. Both of these zones are located in the north of the area that had previously been placed within a warning status. So the new areas under warning include Sequoia Lake, Cedar Brook, Athena Springs, and Pinehurst. Please see the map. So they have a map link, and why they all can't use one map, why all counties can't use one map, I don't know. But apparently, this is an ArcGIS map, and well, apparently a couple of areas are on this. So, oh, I'm sorry, it's all distorted because I have this dark reader. There we go. All right, so I guess we'll have to figure out a way to put this in, cram this map link into my description. My video description has pretty much all the links you would ever need to help track fires, but I ran out of characters. You can only type in 5,000 letters, and I ran out a long time ago, so I got to figure out what else to delete, put this in the video description. But this is a very, very long URL as well. Let's see how long this is. Can this even fit in the chat? Oh, hey, Bonnie, and hi, everybody. No, it's 662 characters long. So, okay, I'm going to make a tiny URL. If you don't know how to do this, you get a tiny URL, mods especially, and you can take a very long link and you put it in right here. You paste it, and then you just hit this button to make a tiny URL. And it took that long thing and turned it into this. So I just copied that, pasted it in chat. That's the Fresno County EVAC map. Boom. There we go. So now what we do is this, and we bookmark that to K&P up here in fires. Okay, K&P EVAC map, Fresno County. There. All right, we should be able to reference that. Glad that they did provide an interactive map rather than a bunch of PDF files. It really drives me crazy when they do that. But what drives me even more crazy is the fact that these evacuations maps end at the county line, and it gives you the false sense of security. Like, oh, Wilsonia is okay. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's in a different county. It's in Tulare. So you have to go to Tulare County's evacuation map to find out what's going on at Tulare County, and this confuses people all the time, and this could become a very deadly confusion unless California gets its act together and has one single evacuation map for all counties. I mean, why does that not exist? I don't know, but this is why I do what I do. It's because they don't have good communication with the public. They don't have their stuff together, and that's what we're here for, to help guide the public through the mess of red tape and bureaucratic nightmare stuff that is in place of what should be, which is clear communication that's simple to the public. But, well, that's the way it is, but so here we are. Yeah, thanks, Alan. Thanks for the link. So, hey guys, hey Bonnie, hey Smitty. Welcome back, guys. I am alive. I'm just really struggling with the exhaustion factor of having a 77-day stream with 14 hours a day of speaking, and that's real. I was just feeling better, and then I had the bright idea that I'd go sit outside in the cold for hours trying to get a video card like it was Black Friday, and that was just a terrible idea. It would have been worth it if I got one, but, you know, roll the dice. But it was worth a shot. So let's see, where is Tulare County's evacuation map? Yeah, you go to nope, that's just maps of the world. That's not the right one. Okay. So it would be emergencies, Tulare County / emergencies, right? Okay. So it's tularecounty.ca.gov / emergencies with an S. So this is the other one that Tulare County has. So if you go up there, you can clearly see Wilsonia is not in the clear. In this little weird, where's my pen? Let me get that pen up. See how Fresno County is a puzzle piece right there? This is the border. Need to get the pen up. There we go. See how there's a weird puzzle piece border thing like that? So don't ask me why, but it's mandatory evacuation over here. I believe that's where Wilsonia is. It's right next to Badger, right? Yeah, Wilsonia is mandatory. So if you look at Fresno County's map, you think, oh, Wilsonia is okay. No, it's not. It's mandatory. So that gives you a clue that what's just adjacent to it, to the Cedar Brook area, just to the west, probably will be mandatory as well, and probably somewhat soon. But this is updated 1 hour ago, the K&P Complex. So I'm going to do K&P new EVACs in Fresno County. EVAC warnings, Fresno County. That's the topic of discussion. I try to keep that bottom message kind of there now, so people can fast forward and rewind the video to what the information they need to know about. So I just shared that on my Facebook thing too. I want to catch up on videos, like what is the K&P doing right now? What is... Hey, and 4 minutes ago, we just had a new video. Imagine that.
On the K&P.
Speak of the devil. So, okay. So here's our K&P weather update. Let's watch this.
Good morning, this is Jason Straub, incident meteorologist on the K&P Complex fire, and this is the daily weather briefing for Saturday, October 2nd, 2021. Well, across the area, high pressure is still dominating the weather across the fire. It is holding smoke in place with very light winds not moving the smoke around, and during the afternoon it is bringing much drier air. Humidities yesterday dropped down to 10 to 15% in most places around the fire, and that is expected again today during the afternoon. This morning they only got up to about 25%, so they have a head start on the lower humidities today. Again, winds will be very light and variable across the fire, so no smoke movement is expected during the next 24 hours. Tonight, the high pressure will again focus the smoke back towards the lower elevations of the fire and keep dense smoke in place through the night tonight. Winds will generally remain light again, generally less than 5 miles per hour, and will have little to no motion and push on the smoke itself. This forecast will continue again for Sunday with very smoky conditions and light and variable winds and very low humidity for the fire line. The forecast extending through the next several days, the high pressure is expected to finally start to break down Tuesday into Wednesday. That will bring slightly more northwest winds to the fire to help start pushing some of the smoke off of the fire line itself. It will also bring cooler temperatures and much more humidity to the region during the middle of the next week. Once again, this is meteorologist Jason Straub from the National Weather Service. Please have a good day.
Okay, we will. Sorry, I missed the very last point. I just put food in my mouth, began munching over the top. So what was the thing that was going to change things here? Let me look.
Next several days, the high pressure is expected to finally start to break down Tuesday into Wednesday. That will bring slightly more northwest winds to the fire to help start pushing some of the smoke off of the fire line itself. It will also bring cooler temperatures and much more humidity to the region during the middle of the next week. Once again, this is meteorologist Jason Straub from the National Weather Service. Please have a good day.
Okay, we will. Okay, so it was the high pressure. That's what I missed. Might break up. Now, high pressure is a real easy way to think about what it is, and it's a shield. High pressure is something that bounces other weather things away from it, like storms. So if rain wants to come in and cool air wants to come in, high pressure says, get out of here, and bounces it off. So you get hot and muggy and stale kind of conditions when you got high pressure over something. Um, I like it when they actually draw it like this over an area, and they say high like this on a weather map. It's perfect because like rain may want to come and say hi. I'm gonna boing. Okay, never mind. I'm going somewhere else. And whenever there's a ridge of high pressure like that, a shield over Hawaii, that's what brings the pineapple storms, the Pineapple Express storms to California and Pacific Northwest. It's those tropical cyclone type things trying to form, and they bounce off Hawaii and get sent to the continental instead. So let's see here. That's our weather update on the K&P. Before then, I was hoping for some sort of a morning update. I'm very concerned about the new evacuations, evacuation orders, and just how dang brightly the activity here is going. It looks like the wind, if we can trust CalTopo, is pretty much going generally. It's a west wind, but this is quite concerning. So I'm looking down at the windy. It's a heck of a lot less activity, which is a big head scratcher. So I was kind of hoping for a little bit more of a weather elaboration about what exactly we could expect from this today, like a little bit more illumination on when winds might shift, but well, that's just kind of a generalized thing. Let me look back at chat real quick. Hey, what? Yeah, well, welcome back to you too, and I missed you guys. I miss you guys. I'll show you my home videos of the Portland 4-alarm fire aftermath in just a little bit here. This is, once again, the kind of situation where we don't have a whole lot of the fire to view on the cams. The big exception is being the Tobias Peak one. I still am trying to rest my voice. I just wanted to give us at least a bit of an update today. Then I'll take it down, and I've got to rearrange my entire living room because of the leak in the window that needs to be fixed, and that's going to be fun. I won't have a nighttime stream tonight unless there's some weird emergency, because there's almost no point until Wednesday, at least, there's nighttime maintenance every night, and it'll kick the broadcast off. So unless I stay up all night to keep reconnecting, it wouldn't make a difference. So I figure, heck, we'll just not do the nighttime broadcast until at least the 6th, unless something crazy happens, So Alan says this was the Armstrong fire from Guerneville the other day. Oh dear. Yeah, I heard about that, but by the time I had cell phone range and such, it had kind of already passed. So I didn't feel the need to go live and say, oh no, look out. This is the current view of Tobias Peak 2. And you can see there's a lot more clarity on the windy. At least at Tobias Peak. I wish we could see more of the windy, but that's about it as far as the cams go. And we'll continue to monitor it. But I was hopefully wanting to see. We're going to go and look at the K&P a little bit more here. I was trying to see maybe if we could see his movement right now. But with him saying that there's going to be a lot of smoke there, and the ridge, the high pressure shield, I'm going to call it, is still hovering over the fire, we're going to have a lot of smoke today. Now that's kind of eerie that it was in color mode last night, and the deep red / almost magenta flames were on the camera. Seems to me, at least at some point, it should have gone into infrared, so we could have seen through the smoke, but I guess the camera was locked in daytime mode. Or if the infrared is on the fritz, they'll disable it, I think, sometimes. But you could see that eerie wave-like activity of the smoke. It's always something to see. So this is coming up to present now at 10:30, 10:45, 11 in the morning, 11:30, noon, and yeah, but we can go back to the front, and you can see that the flames came into direct view of the Buck Rock 1 cam. Presumably this was looking south. It almost looks like the Northern Lights. It's kind of, oh, it definitely is eerie. Except it's fire, you know. So watch a little bit of smoke like that move around. That's just something else. And then it doesn't last for very long. So we'll take a look at the map and see how far away the heat signature is from Buck Rock, the lookout tower. And there's actually another one called Delilah, which is located right next to it. And I was trying to figure out if Delilah Tower still stands, and it does. It was abandoned for a while, and Buck Rock was kept, but then people restored it, and now it's kind of like an interpretive center almost. Usually it takes visitors, but not, of course, during fire season. So the wind is kind of disturbingly going, if we can believe CalTopo, straight for Buck Rock. You see right here the gray heat signature for the GO-17 satellite means it occurred from 6 to 12 hours ago. However, just adjacent was one that just triggered the sensor, 2 minutes ago in the center, so it really could be headed that way. I was hoping to get see, here's where it is. Here's a lookout. I was hoping to get some sort of an update, like a morning operational update, which would explain like if it's in danger or how much so the Buck Rock lookout could be in danger. The second cam, we can do a time lapse as well. In fact, I don't think it was looking due south. It must have been looking southwest if it saw the direct flames over the ridge. Here's the current conditions with that horrible orangey peachy sky. If there is a lot of smoke, then, and he's talking about light and variable winds, it probably won't move very quickly. But then again, that is a steep slope that it could climb to get to Buck Rock. So that's one to keep an eye on. It's one of those horrible games like Wildfire tic-tac-toe. You could put lookout towers on the tic-tac-toe board and play a grim game of, is this one going to survive? Is this one going to survive? It's just been horribly sad how many we've been losing. Let's go back here. Sorry, I did go in the kitchen and move my plate away. I have to do the full 12-hour to see what happened at night, even though we know we're not going to see anything currently. Desiree says, oh, hello. Hi there. Going back up to chat, let's look at what's going on. Desiree says, yes, the Armstrong Woods had a fire yesterday. Alan says, I was alerted on the Watch Duty app. Yep, they got knocked down fast. That's exactly what I saw too, as I was driving around. Hey, Happy Camper. Happy Camper says, we have been extremely fortunate so far. In Sonoma County, the firefighters are faster than ever to respond. Yeah, we've seen a lot of wonderful work. So the Buck Rock 2 cam was an infrared, but smoke completely looks like it squelched the fire down and just made that smoke blanket on it, and that's good. even though there is some upper level winds, the smoke not leaving the valley in the lower areas is good. It'll just keep a lid on the fire, so to speak, and it's supposed to really clear up on Tuesday or Wednesday, and that will bring in, it'll be windier, but colder and more humid, so yay, I guess. I guess we would use that Chernobyl quote. It's not great, it's not terrible. Well, whatever. As long as it's not high winds and single-digit humidities, I guess we can count our blessings. So you can see the smoke drifting straight towards the Buck Rock lookout, if I'm interpreting that correctly. It seems to be coming almost straight towards the cam, and maybe off to the left a little bit, meaning that that's the way that the fire is slowly traveling towards it. Now let's look for some video update to see what the situation is. Oh, we have one. Here's the morning update. Do we have anything else? 19 hours ago we have I'll read you this, what was 19 hours ago first. October 1st, afternoon fire update. This is from yesterday. The fire is still holding north of Mineral King Road. Yay. Tactical firing ops along the General's Highway and within the Redwood Mountain Grove have been initiated as expected. Conditions are favorable. Yay. And the operation is going well. Well, that's basically because the fire is blowing towards the northeast. And so if they light a fire on the south end of it, that's perfect. It'll just go towards itself. But that's not perfect for anything to the northeast of the fire where the fire is trying to travel. So active fire behavior is being observed along the northeast flank, yep, where the fire crossed the North Fork of the Kaweah River yesterday. Oh dear. The fire continues to progress towards the west and northwest in that area. There's also active fire behavior along the eastern flank near the Castle Creek Grove area, and the fire is progressing to the east. So that's the general area. And same kind of color of the sky that we're seeing on the cams. Now, here's what was interesting yesterday. There was a K&P Complex fire update. Sheriff to downgrade evacuation orders for some places. So they went from mandatory to just warning around the Mineral King area. So it's on Sierra Drive, Highway 198 from Mineral King Road north to the entrance to the park, including the residences on Sycamore Drive. So people are allowed to go back, but have to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. And the problem I have with this is this update came after the update for new evacuation orders, and warnings, like new dangers. And so to me, I would hope that they would make the update that kind of gives people the impression that the situation is improving first, and then do an update afterwards that says things are getting a little worse in another area. Because guess what you see when you're on Facebook? The newest stuff is at the top. So if you just go on Facebook and say, oh, evacuations are downgraded in this area, cool, but you don't scroll a little bit further down, you won't see the fact that new areas are going up as a warning and might possibly be going to mandatory. So that's just unfortunate, but I wanted to point that out. That meanwhile, some places on the southwest corner of the K&P are going to a warning instead of mandatory. Just a few. The majority of the updates are that new places are going into a warning and into mandatory, which is the northwest corner of Tulare County where it meets Fresno County and Fresno County itself. So we do have a new map for Fresno County's evacuation. If you guys need it, please, we'll keep putting it in the chat. Hey, Havoc, how are you? So, and hi, Derek. Yeah, good to see you guys too. I missed you guys. Every time I'm not here, I want to be here. I swear. The It's good, just hanging out and talking. I'm really kind of really weary about covering fires in general. I would love, though, to have more opportunities as soon as this kind of crisis moment is past, to do more just interaction with people on a different topic. That would be so wonderful. This has been restorative and renewing each day I got rest. My throat's still a little sore here, so I'm going to finish these. And then you guys can see my videos from me wandering around Portland and going to the 4-alarm fire area. But we need to know what's going on with the K&P and the Windy for sure. So here's our morning update. I just read you yesterday's. So let's see what is new with the K&P.
Operations Section Chief.
Sorry, that autoplays. This hit the newswire 4 hours ago.
Good morning, everybody. Clint Remington, Operations Section Chief Trainee with Southwest Team 2. I'll talk about what we saw yesterday, what folks were working on, and then the plan for today's shift. So kind of to start out, we're seeing some pretty tough fire conditions. The weather, we've had really low relative humidity and higher temperatures. So what that kind of is betting against us on is the relative humidity. When we get down into single digits, we talk about that quite a bit. So, the less humid that the air is, the more conducive it is to those fine fuels, kind of our 1 hour grass fuels. And that can create some pretty significant fire behavior, allows the fire to move a lot more rapidly. So those humidities during the day, we're getting down into 8-9%, which make it pretty tough on the guys to try to keep up with fire. So we are dealing with that, and then we talk about recovery at night. So in the Southwest, we typically bang a lot on the grass fires. When we get into that 20-30%, normally that'll really slow our fires down. More moisture in the air sticking to that grass to slow fire down, and it's the same here. When we're getting into that below 20% range, that's pretty poor recovery, which means fire can burn actively throughout the night. So we kind of have that stacked against us for the next couple days. The terrain, local folks will know it's pretty tough to get in and out in a lot of this country, and especially when we're dealing with the smoke conditions we've had. Usually we rely pretty heavily on aircraft for intelligence to tell us, hey, the fire's here, talking to the guys on the ground, you might want to bounce over to this side. But we haven't been able to do that. Lots of bucket drops, retardant, things like that. When it's so smoked out, the pilot's comfortability, it's pretty tough to get it in and get it exactly where they need it when they can't see. So we're adapting. We're using a lot of UASs, unmanned aerial supervision, drones, or with infrared cameras, or talking directly to the crews on the ground, giving them updates as they need. So a lot of reconnaissance there. So that's been a big help. And we can also use those for strategic firing. And when I talk about strategic firing, what I'm talking about is removing the fuels from point A to point B. So when we talk about an indirect piece of line, and so we can talk about it up here, I'll get started in branch 1. So last night they did start way up here above the Redwood Mountain Grove, burned about a mile to the west. So the intent there is to slowly start burning. And when I talk about strategic firing, it's not just hurry up and put fire down and start moving and get it done. We are trying to take it very, very slow, strategically putting fire in points along the Sherman Highway and our Dozer Line Road hand lines where it makes sense to give us more of a catcher's mitt is what we call it, but a black line that we're slowly taking away the fuels ahead of the fire. So when the main fire comes up and hits that, it's got nowhere else to go. If we don't do that and we don't get any fire out ahead of anything, we'll have free roaming fire that can just basically move unchecked. So that's where we pick points ahead, where we feel good tactically that we can hold the fire on our side, and we can keep it on the right side of the road or the trail and just slowly start removing those fuels ahead of it so that when the main fire catches it, it's got nowhere to go, and we've sealed it off. So a couple things, I know we've had questions on that. So starting out today in branch 1, last night, they did initiate some firing operations. We did have that spot fire we talked about a couple days ago across the North Fork. That continued to grow yesterday. That was, the smoke everybody was seeing in the column coming up. So fairly active across the river last night. And as you can see, it did head over towards that Esham Point and then coming around. So folks were in there last night doing some burning to keep it on the right side of the road. Our objectives really haven't changed. We're trying to keep the fire from moving any further west from our lines here. So what we don't want is for it to get into Heartland, Wilsonia, Cedar Grove. So you're going to see some additional structure protection specialist type stuff, strike teams of engines. We'll have those folks out there in a couple communities to make sure that they're doing due diligence, setting up structure protection plans, having additional engines in there, in case we need to do anything with it. But starting to expand out a little bit, as fire behaviors increase in here. So intent and objective today for the folks on the ground, still try their best to keep fire east of our holding features here. A lot of these dozer lines, hand lines, little check line roads to just give us some options to hang fire up as it continues to move north. At the same time, we'll be easing fire slowly down into this Redwood Mountain Grove, just so we're not running head fire into anything. A nice slow burn to start getting depth. That'll be folks on the ground, hotshot crews, starting to conduct those operations, and where needed and feasible, we'll use the UAS, the drone, to work on the PSD mission there to just get to where some of the crews can't to get fire established out ahead. So we'll have that operation going on in Branch 1 today. Over in Division Sierra, they will start looking at bringing fire tied off to what they're doing over on the Union side. They will start working fire down the General's Highway, slowly but surely, getting it around with the intent in the next couple days to get it down to this Papa Sierra break. So keeping fire on this side of the highway nice and slow, trying to prevent any spot fires from coming across and getting established. So it's hard to picture, but really what we're shooting for is making sure we do a good job in the giant sequoias and the Redwood Grove. We'll be working with resource advisors from the local park. They've prescribed burning there multiple times, so they'll kind of give us the guidance and be right at our hip telling us, how things need to go. But keeping fire within this section here. Coming around into Division Papa, yesterday those guys, they started bringing fire up the General Sherman's Highway to that Dorse Creek area. The intent there was this fire was moving around a little bit, so they wanted to get out ahead of it, and they hung it up there last night. They'll continue to evaluate conditions and see if they need to move any further north as these folks are coming south. So a little bit of firing happening in there. Our containment line is still very valid and solid east of the highway, and they're still looking for opportunities to try to get this checked up in here direct. So folks will be in Division Papa, very busy today. Coming around into Division Lima Gulf, that's been our quiet spot the last few days. They are still in Lodgepole, looking at Wolverton, putting some contingency lines in, but all of this is looking pretty good. So coming down in the Giant Forest Grove, still working with resource advisors there. Haven't really had any fire movement or anything of significance in the Giant Forest Grove. Feel good about where we're at with the protection of the sequoias and the structure protection that's happening there. So feel good about that. Coming around into Middle Fork, the Middle Fork drainage here of the Kiowa. So this was very active yesterday out south of Castle Creek Grove. You can see the growth we had if you had yesterday's map up. This piece here moved around yesterday. So that was also kind of one of our big smoke producers, just cleaning out some bowls and fire moving around in there. So we'll continue to keep eyes on that. Very smoked in yesterday on a big chunk of the fire, but especially over in this, visibility. UAS couldn't even hardly get low enough to really tell us where things were at, but we can use the IR flights and satellite, and that's where they're getting a lot of this fire perimeter from, so it's accurate. Coming down into Mineral King, Division Charlie, still have folks committed on Mineral King Road. We sent an additional hotshot crew in there yesterday, a couple more engines and some heavy equipment. Every day they are finding any last thing they can do to touch this Mineral King Road up and make that as solid a holding feature as we can. Fire's continuing to slowly back towards the road, that mile marker 14-15, where they're still kind of playing catch as things come down to the hill, but fire's not moving very rapidly or significantly. It's just kind of slowly backing here and there in different isolated pockets and spots. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that and that redwood drainage there. So still have folks checking out Mineral King east of the fire as well. So feeling pretty good about all of Mineral King for right now. Coming around west into Division Alpha, a little bit of activity up above drop point 33 here yesterday, that Oriole Lake country. So we'll have folks in there today checking it out, seeing if there's anything they can do to go direct and kind of tie this containment we've got here over and extend it out. So that'll be in operation today as well. Division Alpha is going to use some UAS unmanned drone to get in here and just kind of check some of this country where the crews can't get into direct, to just see if there's any pockets of heat there, anything that we need to address with aircraft and folks on the ground. So busy day down in Mineral King as well. Over into Three Rivers, that, you know, we've been there since this team's been here. The previous team spent a lot of focus in there, so done pretty much everything that needs to happen in community of Three Rivers to make that leave that in good shape. So we feel very good about the community of Three Rivers currently. There was some activity kind of up above the headquarters there, so we'll have folks in there today keeping an eye on that and taking action where needed. So coming around into Division X-Ray and Zulu, there was some activity up in here last night, kind of in this pocket just east of our dozer line. So they'll continue to take a look at that. The intent there is to try to make sure that this dozer line on the trail into the North Fork, we're keeping that pretty solid and in good shape. So they'll be in there evaluating whether we need to do some strategic burning to keep even with any fire movement in here, and then try to wrap this, or if it makes more sense to go direct and just try to check pockets up. So they'll keep an eye on that today as well. But yeah, the big issues we're working with is this stuff out to the north, making sure we're getting some structure protection in Wilsonia, Heartland, evaluating the burning conditions, taking it nice and slow, and making sure we're really doing a good job in the Redwood Mountain Grove with the locals. So it'll be a busy day. It has been a couple busy days with the weather, the terrain, topography, but folks are still very engaged, doing a good job. We're getting some additional resources, hotshot crews, engines, things like that in to kind of start beefing up the organization a little bit as we expand. So I appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for all the support, and have a great day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Well, I don't think he specifically mentioned the lookout. Did I miss that? Buck Rock would be from where his hand is, kind of to the northeast, isn't it? Let me take a look here. That's Cabin Creek there. So, Buck Rock is right here. So I guess there's Quail Flat. Okay, Bacon Meadow. I would love to hear the explanation behind that. The naming of that spot. Am I just the wrong spot? I guess we could do this. Cabin Creek, Larry County, California. Oh, right there. Okay, so to the north of his hand, then Buck Rock is up that way. So he's got his hand on Muir Grove, however you say that. We could then line up the map with what he's doing. Aha, okay. So, okay, let me lean forward. Where's Cabin Creek? Here, apparently. Okay. Gorst Campground. Muir Grove. Alright. So, his hand is right where they're trying to keep it out of one of the groves of the really big trees. There's some very depressing news about how the fires basically reached almost all of them between the Windy and the K&P. And it's bad news for some of them. But so the heat detections right now are just south of Muir Grove, and those are the current ones. But as far as the modus and veers go, let's see, when was this? 4:51 in the morning, so 3:51 in the morning. Earlier, so after midnight. So the situation, there's Cabin Creek, I can see it right there, is looking kind of sketchy for the lookout, for Buck Rock lookout. It wasn't specifically mentioned, but up there, that must be some of the firing ops that they were doing. We'll keep checking in. But the Buck Rock lookout is right up here. And you can see that the wind is kind of pushing it towards that direction. It's just light and variable today. So that's the nice thing. And down in the deeper sections, it's covered in smoke. We'll see active burnings on the peaks, I'm sure. But until about Tuesday or Wednesday, when the high pressure leaves, we may not have too much activity. But because of the smoke blanket, but bad thing about the smoke blanket is that, as he was mentioning, they can't do a lot with aircraft, and aircraft would be the big helper right now. So that's it's not great, it's not terrible. It's a Chernobyl quote. It's still a disaster, but it's not great, it's not terrible. It could be worse. It could be 9% humidity and 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it's not. So it's not great, it's not terrible. So that's our K&P update. I want to do windy updates. I want to check with Tulare County Sheriff's Office and Fresno County Sheriff's Office for sure. I need to look back at the chat too. Now we're going to look at the windy. Let's see. I don't think does anybody have any fire questions for me? Because it's open question and answer time for fires. We're trying to get a handle on what to expect from the day. Yay, a 13-year-old boy was found safe. That's wonderful. The 5 hours ago windy fire update. Let's change the message. So let's do windy. The sheriff to downgrade evac orders for some areas affected by the windy. So it'll be a warning instead of mandatory for Sherriff Village, not including the sawmill area, just the village. Panorama Heights, Pozo Park, Idlewild, Pleasant View, Balance Rock, Posey, and Vincent Ranch. Those places are now under warning. So presumably people could go back and if they're ready to go at a moment's notice. The boundaries will be from Sugarloaf Peak west to Buck Peak, south to Vincent Ranch at the Tulare and Kern County line, east to Forest Service Road 24S07, and north to Sugarloaf Peak, because that area was not impacted by fire. At this time, only residents are allowed to return with ID and proof of residency. A road closure remains in effect at Old Stage Road and Jack Ranch Road. Prior evacuation orders and warnings not addressed here will remain in effect. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. Let's see. They downgraded evacuation warnings for the Mineral King Road area for residents. However, they issued new evacuation orders for the K&P, which is at Big Meadows, Weston Meadows, and Quail Flat in the Giant Sequoia Monument. Those are evacuation orders that is mandatory for Wilsonia, Grant Grove, Cedar Grove, Kings Canyon. And that happened yesterday around 2 p.m. So Wilsonia and such are under orders, and now in Fresno County, just to the west, their evacuation watches now are in effect. So I know there's two maps. Here's Tulare County. Here's Fresno County. And just west of Wilsonia and just north of Badger is what is under watch with Fresno County. That's pretty new, recent development as of this morning and last night. Fresno County going under evacuation warnings. So these fires are huge. Now the early morning operation briefing we had for the Caldor was that there's still smokes and delays around Highway 50. They're still getting smokes deep within the lines. Kind of, he gestured towards the Grizzly Flat area because now a whole bunch of pine needles have fallen on the ground, and so stumps and roots and logs and such that are still kind of smoldering is sometimes occasionally lighting the pine needles on fire, especially in high wind. So they continue to run around, and it's just part of the basic long process to kind of help finally put a wildfire to bed. They'll be doing that pretty far into the future. Same, just like they're doing with the Dixie now and the monument. They're running around, finding where interior smokes are, and fire. As long as citizens report them, they'll show up quickly and extinguish that. And it'll be whack-a-mole from now on until heavy snows and rains. So they warned the public about that. I started out the video with that. If you ever rewind my video, you can. For anything you missed, you would go back to the start, but make sure you hit the live button by the volume area to make sure you're back live with us. Every once in a while I see somebody in chat who has rewound the video and is talking to me about things that I spoke about an hour ago. And I'm like, hey, hit the live button. So we're looking at the Leak Springs cam. This is so wonderful to see just the very moderate and light activity on the Caldor. Man, we have dodged. Old Tahoe has dodged thousands of bullets, Matrix style, and everyone has. We've all dodged the latest weather systems that came in. They were wet. If they weren't wet, this last week and the week before, you could have seen Tahoe evacuated again. That could have been a really bad scenario, but thank goodness there was more moisture than they thought. So everything's looking good on our Tahoe cams. We keep looking at them to make sure everything's good in between our videos. And hopefully I'll be able to take a break from speaking here and show you guys my wanderings around Portland. Yesterday there was a 4-alarm fire at Southeast Alder and on the east side, and wasn't smoking when I got there, but dang close. I mean, the smell of it was pretty bad. And I interviewed some people that were walking by, just real informal, and got some info on that. We were just having a conversation a week and a half ago. Somebody argued that homeless people don't start fires in Portland and burn down historic structures, and it looks like that may have been just what happened, although it's questionable, whether or not it was arson or some insurance thing or some sort of foul play or something related is, of course, a big question mark until they look for the cause of the fire. But it really does look like homeless people were camping inside and had either candles or something for cooking. But it's a pretty big loss. It was a 115-year-old building, pretty large, made out of wood. And I walk all around its ruins, and I'll show you guys that video in a little bit. I went into Portland to try to get a video card and almost camped out sort of at Best Buy. I did not get one, and I figured, well, I might as well stop by the scene of that fire before going home. So I got some video for you. If we look at the greater Tahoe cams, can't even see a fire. How awesome is that? It's just really difficult to see a fire. Great. Looking back at the current situation with Buck Rock, the really ugly dark orange thing. It's only 1 in the afternoon, and it almost looks like it's sunset or should be getting dark. This is what firefighters get nervous about when it starts looking like it's nighttime at noon. Then you know the fire is coming your way because you're downwind of the mega fire's smoke. So we'll keep looking back at it. I don't think the fire will reach it today. It doesn't look like it's active enough. The smoke blanket is moderating its activity. However, it's inexorably kind of headed that way. So we'll keep abreast. Tobias Peak too, of course, has got the day after day kind of smoldering situation, and the Windy already expanded past it and marched to different directions. But these are the places that the fire just keeps finding things to burn. People oftentimes don't realize when fire passes an area, it goes in strips called fingers, like this, and in between them, in between, there's these, they call them either pockets or islands of vegetation that's totally green, like totally have not been affected, right? And so as a fire moves past, the ground is still hot. There's still fire on the ground, even if the main went whoosh and went a different direction. So as wind shifts around, it'll just push flames towards little areas of vegetation that haven't burned up yet. And it'll just keep going and going. Like here's a little smoke here and a little bit here. But you could see these areas of green, which are primed and ready to burn if a wind shift pushes fire to that area. So this is about the only thing we can see with the windy at the moment. We don't see the main body of the fire. This is where it has been. It went past. It went over to the east. It went past it to the south. Went past it to the southwest. But this is the best view that this Tobias Peak lookout has of the fire. This is looking to the southwest. Looking to the south. Can't see anything. The lens is dirty. So I want to play that again. Now that we know we're looking to the southwest, where's the smoke direction going? So if we're looking southwest, so that would be southwest. Looking over, that would be west, right? That would be north, and that would be south. So now let's play that again. Kind of looks like the smoke's going towards the north and towards the northeast. It kind of looks like it's curving. And this spot back here that I'm observing especially kind of shows you where the wind direction is. And so this is the past 3 hours. Looks like it was mostly blowing towards the north, and then it kind of goes right back towards the Calor at some spots. The smoke's going towards the north and the northeast in general. So yeah, we have basically a southwest prevailing wind, which is lining up with what CalTopo is indicating, at least for the area at Tobias Peak. Remember, this is a big mushy spot here, where we have a swirl kind of activity, according to according to CalTopo. So I don't know what to make of it, but the only thing that the takeaway lesson is here is we have no idea what the heck the wind is doing. There are very few weather stations in this part of the South Sierras. There's like 4 that are supposed to cover like a 25-mile square radius, and you can see the amount of extremely steep slopes and valleys. So each one of these areas is a microclimate where the wind could be going a totally different direction down here at this lower elevation, and then 3,000 feet up or 4,000 feet up with some of these, you have the wind going completely different direction. So each one of these canyons, the wind can make tunnels and funnels, whereas the prevailing winds at the higher atmosphere are not going to change directions. But down there where the ground is, they'll be going in different areas. So just because we see the wind going in a certain direction on Tobias Peak doesn't mean that a hop, skip, and a jump across the canyons it's not going the opposite direction. So we can just sort of take that with a huge grain of salt. I'm looking at evacuation information. I don't think we have any more K&P or Windy updates. We're going to go to Tulare County Fire Department. Desiree says there was also a huge fire in Carson, California. Oh, the pallets and the paper and the industrial. Yeah, I saw that. I woke up this morning and saw some video. Yikes. That's got to be a 4 or 5 alarm event. Is it still smoldering? Because every once in a while we do look at structure fires. Going back up. Oh, hey, Nicole. Yeah, I missed you too. So that was the Tobias Peak Teen Homesteader, and then the Buck Rockham was what we looked at earlier. Wow. Oh, and Desiree says there's a 4-alarm fire downtown LA that I saw yesterday where a 100-year-old building burnt down, started by a homeless camp. And that's the thing is, I had some weird, strange backlash, and I observed that on Twitter, where if you just matter-of-factly state that it was likely another one of the homeless encampment fires, that they're squatting in buildings, people think that you're blaming the homeless or somehow hating them. No, I'm absolutely sympathetic. I'm frustrated that they're not given homes. That's how we could prevent these fires. So if you, it's helping the homeless to explain that the homeless start fires. Because of this, you'll never convince cold-hearted people that just don't want to help the homeless of anything. And you'll never appeal to somebody's heart if they don't have one, or if they're really just sort of stern, They should get a job and pay rent like I do. That kind of attitude will never really change. However, you can get those people on board with giving the homeless homes if you lay it out like this. It is more cost effective for the community and the taxpayers to house people and give them whatever kind of drug, alcohol, and mental health care treatment they need. Because you pay, the county and the taxpayer pays a lot less money ultimately because they don't have to deal with 4 or 5 alarm fires. And then the community is safer. Your business is safer if homeless aren't squatting in the abandoned warehouse next door, trying to keep warm and trying to cook food, just trying to survive. There will be a lot fewer fires. There will be big savings in what that costs the community and what costs the cost of fire insurance. So if you just matter-of-factly lay it out and say, hey, here's a practical solution, why don't we make little tent cities or tiny home cities for them in unused lots and areas, and then they're not breaking into buildings and trying to survive. And they're not freezing to death, and they're not congregating in big groups in a warehouse giving each other tuberculosis. There's a big win here. The actual savings to the taxpayer are greater to give them a home, at least a little tough shed to live in a tiny home. And so, but if you take the weird Twitter position of never blame the homeless, they don't ever start fires. You hate the homeless if you mention that. That's just not going to be helpful. We're not blaming them. It's survival. It's blaming the problem, not the people. The problem is homelessness. The problem is manyfold. So, the Tulare County Fire Department has a notice about this or that. K&P Complexes and Windy Resources. Here we have a complex. Didn't we just see that on the other page? Yeah, we already watched that. The K&P, the Windy Fire update. Now this is what we want to watch. So this was 4 hours ago. Let's posted 4 hours ago. Let's watch this. This is the Windy update.
137 acre. And good morning and welcome back to the Windy Fire update for October 2nd. The fire is currently 91,237 acres, and we're sitting at 52% contained currently. So we'll go ahead and go over an overview here, what are currently looking like. Right here at the Western Divide Highway, coming around into the lower end of south of Ponderosa, containment lines continue to hold. That line continues to hold all the way back in towards the Camp Witsit area, coming all the way around back into Mountain 99. So all that hard efforts in here with the ground resources is really being effective at holding that perimeter in its current position. Coming south here along the fire's edge here, we've adjusted some resources to come here and look at opportunities to come direct along the fire's edge south out towards Spees Ridge. And then as you continue further into like Flynn Canyon area here, we still do have isolated heat sources along this area. We have them out here in Tobias Creek and then Ant Canyon areas where most of the heat is currently in. As you continue to move around out towards Baker Point here, we do have some isolated heat out here, but crews were able to gain quite a bit of a containment out here, as you can see on the map. And then they were able to contain all of the spot fires that were outside of the primary line that came direct in here. So far we're looking fairly good. We do have work. The crews will continue to start working out in this area here as far as they can before it drops off into the east side here in the areas where they can't really get to. We do have a plan to continue utilizing both planes and helicopters as the smoke becomes less effective or affects the aircraft less in this area. So coming back around on the south end here, crews did make good progress with direct hand line. We should have that fairly tied in today. And then this area here will continue to be mopped up and secured for the next couple days till we can advance the containment. Coming over here on the Sugarloaf Village area, crews continue to mop up and secure in this area, and that kind of helped trigger some of the repopulation that you've probably seen recently that's been posted on the internet there. But the communities of Posey, Idlewild, Panorama Heights, and the communities kind of out here in the southwest will be repopulated today at noon. So as you up here in Sugarloaf Sawmill, those areas directly in the fire perimeter will be closed, and that area will be opened up to residents only. The roadblock will be down here on the Jack Ranch Road and the Old State Road here. Down here, the roadblock will be, remain in place. I do ask that you please adhere to the closure area with the forest and don't try to enter the fire area for residents that are being repopulated in that area. As we continue north on the fire's edge here, this section of fire here, they're still looking at trying to get that tied in today. They do have a dozer line that connects the two edges here from containment to containment, and they'll be looking at filling that in or letting the fire back towards that line that they put in there. Continuing out here, we did have some fire that came outside the containment line. Crews last night were able to pick that up and pull it back into the primary line. No issues or concerns. They're feeling good that they'll have that contained today. Moving back into Pine Flat, crews continue to mop up and secure along the fire's edge, coming all the way into back end of Hot Springs. And then all this line here still remains contained all the way back up, just north of Dead Mill Saddle here. In this area here of the fire continues to have heat sources and isolated pockets of heat. We'll be utilizing aircraft to check the fire spread in this area, and then areas where the crews can't get to, we'll continue to evaluate options for going indirect, or if we are able to use aircraft to check it in its current position. Coming over to Lone Pine Mountain here, there's a road system out here, and they were able to connect a dozer line all the way to the fire's edge. What they'll do here is they'll utilize a firing operation that'll basically is intended to basically back the fire down slowly to those containment lines so that they can obtain containment in this area. That road system kind of trucks around this area here back into another dozer line that comes up to this containment feature right here. So that will be started today. That firing operation will utilize a drone that is going to fly up and start back and fire down the ridges. The firing operation is intended to produce a very more favorable fire effect so that it doesn't look like it did when it ran out over here on its own. So it's used to help the firefighters put the fire in a more advantage for them to back it into the roads there. Continuing out towards this containment line here, that continues to hold everything secured all the way back towards the 212 road. And then they were able to complete the firing operation along the 212 road, and crews will today be out there mopping up and securing that edge. As you come back up the 2 1/4 road all the way back around the northern edge of the fire, everything's holding well. No issues or concerns in that area. So yeah, for the repop stuff down in the west end of the fire, just want to reiterate that the Posey, Idlewild, Sugarloaf Village and Panorama Heights will be repopulated today at noon. We will have a closure area right here that will be residents only entering the area, and then the Sugarloaf Sawmill area and areas within the fire footprint will remain closed. So for the areas up here in the west side of the fire, we're still evaluating the repop of the California Hot Springs and Pine Flat, and once it's safe to do so, we'll continue to evaluate that and we'll coordinate that effort. And that'll end the morning report for October 2nd. Thank you for watching. Is going to fly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I had my audio thing cut out there. Really, really sorry. I just just commented elaborately on the weather, and thanks for flagging me. There is a little switch that I didn't see, and I didn't press it, and I was muted. Whoops, red face. So thanks for bringing that to my attention. So what I was saying though is it's not great, it's not terrible. Looking at the cute little thing, I was reading this because it's too small for you guys to see. So it was pretty boring. You missed, it's sunny here, which is a red extreme burning condition thing. Temperature is only 79, which is a blessing. And then it's bad. The humidity is 11%. That's the minimum humidity. That's a red. Then max humidity of 24% today is a medium, it's a yellow. But then you got green because it's the max wind speed today is 8 miles an hour. We'll take it. But it could gust up to 16, which isn't great, not terrible. Well, that's a yellow. So you got a mixed bag today. Same thing with tomorrow. Where really the biggest problems are that minimum humidity is still almost single digit. I mean, it's 13%. And the max humidity isn't very good. There's very poor humidity recovery overnight, as was mentioned before. But look, only 8-mile-an-hour wind speeds, like throughout the week. Wow. The gusts really don't get more than 18 miles an hour for the entire week. Wow, that's great. So the high breaks out. Breaks apart, I think was what they said. And so that'll bring cooler and wetter conditions where we start getting humidity recoveries beyond 47% at night on Tuesday, 58% on Wednesday, and 63% on Thursday, which is going to be awesome. That means the grass fire component of the fires on the K&P and the Windy will be almost non-existent. And it will be a struggle for the fire to get a hold and do anything, even in the drier fuels of the situation. Humidity matters. It really, 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 really matters. You have higher humidity and fires are like, no, come on. That's like, I explain humidity as being having a bunch of speed bumps in a parking lot. If the fire wants to cut donuts and, do miniature drag races, well, what if there's speed bumps everywhere? It's like, no! That's what humidity is about. It really limits what it can do as far as fast-moving growth. And it sends it, as long as there's no wind, kind of sends it into creeper mode. That's what humidity does. So it's not great. It's not terrible. It's still dry. There's still no rain. But it's like the Chernobyl thing. It's not great. It's not terrible. The most extraordinary thing with the round shapes, the kind of roundish, mostly shapes of the fires, is that every single couple of days, the wind direction just kind of changes to different ways, where the fire just kind of blows back on itself, and that's why we don't see the weird long shapes, like the Caldor has, like crab claws and such. That's because the Caldor and others were just pushed in one direction day after day after day and made fast runs that they couldn't get a handle on. They couldn't keep up with. But this has been one of the polite fires in K&P and the Windy, where it gives them this crazy opportunity to protect all the communities with these backfiring or, strategic firing ops. Because, think about it. How different the situation would be. What if the wind out of the northeast had gone day after day after day, driving hard and fast? We wouldn't have a California Hot Springs. We wouldn't have a Pine Flat. We wouldn't have a Sugarloaf or an Idlewild or a Posey or a Panorama Heights. It would have taken everything out, and then the fire footprint would look like this. But you know what happened? Instead, it did that for a few days, changed its mind, and went back on itself. And then they got right in front of here, and they lit fires, and they made a bunch of scorched earth, and that's how they saved the communities. We took some loss at Sugarloaf Village, and tragically probably lost history at the sawmill area, but Sugarloaf Village seems to be okay, but the Sugarloaf sawmill type area maybe is not. But really, it could have been so much worse. I am so happy to see so much black line on this edge. This is a big sigh of relief, and it looks like there's a rosy outlook for them backfiring here to create on their way to making more black line here to protect the reservation. And over here by Fairview, and here this is lighter fuels. So seeing that as still red and active isn't as big of a concern as everything to the south and to the west. If they can kind of keep it up in there, more trees will be saved, more communities will be saved. And it looks like everything went as well as could possibly have happened, because we would not have a Camp Nelson probably if the south wind pushed hard at it day after day. But you know what it did? It changed its mind and went, I'll blow that way. And so they lit fire with strategic firing. They burned off the bush growth. This is an old fire scar from last year that was like the powder keg scenario. And to keep the powder keg from blowing up, they just burned off the pine needles as such with their backfiring. And then when it went back this way, it kind of stopped. And now they're penciling that in as black line. That is such good news. That was the best possible outcome we could have had. And we dodged a major bullet. And not just a bullet, more like a rocket-propelled grenade. We dodged that because that could have been explosive. That could have been absolutely insane. And we got lucky with the weather. And to praise them, you know, firefighters can only do what the weather allows them to do, and boy, did they seize the opportunities and make all the right decisions. Hats off to them with the reduced amount of crew that they have and the reduced amount of support. They put in orders that did not get filled, and not get filled when in a timely manner. They asked for more engines. They asked for more aircraft. They asked for more people. They asked for more hotshots. They didn't get them for weeks on end. They still are waiting for more help to arrive, but with what they had, they did an extraordinary job. So it's really happy to hear this kind of a much better outlook on the situation. So let's go back to the chat. Hey, C-Probe, yeah, I missed you too. This is going to be a quicker day because I don't think we can see much on cams, for one. I mean, Tobias Peak is, you know, still showing the smoldering landscape. I still have night maintenance work on my that my ISP is doing because of the construction nearby, so I can't have all night streams. But I want to check in during the day, and from here to the 6th, that's going to be kind of hard to stream because I have a window leak and workmen have to come in, so I have to rearrange my entire living room, and it's going to be a big ordeal considering the bookcases in here. Got to get friends over, move everything. They'll be tearing out the rotten drywall or whatever just happened. So I will have to go eventually, but I wanted to do an update on the fires. And then I want to show you guys some of my photos of me walking around Portland yesterday when I tried to go buy a video card for the stream. Yeah, look at Buck Rock and Buck Rock 2. It's active. The K&P's rather active, but knowing what we do know now about their plans for doing firing ops and such, Godspeed. Some of this, in fact, could be their firing ops. The stuff in the red, trying to protect places like Wilsonia. So that's the problem with the daytime broadcasts. Is there's, other than Tobias Peak 1, what else are you going to look at for the situation? Shirley Peak doesn't really have anything. Just shows the stuff going on in the distance. Same thing with Rocky Point too. Windy doesn't have a whole lot of new heat signatures in general. But let's continue our roundup of information. Does anybody have any questions? It's question and answer time for stuff. Let me look back at chat real quick. Yep, yeah, exactly, Teen. That's every fire kind of goes by in strips, and if the ground is still hot, it'll find new things to burn. So at Tobias Peak, you know, if you look at it closely, there's plenty of green areas where the fire went past in like little fingers. As it's spreading out, it'll just find the what they call the interior pockets and islands of fuels that didn't burn yet. So, mind you, there's sometimes 94 years of buildup on the ground of pine needles, and it might be like 6 feet deep of pine needles. and pine cones and sticks, and also the pitch, the sap, the resin. Hey, there's a bug on Armstrong Lookout too. There's a bug on the lens. Trying to find the Caldor here. So what snow does is compacts it down to a few inches, but in reality, it's like 6 feet of pine needles. So that's a lot to burn off. It'll just take time. And pine needles shift around with the wind, and they go up almost like snowdrifts. They get stuck up underneath rocks and make these, like underneath boulders and such. You can have just a bunch of pine needles just stuffed underneath there, and that will just go and go and go and go. Same thing with the big standing dead trees, and the fact that there's a lot of dead ones on the ground. So you won't see the whole region, like Tobias Peak. You're not going to see it stop smoking until there's heavy snows or heavy torrential rain. That's just it. The Windy and the K&P are so huge, just like the other fires, they're not going to go try to extinguish it. They're going to try to contain it and let it go. Because it's not possible to extinguish it. Extinguish it with what? With what water? We're in a mega drought. Have you seen the water levels? They're really dang low. All you can do is contain it, and every fire that doesn't move exhausts its fuel every once in a while. Eventually, will just go out. Just wait for winter. That's all I need to do. So, if you think about your campfire, you have to keep adding wood to it, or it goes out. It is contained by the little rocks, around your campfire. Same thing. They'll just contain it and then let it go. There's not enough money, not enough people, and not enough water to try to ever put out a mega fire. So let's go and check a video roundup for like Dixie. Let's take a look at Dixie and see if they have videos. That would be Lassen National Forest, right? We've got updates. Hoping there would be videos. Got maps. Got more maps. There we go. So this one is from 4 hours ago. About 4 hours ago. Let's look at the Dixie. What is this? West Zone update. Here we go.
Good morning. I'm Dan Gustafson, Operations Section Chief for Great Basin Team 3. I'm going to give the operational rundown for the Dixie Fire West Zone, all the actions we're going to take on today. Starting in Branch 13, I've got a handful of divisions here, and we're going to start referring to them as Juliet through Papa. So there's a div soup that's managing and running that area of ground, significant piece of country to cover, and I want to talk about, we have a lot of suppression resources in there. We also have another division in this Branch 13, and that's going to be the FSR, Fire Suppression Repair Group. So we've got two different divisions in there with similar yet different tasks. So with the suppression group, those folks are spread out. They're all along here. It is a big piece of ground, and every now and then it takes a bit to get to certain areas, but I do want to focus on one of their main priorities is mop up and patrol. So this line is showing a black edge, which means we're comfortable with where the fire's at, and there's some kind of containment feature there. But with needle cast happening through wind events and the fire getting hotter, or the days getting hotter and drier, what we're seeing happening is there's more smokes popping up. Anybody driving, anybody in that general area, you may start to see more smokes popping up. And we're aware of that. And it's going to continue to happen as the weather is conducive for that, and that last recent rain event has dried up. So we know things are coming up in here. We're dealing with service calls. Some folks are calling in and letting us know that there's something, and we have folks that will go check that out and make sure it's not outside of the containment lines or containment features that we have on the fire. So those folks are doing that. That's primary job. Secondary is they're going into interior smokes that we can see. I won't call them a nuisance, but those ones that publicly you can see, but yet are not a threat to the line. We're taking on those as well with that workforce. So this area is being dealt with. There's also the fire suppression repair group. And a lot of that effort is being focused right now on the south end of Lassa National Park. So to be clear here, we've got Lassa National Park, a giant area here, and then there's Lassa National Forest. So we're dealing with a couple entities there. A lot of the work is above this mineral area, and they're dealing with some of the suppression actions that had happened, trees taken down, dozer line, dozer pushes, and what these guys are doing is they're cleaning that up, working with the forest and the national park on what do we want to do with some of that wood that's down. Is there some that's salvageable for other timber rot type operations? And then there's a multitude of things that go along with that. And these suppression repair folks, they're dealing with that every day. A lot of good work done, but it's a pretty big task, and we're going to be a lot of days continuing with that. So that's what's happening in Branch 13. Moving over to Branch 16, I have 3 groups working there. There is Division Sierra Uniform. That's very accessible by road, and folks are patrolling and going in there. Again, the suppression people that are working in here, they're going in and tackling any smokes that pop up, anything that could be a threat to the line or may eventually become a threat to the line. In that area, they're going after that pretty hard. They have a dual task as well. And this goes for the entire portion of this fire, as we've been delegated initial attack response. So we have folks out of all the people here that are specifically identified if a new start happens, or if the Lassa National Forest, if the CalFire units, the park, if anybody asks for help, and we have all this fire resource here, we are happy to do it. We have a plan in place. So the initial attack folks, they're also there. So we've got that going on. As we move down in this Branch 16, we've got Division Whiskey and Zulu. Again, a really large area, but we have people spread out and some overhead to help manage that. And what they've got going is the same thing. We have a suppression force that is there to monitor, patrol, and mop up daily on that edge to keep this fire contained. Again, they can be initial attack, and again, we're also aware of as it's warming up, things have dried out, that new smokes are popping up. Everything that we've seen since we've been here is within the containment lines, but they are sometimes alarming. When you're coming from the highway, hard to tell whether that's within the containment lines or not. So I'd like everybody to know we do have people spread out everywhere there. We also have the fire suppression repair group, and they're doing similar activities. There's been some significant piles of wood taken down, so they're getting decked and logged and working with the local unit and the foresters on what exactly to do with that. And that's what the suppression repair groups are doing. This Silver Lake area, I believe in prior briefings, you hear a lot of talk about that. As we're getting a handle on that, and we've had our folks in there as well, there was a significant amount of work for fire suppression that was done in there. There was cabins and a lot of infrastructure, older stuff in there, and tremendous work was done to protect and save that area, and then now we're coming in to clean that up and make it look better. So the word I've been getting is that work is being done, and the work that's being done is being approved by resource advisors, and they're happy with it. But you're going to hear us brief to that a lot in the future because it's an extensive amount of work. So that's being done in the Silver Lake area. So that would cover it for these Branch 13, Branch 16 resources. You'll also see another portion of our fire is Branch 18. And this is primarily being staffed and worked on by our CalFire partners. So they've got folks all along here, and just to give a quick rundown there, so your Branch 18 with your Lake Almanor, your Westwood, Dyer Mountain, Susanville, and then going all the way toward Janesville. The CalFire contingent, they're doing the same thing. They have folks in here dealing with those smokes that pop up. Again, you've got a much heavier populated residential area, so yeah, they're placing a lot of effort there to get those knocked down. They're finding hazard trees that could be dangerous to the public and dangerous to the firefighters, and a problem with the repair work. So they're dealing with that, mitigating them, taking the snags down, flagging them, whatever the appropriate action is. That's what's going on with our CalFire partners, and they're as quickly as possible, moving with this, with the mop-up portion, the repair work portion, and we've got an in-state, the current direction that they're going is working from the Almanor area toward Janesville, which would be the end of our zone break, and then that would become the east zone and another team's fire. So that's what we're looking at for today.
Well, definitely switch to decaf is what I would say. When the audience is presented with nonstop info, it means that they absorb very little, because you have to jump to the next thing that they're saying without really absorbing what the first thing was. So in directing classes where you direct actors, one of the things that you have to remind the speakers of is the audience will breathe at the same rate that you're speaking unconsciously, and you'll exhaust them because they're also struggling to follow what you're saying at the same time. In general, he's saying that there's smokes. What I was able to absorb from everything that quickly was there are smokes, because everything's been drying out after the rains they had, and so needle cast is where, just like they were explaining at the other fires, like the Caldor, it's that time of year that trees drop their needles. It's very similar to a deciduous tree with a leaf. They just don't drop all of them. They shed a huge portion, though, maybe a third of their needles, to kind of have because there will be less sunlight, there's less energy to keep them all alive throughout the winter. It's kind of like a partial dormancy, and being drought stress, heat stress, and fire stress now, then the more than ever are dropping. So that means that there's more stuff on the ground, and where the fire has been on the Dixie, there's still fire in the roots and the stumps and underneath logs and underneath boulders and places that were sheltered from the rain, and it's still smoldering underneath hot coals underneath some of the pine needles. All they need is to start a fire underneath the needles on the ground, is, well, for it to dry out a little bit and to get windy. And, well, that's what's been happening. It's drying out. So all over the place, little smokes are showing up in the landscape. And the bottom line is if you see one, you just call it in and they'll go take care of it. So the Dixie's not a done deal. It's still going. It's going to be a long mop-up and cleanup kind of operation, and hopefully we'll get more rain soon. Now, we're going to have our East Zone update, but that's 16 hours ago. That video is 16 hours ago, but it does seem that's the last thing we got from the East Zone yesterday morning. So we might as well watch it, though, because I missed it.
Welcome to the Dixie Fire East Zone evening briefing. My name is Brian Elam. I'm the Plans Operations Section Chief for the Southern Area Gold Team here at Quincy. And we've had a really good day today. We can start down here in Whiskey, where the folks put the last rock in the Pacific Crest Trail. Got that closed off to the UTVs, make sure the motorized vehicles stay off of that. So all that equipment in here will be moving east. A little bit of work still here above the Meadow Valley, but most of it's working up here towards DP 244, just before you get to the Butterfly Botanical area. They did finish up a little piece down here, or start on a little piece they found just behind Buck Lake, and they'll work on that again tomorrow and get that finished up. And then coming on around some more equipment moving over here towards DP 234. And those guys will be in there for a week or 10 days getting down here towards Division Break. Up here in uniform, the work continues in there. There's still repair work going on. There's still some hand piling of some fuel for a burn area in there to eliminate hazards. There's still a lot of work going on around towards the east arm, they call here, and in the Genesee Valley. So we come on down into uniform, This upper end is starting to look really good. They're still here at DP 606, working down to the southeast, still finding some heat in those dozer berms. And it's not like heat on top of the ground, but where the dozer's pushed up the soil and some woody vegetation on the ground, it's kind of covered up in the dirt and protected from the wind. Just got to get in there and uncover it and seek it out, get some water on it, expose it to some cool night air, and that will quickly extinguish itself along with some water from the resources in there. Repair work continues, removing some hazard trees and pulling back the berms on those dozers. As we get over here towards Lake Davis, still finishing up the work up here to the west side and in behind Lake Davis. Most of this equipment is moved all the way up in here towards the exclusion zone and up towards DP 630. That equipment will continue to work up to the north and west in these areas to make repair work. A lot of moving parts in here around the exclusion zone. Still got a lot of downwood to get moved and decked off the site. That will continue for another couple of days. The rest of that equipment is moving up the upper Last Chance Road towards Milford Spot. They did find a little bit of heat in here and working some of the repairs going in there. Nothing really significant. That was another one of those areas that we looked with the IR camera yesterday when we were flying and just picked up one little spot in here up on the escarpment. It looked like a stump. No, nothing really to get excited about there. As we get up in here towards Division November, a lot of work going on in here, a lot of hand crews working, a lot of wood being moved. They make good progress in here on the 83-0, the 28N03 road, and that work will continue. We've got some more heavy machinery coming here to help move all that downwood and get it moved off site where the berms and the dirt can be moved back into original places. The IA group has had 3 smoke calls today, service calls, smoke reports, whatever you want to refer to them. Most of them were well interior. There was no action taken, nothing new called in. The night shift we had out there has moved into a swing shift, so we're trying to acclimate those guys back into a normal life cycle. They've been on nights now for about 12 days. So they're coming on at 2 in the afternoon and they'll work to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, come in and bed down, and then going into Monday, moving them off completely in today unless this activity picks up. So even with the dry weather today, we're not seeing a lot of potential in there. We're going to have another really dry day tomorrow, and we're not expecting a lot of increase activity within the fire footprint. We are still vigilant with that IA group outside of the fire footprint for any new starts. And with that dry air, that was going to be a real easy occurrence tomorrow. So we're sitting here on day 80. If y'all are keeping track, this fire started down in this area on July the 13th, and we're now 80 days in. It's a little unusual that that fires have extended that long, but a fire this size, pretty large. This repair work is not going to go away very quickly. And I can compare it to like remodeling your kitchen. You can tear that kitchen out in a day. Floor, carpet, cabinets, whatever. But how long does it take to put all that new kitchen stuff back, the new cabinets and the stoves and the countertops? And it takes a little bit of time. So same thing here. A lot of this repair work will be going on most of the winter, maybe even into springtime, but trying to get that soil and stuff back to original shape to prevent erosion and protect the integrity of the streams and the water there. So that's it tonight here at the Dixie Fire. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot us a message there at the bottom, and we'll get back with some answers tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yay! So remember when we saw the Dixie on like 20 different cams? Oh, so much better to be able to not even find it, right? That was yesterday morning's update for the Dixie. I wanted to point that out. There should be an East Zone press release for today. There was a West Zone update press release. Where's the East Zone? 5 hours ago. So instead of a morning video today, we've got this. As of now, 94% containment on the Dixie, 1,617 personnel on it. That's quite a drawdown from the over 6,000 plus from like a month ago. The Dixie is 963,309 acres. Yesterday, firefighters responded. Let's see if I can make that bigger. To 3 smoke reports, but none threatened the containment. They also continued mopping up on Grizzly Ridge, finding heat in the dozer berms. They break the berms up, apply water, and let the cool night air finish extinguishing the heat. A heat spot near Milford still exists on the escarpment, which crews are working. They finished suppression repair on the Pacific Crest Trail. However, heavy equip needs to be removed from that trail before that trail can reopen. Firefighters also finished dozer line repairs on Taylor Ridge. Suppression repair continued around Silver Lake, Buck Lake, Taylorsville, Lake Davis, the exclusion zone, south of Janesville on the 28N02 road, and other areas. Crews worked to clean up woody debris on the 16 road and the 28N03 and mitigated hazard trees on the interior roads. The hazard tree group worked along Mount Huff Road. Today, fire activity in the Dixie East Zone is expected to be minimal again, with isolated smoke and an increasing chance of needle cast reburn, meaning the roots and stuff are still smoldering, and then the trees are shedding their needles and kind of creating a new little bit of fuel for it. So they're remaining vigilant. With humidity so low, even a little spark can start a fire. Crews will continue to mop up the hot spots, mitigate hazard trees, and work on suppression repair. Initial attack will assist as requested and follow up on smoke reports. 3 helicopters remain assigned to East Zone. Weather. Today will be extremely dry again, with relative humidity as low as 6%. What? What? In October? Dang. Temperatures will be in the high 70s and low 80s, and there's light winds. So you could just about go swimming. That's mind-blowing. Similar conditions will exist through Monday. Humidity is expected to increase by Tuesday, and a chance for precip forecasted for Thursday. Yes. So, it isn't great, it isn't terrible. But 6% humidity is just, man. It's like Clark Kent, Cyclops from the X-Men better not take off his sunglasses or he'd start a fire just by looking at it. That's really low. 6% humidity. You could just about start a fire by pulling your zipper up with too much enthusiasm after you've been on a bus all day for 3 hours and finally get to relieve yourself. I mean, this is one of those, don't even trip over a rock and bang them together. You could start a fire kind of a thing. So there's temporary flight restrictions, blah, 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 forest closure. It remains in effect for some areas of Plumas National Forest. There's some maps. West Zone information for that update, click on a different button. Now we had a West Zone video, but I want to check their briefing to see if there's any, I'll just scan it to see if there's anything new that we need to report here. Their suppression work and such is going around Silver Lake. It's still smoldering and around some areas, and they're patrolling the perimeter of the fire, mopping up stump holes and such around Highway 89 within Lassen Volcanic Park. So today, temps remain same thing I just read. Engines, hand crews with the support of water tenders will continue to patrol the perimeter today and mop up the hot spots. West Zone, they'll continue to suppression work along the dozer lines in the West Zones, including the Butte Lake and the Silver Lake areas. They'll remove debris along 8944. Firefighters are ready to shift from suppression repair work to initial attack in case of a new fire start or a flare-up. That's good that they remain vigilant. It's not over yet. There are aerial resources available, including helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft should support be needed to assist in ground firefighting efforts. We've seen several times on the Dixie that their own equipment kind of breaks down or starts a fire because a dozer hits a rock. Just freak accidents. But the crews are right there ready to extinguish those things when they happen, because that's appropriate. That's being smart. That's looking ahead. So weather, warming, dry stuff continues, closures. So that's about it for the Dixie Fire West Zone information. We could go over and look at the monuments and the cache fires and such too. So let's see, what was it? That was lesson Trinity, right? Trinity. And after this roundup, I'll show you guys the 4-alarm fire scene that I walked around in Portland yesterday. And I interviewed a few people. They didn't want to be on camera, but you can hear their voices at some points. That's quite a scene of mayhem. It was almost like a city block burned down. It was one half of a block that building was kind of sprawling over. It was a big wooden building, and I'll show you guys my home video yesterday I took of that. But I was at Shasta, Trinity. We're gonna look though with video roundup. Today is like trying to save my voice day. And then I gotta go. So we'll be here at least another hour though. Let's see, Monument Fire update. 5 hours ago, here's a morning Monument Fire update video. Here, let me set it all up. And here we go.
Good morning, Mark Jamison, Operations Section Chief for the Southern Area Red Team here on the Monument Fire. And planned actions for today. Up here in the northeast part of the fire, we're still keeping a close eye on this northeast corner where the fire is working its way down to the North Fork of the Trinity River. There's not as much smoke yesterday as there was the day before, so the fuels are being consumed, and it's looking really good, but we're not going to take our eyes off that. Over here on Backbone Ridge is where it's slopped over Hobo Gulch Road. They're still patrolling, making sure they mop it up really well and starting to repair the fire lines. And fire line repair continues all the way down through that east side. Here on Soldier Creek Road, they're going to finish up today mitigating the hazard trees, and they're working north from Big Creek Road, and then they'll be starting on this Packer Creek Road, working our way over here back to Big Bar for clearing up these travel corridors, making sure all the hazard trees are removed. Down in the southwest portion of the fire, they're continuing their rehabbing the fire lines, making sure they're putting in water bars where needed, cleaning up and turning back as close as we can to what way things were before the fire suppression activities began, chipping up debris piles and pulling the berms in, putting in water bars where needed. Over here in the northwest section of the fire, they're keeping an eye on this, that with a fire operation a week ago, it's still got some smokes in there, keeping a close eye, making sure nothing happens, and rehabbing and fixing all the fire lines that are over here and there. Then keeping an eye on this section of the fire. There's still some heat in there, as there's heat all over the fire. Any place in the last month that burned is still hot, still stumps burning, logs burning. So watching for flare-ups and making sure we keep a close eye on everything and take care of it. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. That is one of the coolest updates ever. Like, yep, we're taking care of it. Awesome. So let's see if we got statistics on it. That was one of the briefest morning updates we've ever had. There's a smoke outlook, and look how green it is for the entire northern half of the state. Just fresh, smell it air. So let's see. Do we have any statistics? Do I have to go to InstaWeb? Yeah, yesterday there was a general update. maybe they haven't issued the news release yet for today, but they're talking about the river complex and all that, and total acreage of that is 198,660 acres. They have 761 personnel on the river, but where's the monument? I was hoping we'd have a monument update. There's one issued yesterday, probably another one will issue today. That the monument is, well, where are the statistics? 753 personnel, 11 hand crews, 48 engines, 4 helicopters, 4 bulldozers, 14 tenders, 8 masticators and chippers, 6 excavators, and 2 skidders are on the monument fire. And I don't see the general statistics. It's usually at the top. Weather and fire behavior. A weak system will result in areas of morning low clouds of fog in the valleys. Any clouds will burn off by late morning with mostly sunny skies. That was yesterday. Winds will be fairly light, northwest 4 to 8 miles an hour. Temperatures mid-70s to 80s, and humidity will drop around 15 to 25%. Overall minimal fire behavior is expected. As a warming and drying trend continues, live and dead vegetation is becoming more available to burn. Remember how damp it was last week. Large logs and stumps will continue to smolder. Areas with heavy concentrations of fallen needles and other material may burn again. Because remember, the roots and the stumps and the fallen logs are still smoldering, and so you get a whole bunch of pine needles dumping on top of them. Because it's that time of year for the pine needles to come off. Well, then they'll start something. Fire behavior has potential to increase over the next few days, even though the burn period is decreasing due to the decreased amount of daylight, which, yay, winter is coming. Winter is coming. So areas still retaining heat include the northern portions of the fire in the Backbone Ridge area and east of Trinity Village, where fire will creep and smolder, and large logs and stumps will hold the heat and burn. On the southwest part of the fire, between Hayfork and High-Palm, interior pockets of unburned vegetation will continue to burn, with creeping fire and large logs and stumps still there. So, planned activities, they'll continue to mop up and patrol along the lines, retrieve unnecessary equipment, identify and repair damaged areas, and especially on priority roads. Oh, here it is. It was in bold, but I didn't see it. The monument fire is approximately 223,001 acres and has 79% containment. There it is. I thought it would be up at the top, but it's kind of buried in here under current situation. So, and what was it I was just going to say that I totally forgot? Yeah. So I will show you guys the Portland thing. What you guys can do is help remind people to subscribe. We've had a huge subscriber drop off, and it's mainly because I forget telling people that they should subscribe. It turns out that, like, statistically, most people that want to subscribe forget about it. They're too caught up in the broadcast. And so that's why so many YouTubers will say, hey, did you know you could subscribe? And that really helps the channel. It helps me reach other people. YouTube only, even if somebody's looking for fire info, they're only going to find it if a channel or a stream is trending. So they could even right now type in, Windy Fire info, and they're going to get usually 2-week-old videos that are crying about sequoia trees, because those are the ones that had the most likes, and those are the videos that have the most subscribers. The big news channels have like 2 million subscribers. And so, even though we're the ones here providing people with the up-to-date evacuation info and the life-saving type info. So it really helps when you hit the like button on videos. I really appreciate it. I hate to be a beggar like that, but it's an algorithm, a mathematical formula that we're fighting here, that YouTube doesn't hook up people with the info they're looking for. It hooks people up with videos, suggestions of videos that are already popular. So I really appreciate that. The way most people find the channel is they follow a link from social media. That's like 84 to 87% of every video. People follow the social media link to get here. So whenever you share this on your own Facebook or your own Twitter, I'm incredibly grateful. Or if you text the link to somebody who may benefit from this info, I'm also very grateful. Now, there's like different levels of being a subscriber. If you don't ever want to know when I go live or anything, then there's a bell button. And you press the bell and you turn off the ringer, and you'll never be notified that I go live. It'll just help me to have a higher subscriber count, and you won't be irritated. And you can check back on your own leisure. If you hit the occasionally ringing bell, like the whatever one that's called, then you'll occasionally get notified when I go live. What I want to do is have a big, somewhat soon, a really big fundraiser stream. Now that I think would help people in a great way. You could, you might miss something like that though, because it'll be up to YouTube when they want to let you know what they think you want to watch. But if you hit the ringing bell icon, then it'll inform you all the time. And I warn you, since we have an almost 24 hours a day to fire stream, you'll probably get notified every 12 hours that the stream restarts. However, if you just want to be around for the fundraiser we have later, then you can always just check the title. It'll say Fundraiser Day. So either way, I appreciate all of you guys who have done that. I'm so blown away and humbled by the wild success that you guys made happen. You guys and my mods, I could not do it without you. Everybody who's helping me keep track of fires, everybody sending me personal videos and personal stories and insight and taking me under your wing and teaching me about fire. I'm so grateful. So grateful to you, mods. You're not just mods, you are community volunteers and heroes. Even when I'm asleep. Oh my gosh, look, there's a helicopter. Hey, Device Peak 2 has a helicopter. Nice. Sorry, what I was saying is I'm incredibly grateful to you. What the point of this channel mostly is fire education and up-to-date info. We have the latest evacuation news. We listen to the radios, the firefighter chatter, and what I'm most proud of is getting evacuation info to the public hours and sometimes even days ahead of officials. We've given many communities like 3, 6, 8 hour heads up, as it can sometimes take that long for officials to go through the process of doing an evacuation. Nothing makes me feel better than people coming back saying, hey, you gave me 6 extra hours. Thank you. I got my livestock out or whatever. So I'm really proud of the community we made, and I'm so grateful that all you guys are here to help me with it. I'm doing this because I just didn't see anybody else doing it. I wish the government and official sources would do it, but, well, they're not really up to speed with having 24-hour-a-day resources. I hope one day they do, but updates once every 24 hours a day doesn't cut it. Hey, check it out. There's the helicopter running around Tobias Peak. How cute is that? We could look at flight radar. And I want to thank everybody. The super chat's back up. You can hit that button to donate. Thank you everybody from the bottom of my heart who has donated to keep the stream alive. I would have had to stop this. This is day 80 of the Dixie fire. I've only had I think 8 or maybe 9 days off in total where I didn't do the stream to rest my voice. The rest of the time I've been speaking around 14 hours a day on average. And my throat's absolutely ragged. I'm trying to do a shorter update today and go back to resting my voice. Otherwise, I'm going to completely lose it. The last couple of days, I was in real danger of losing my voice, like last year. I guess radio people, announcers, and DJs work only 4 hours at a time. I didn't know that. And it's kind of impossible to keep doing this. I don't even know how I've done this. I'm not the most healthy person in the world, and I'm pretty proud that I was able to stream for basically 77 days in a row with 6 days off. So I'm kind of at the end of my rope with exhaustion, but I want to see this through and not take a good week-long break or something until fires are at less of a threat. But I never thought it would go this long. This is day 80 of the Dixie fire. I started my stream the day after, so this is day 79, I think, of my fire stream. Being here almost every waking hour since July 14th. I've only been outside like 10 times. Period. And I'm kind of desperate to catch up on everything. Now we do have, I can now show you guys the flight radar. We do have a helicopter hanging out around Tobias Peak. There it is. And we've got a Bronco, or are they called Mustangs? I can't remember anymore. I think they're called Broncos, the OV-10s. So that's a lead plane. If they have enough visibility, I wonder if they'll do tanker work. That would be awesome. That was kind of out of the blue that we suddenly saw the helicopter right there. So, hey, Big Dog, are you around the Beaverton area too? That's pretty awesome. Wish I knew that. I could have stopped by yesterday. I do have, you guys are probably waiting for the 4-alarm fire video. I thought we were just about ready to play it. But the long story short about why I wasn't there yesterday is I woke up around 7 in the morning. I'm still sick. My ear is bothering me. It's just a persistent kind of, low key kind of a problem. But I could have slept in, and then I saw that Best Buy at the one by Portland International Airport was getting a delivery of video cards, and that's what we need for the stream. And so with your kind donations, I can buy one now, at least an affordable model, and that would make everything just work better on the stream. Sometimes my computer just kind of struggles. Having 64 tabs open of time-lapse information going, and so I thought it was worth a shot. So at the crack of dawn, I left and drove all the way over there and got sitting down on the cold curb. I should have brought a chair, and I was there with hundreds of people. It was all sprawled out because of social distancing, and turns out that they only had 200 video cards. So I really wish they had gone through the line and just told people, go. There's no use here. You should go home. I mean, 200 people are already in the line ahead of you. So I really wish they had done that, but they didn't. So I kind of sat there unaware. I didn't tell people, and I got chilled and kind of started feeling bad when I got home. And I fell asleep at 6 p.m. yesterday. And woke up at 7 today going, oh my God. So that's been where I was. I was thinking that was a nap. That was not a nap. So I don't see the helicopter again. Where did it go? It's still hanging around. We could look at Tobias Peak 2 and Tobias Peak 1 and switch back and forth. Is there anything I missed or am unaware of? As far as other fires, I knew about the factory fire that happened yesterday. I need a 3080 C probe, just a regular kind, not a TI. Hey, there's our helicopter again. Hey! I would switch to radio so we could hear this, but there has never been a radio to hear the K&P or Windy ops airplanes. And wow, that's a nice picture. That is cool. That's a good screenshot. In fact, I'm taking a screenshot. The Bambi bucket in action. I wonder what they're doing. It's not the world's biggest helicopter. That's a pretty big area. But more power to them. We need more of these fire lookouts to be saved, and if that's part of the effort, then that's awesome. So J.E. Cat says that wasn't nap time. It was a system reboot. Pretty much. I guess I had a Windows update in my head or something because that was a really long reboot. So sorry, guys. I meant to go live and do an evening update. And I wake up and I said, is it 7 p.m.? Did I have an hour nap? I looked and it said a.m. And I went, oh my. I slept for 11 hours. But okay. All right. So this is kind of cool to see the helicopter. But I think you guys want to see. I think you guys would probably want to see my footage of what I shot in Portland, and that will give my voice a little bit of a rest. Now, some funny things happened, and I'll get right to it. Let me open up that. Thing. Big Rock says, if you're ever in my neck of the woods, would love to buy you lunch. Hey, I'll just give you hey, Big Dog, give me your info. Can you email that to me? If you guys would do me the honor, it's kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And I could take gift cards and food cards. Those will keep me going the best because when I'm manning my station for 14 hours a day, there is no time to cook. There's no time to go outside. Everything's just got to be delivered, and you guys have been keeping me going, and I'm so grateful. It's super chat's not on. Let me turn that on, guys. I'm sorry. That's a special deep in there kind of a button. Arg. Okay, let me figure out where that is. I keep forgetting where that is in YouTube Studio. But it's back. I finally heard back from Google. They took their sweet time with the verification of identity thing that they've got. So people were like, how do I give you money? And I'm like, well, so here, let me try to turn that back on. I think that's in Studio. I wish I knew how to stream. I have no idea. It's just that in last year's crisis, nobody was giving people evacuation info. So I took to the air to do that after the news media had stopped. And that's how the stream grew. It just was originally, I was just telling people evacuation info and showing cams. And showing the meetings, and then firefighters came in the chat, were giving me an education on fire behavior, and putting in their 2 cents about what fires would likely do and why they did this and that, and then it's grown from there and then gone kind of viral, where I've been taken under their wings and given a fire education to the point where I can predict what they do pretty well, and the nice thing is so can the general public. I thought when I was first doing this that it would be the kind of attitude of, what are you doing? You're not qualified. And like firefighters would be mad. And I very, very carefully stayed stuck to official info. And in fact, that's the opposite. They want the general public to know the basics of fire info so the general public can figure out what fires will likely do near them, as the general public can leave early and understand their own special vulnerability early, and the general public would be more cooperative, understand better what they're saying, and it's not rocket science. It's pretty simple. So that's what this evolved into, was basics of fire behavior education, and then we have awesome people that joined in, Forest Service people. Hey, there's another one. There's another Bambi bucket shot. Is that a Long Ranger? Let's see what type of helicopter that is. It's a Black Hawk. Okay, so it is a true firefighting Black Hawk. That is sweet. It's 39 years old. There's some new Black Hawks that have been ordered for CalFire, but that's one of the oldie but goodies, and then a questionably ugly paint scheme, of course. But I like the name that it has. It says TWNG or something. I can't read that. But that's pretty neat. So let's go back to Flight Radar here. It continues to buzz around by its peak, And, oh, that's a Dassault Falcon. I have no idea if that has anything to do with firefighting. Probably not. But we've still got the Bronco in the area. So that's good. Maybe they'll be able to hit it with some retardant or something around there. I can't remember how to turn on Super Chat, guys. I don't know. I don't know how. So let me find out. Let me find out. I think I'll go over here to settings. No. This. Community. No. General. Content. Ah, I found it. Okay. There it is. Supers. Hey, how do I... Where's the button? There we go. I found it, guys. Did it go? Is it on yet? Maybe we have to refresh. Let's refresh. Is Super Chat back? Did I? Yeah, did I just spell my own name wrong when I typed in my email? Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay. David Beal says, did you know people are watching on large screen televisions cannot click on your channel's links? There should be a way to. I've tested that. There should be a way you can do it with your remote control. It kind of matters, like if you're using Roku. That's a good thing to bring up, David. To try to train people how to do that. It depends on what you're on. Like different smart TVs with the YouTube app will have different parameters, but usually with your remote control, there should be a series of buttons where you can see chat and you can see the description and see links. It's just really convoluted. So, really sorry about that. I still don't see Super Chat as alive here. I don't want to turn on monetization. That's not right. That's not what I want. That's a different button. That's like advertisement revenue, and that's frankly just not. That's not appropriate for a disaster situation. But I do need the help of you guys to continue running this show without taking days off or going back to work. And I'm so grateful that you guys have. Your kind donations have kept me running. Otherwise, I would have been able to do this about 2 weeks, and I would have had to go back to work. But thank you so much, everybody who has contributed. I don't know what the heck is wrong with chat now. It's supposed to be Super Chat's supposed to be on. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for picking up the slack. I was gonna retype in my email. So you can also follow along on your phone and just mute your phone and have the channel going on. And as long as you're logged in, you should be able to see everything, and including chat buttons and this and that. I know that's weird and convoluted, but yeah, it's Davidson with an N. Yeah. Sorry, I can't believe I spelled my own name wrong. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so is Super Chat back for you guys? It is not back for me, even though I refreshed it. Oh well, I'm not too worried about it. There's a PayPal link in the description, but with my email, you can just give me a gift card to like food or something. I'd be so grateful, and I'll definitely be sure to use that. Hey, there's our Black Hawk again, hanging out with the bucket. I wish we could see this like a movie. I found out some of these alert wildfire cams they do take movies. It may be that they're watching a movie the entire time from their control room, but just you and I are seeing time lapse, which is kind of like sad face. But well, at least we have what we have. So let me go back to the 4-alarm fire and its aftermath that I filmed in Portland. When I tried to get a video card, rip that idea. I could get them on eBay, but they retail at $6.99, and on eBay I can't find one less than $1,200. I'm just not going to do that. It's I could use $600 to improve this stream in my computer. That could be a very long road trip where I go and film history and film aftermath and interview survivors. That's what I could do with that $600. So I'm not. I don't want to resort to eBay. We may just have to make do with what we have. C-Probe. Oh, it works. Oh, thank you, C-Probe, for donuts and throat lozenges. Yeah, I'll have to get some more Fisherman's Friend lozenges. Thank you, and thank you for being such an awesome mod. You're awesome. Hey, Tiger Lily. Can I use DoorDash? I think so. Yeah, I think so. And thank you, Tiger Lily, for your kind support, too, and everybody. Hey, Mystery, how are you? Let me dig up the Portland thing. Unless there's some other fire update that I missed, there may be a river video. Oh my gosh, Alan, thank you. You're above beyond the call of duty. Thank you so much. If I have to, I'll bite the bullet and spend $1,200 on a video card. But you know what? That would make me cry so hard. Just so hard. It's just the shortage of video cards around the globe because of Bitcoin mining and the chip shortage and the disruption to manufacturing and all that. It means that it's just like getting Tickle Me Elmo. A lot of people will buy them even though they don't have kids to put them on eBay for 5 times the price, and that's the situation. The moment they go on sale online, they sell out in less than 6 seconds because bots around the world, thousands of them, will buy all of them. Will add it to a cart and check out faster than a human being can click. And so that's why nobody has them, but everybody wants them. Video cards sometimes only last a couple of years, and if yours goes on the fritz, you have to upgrade. Everybody's working from home and needs a video card for Zoom and such, and the demand's pretty crazy. So let's go find my. Sorry, let me find my downloaded off the phone a folder, and you guys get to see before I make the video on it. My raw video footage of the 4-alarm fire's aftermath that I went to. It happened about a week ago in Portland. And so since I had to drive to the international airport, I thought, why not? So I headed over that way. It was on Southeast Alder and 12th or something like that. Hang on. I'm looking for the folder. They're fresh off the phone. I just reviewed a couple of them. And a couple of funny things happened while I was filming that are just kind of almost amusing. Sorry, I misplaced. Oh, I didn't scroll up. Okay. So where? I did just misplace the entire folder. Hang on. Bear with me. The only fire to monitor anyway is to by its peak, so it's not like we're going to miss anything with the fires. J-Cat says I would sell my video card, but my warranty on my PC would be toast, even though I would never use it for what it does. You know what? I think that there was a class action or something. There's a legal precedent that says if you pop the seal on the side of the computer, you actually do not void the warranty because computers need to be cleaned. And so I remember back in the day, Gateway tried to screw me and my family when I had to take the door off. And that popped a seal, and we found there was something terribly wrong with the way they built the gateway. They actually used the wrong processor in the socket. They jammed a Pentium 2 into a Pentium 3 socket back in the day. I remember that very clearly. The parents on the phone arguing about that. And Gateway tried to say, "Well, you voided the warranty by opening the side panel," and we found a legal precedent where they can't technically do that. It's like saying you voided the warranty in your vacuum cleaner if you took the bag out. Come on. So I know that you may not want to do it, but you do have some legal rights if you pressed for them. It would take. What sucks is you may have to spend money to press for your legal rights, which is not cool. But judges in general found that completely ridiculous that they try to say that. Let's go back to PhotoSync. Okay. So here, I found it. Hot off the press. I haven't adjusted these images much at all. Let's go to the current date. I'll need to give you the backstory first. So we had this conversation. Oh, here, the Black Hawk's back at Tobias Peak. Now here's the intro to the fire. I sort of explain it in one of the videos, but we had this conversation about 2 weeks ago about how the homeless sometimes trying to keep warm and trying to see, light candles, that there's a frequent and horrible losses we take every year in the historical preservation community of historical buildings that are vacant at the time, and yet vagrants and or the homeless and or kids break in to explore, and then usually it's the homeless trying to make a cook fire or stay warm, that we can have some of the most atrocious structure fires and firefighter deaths included, because if they think somebody's inside, they'll go inside of a unsafe building to try to rescue them. And so there have been a couple of high-profile cases where the fire crews they lost some people inside looking for vagrants that might be in there, when they typically just exit the building and then run away because they don't want to be charged with anything. I mean, they oftentimes were just innocently trying to keep warm, but the ethical thing to do is tell the fire crews everybody's out, but then they run the risk of being arrested, and so normally they just skedaddle. In the case of Portland, they marked this building as unsafe with a big U when it was derelict, and it's been vacant about 3 years. Well, it's now toast. It's a pile of steaming rubble. But last week they caught fire, and it went to 4 alarms immediately. Portland doesn't have too many 4-alarm blazes. I think the last one was the one on Columbia, where there's like a scrapyard and they had tires or something. Uh-oh. Do we have a breaking news situation? A new fire in Fresno? Uh-oh. Okay. I guess we're not going to watch my whole video quite yet. Hey, there you go. Thanks for that link. FTC staff warns companies it is illegal to condition warranty coverage on the use of specific parts or services. There you go. That's KDoc. You are the link master. Los Pinos, San Diego, cams show fire and smoke. Okay, let's check that. Breaking news takes precedent over old news of yesterday. And I will show you guys the videos. I just found them. San Diego. Los Pinos? Oh dear. Yeah, that's the situation. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. It's been going for 3 hours. I didn't know about this. Once again, thank you guys for coming in chat and alerting me to things. I would need like a couple extra heads and some serious sets of octopus arms to monitor every county and every cam. That's for sure. So that's a 3-hour. How long has this been going on? Can we do a 6-hour? Did it started today? It looks like. Otherwise, this camera would be pointing at it. Crikey. Yeah. Thanks, Carrie. Yeah. Thank you so much. So bang. Yeah. So that happened at. Let's go back. When did the camera fixate on it? Yeah, it did look like a very fresh fire. It moved at 11:10. It would be about the time the camera picked it up. This looks pretty rural. We can check flight radar to see if they've got aircraft over it. That usually, the best use of aircraft in firefighting is to pounce immediately on the fire right after it starts. That's what all the firefighters tell me. Even if there's another fire they're already working, it's best to go to the new fire and get that contained before noon the next day, so it stays small and a done deal. Because if you have another massive fire break out and get too big, well, all it's going to do is divide the resources and take crews away from the existing fires. So they will break off, and if they're on the Caldor, Dixie, or something else, and shoot down here to Southern California to be where they are best use. And that's unfortunately what we see time and time again. So let's see. The Pines, okay. Los Pinos means the pines. I see. Let's look at our flight radar. First, we can get a good idea about where this is. Looks like it's close to the border. Tecate is over the border. So we might have another view from Otay Mountain. Doesn't look like we do. I see a very faint smoke trail up there past the hills. This is a 3-hour time lapse. Yeah, it's very close. Tijuana is just south of this cam, and this cam is looking to the east. Close, as in regionally close, not like throw a rock. Yeah, you see the smoke plume right here, right there. As it's getting tougher. Now, look at the light flashy fuels, though, of the, Southern California is a very different climate. It's basically like North Africa's climate. If you think of Central California and the foothills as being like Greece, this is further south and more deserty, so it's kind of like how North Africa has a strip of green before hitting deserts, and that's kind of the situation. It's pretty dang remarkably dry up here, down here, excuse me. So thanks for the heads up. We can look now at flight radar. We still got the copter buzzing around Tobias Peak 1 and going down towards the border. There's the Salton Sea, Mexicali, down to here. There's Tecate. I don't see any resources. Let's move this here. Let's take a look at the current map, get an idea where it might be. It's a big area. Remember, these have a long-range viewpoint. So could be by Morena Reservoir. I'm sure somebody else already has a link where they already figured out where it was. Somebody says Is there a camera on Tecate Peak? Rob says, no. Don't see one. We've got Otay over here to the west. This is the only camera which is visible. The others are pointing the wrong direction. So this is our viewpoint. And oh, you know what? I forgot, guys. The easy button. The Irwin fire starts. There. Nope. Sorry. If you select Irwin fire starts, it usually has them. That was from September 26th. So that's not it. It's not there yet. It's not reported yet and uploaded. Firecam targets is kind of cool. It shows you where everybody's aiming. So we can even switch to hybrid maps and such. So I'm thinking that oh, that's American Airlines. Nope, that's not at all dealing with it. It could be right here by Lake Marina County Park. If we go, let's go to map hybrid base. Actually, it's more of like a terrain. It's ugly. It's been going for hours and there's no aircraft on it, and I don't know why. So yeah, Alan T says no tankers on any right now, and that's probably because there's so much smoke, especially in Southern California. There's a ridge of high pressure, or shield of high pressure, whichever way you want to call that, around the area that's going to lift probably Tuesday and Wednesday. Then it gets cooler and colder. But then again, it seems like that's clear enough to fly right there. This is going to run fast if there's any wind at all, because of the nature of the fuels. The black kind of smoke you'll get from the manzanita type chaparral, grease wood is what some firefighters call that. So if it gets really, really black and dark, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a community going up. It's the nature of these fuels. They're full of oily stuff that create the black smoke. The tumbling tumbleweed type chaparral is notorious for that. So yeah, and it being very close to the border might complicate things. Sort of. It would be hard to perhaps coordinate with them for clearing airspace. I don't know how that works. But the we'll continue to watch it. The easiest way to pinpoint a fire is click on the aircraft, and they usually circle it. I've got a filter on. We can only see craft under 20,000 feet. We could go into Broadcastify and listen, but then it would get in the way of me showing you guys the video I wanted to show you. Oh, KDoc has a link for us. Cool. Thanks, mate. Oh, is it showing up as a CalTopo heat signature already? Well, that makes it easy. That makes it easy. What is that? Catalina Island. Salton Sea. Yeah, there we go. What? I just said easy. Okay, shut my mouth. There it is. Sticking out. Good idea, KDoc, to actually turn on heat signatures. Durr. I need more coffee. Okay, so it is south of the border. No wonder our CalFire crews aren't on it. It's south of the border? Wow, now that's one heck of a long-range camera view. That would be terrible. That's a lot of communities right there. Yikes. So that's OpenStreetMap. the scan topos, though, it gives you an idea of the structure button doesn't work apparently for Mexico, but that's a bunch of series of ranches there on the landscape. Perhaps a lot of great risk to a lot of livestock as well. So, wow, I guess that is one heck of a long range zoom on that camp. Let me turn off shade relief. Wow. Well, that explains it, though. So I hope Mexico is going to handle that okay. We should help them if we can, because they helped us and they helped Canada. When we called for help from other countries, they showed up this year and last. So I would hope that we could get that cleared up right away and just go help them. I mean, what else would our fire crews do? Just sitting on a tarmac somewhere, you know? So, oh, Tiger Lily sent me an Uber Eats card. Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind support. This is day 80 of the fire stream. I've had 9 days total off, and this has been kind of brutal. Sitting here covering fires for every waking hour of almost every single day since July 14th. So I'm kind of at the end of my rope with exhaustion, but I'll stay and man my station as much as I can here. I've got to clean up the house and move furniture. I had a leak in the window yesterday. People are going to come to fix it Wednesday. So I've got a huge amount of books to move and bookcases. So I just wanted to check in with you guys today. Until the 6th, we can't have night stream either, because the ISP is working with the construction crew for the neighborhood. Long story. I'm kind of living in a construction zone. There will be service interruptions throughout the nights. So there's no use having a fire stream if I can't turn it back on if it gets interrupted. So we'll have daytime updates until the 6th, then we'll check back in and see what we do. But we'll continue looking at that. There's still a helicopter, I think, buzzing around Tobias Peak 1. But I wanted to show you guys the thing with Portland now. So let me go back to my intro. It's going to be Aftermath, Portland's 4-alarm fire in southeast Alder. My video. Okay. So the other cans, we should check real quick to make sure that like Buck Rock is doing okay. We think so. It straight up orange, scary, almost dark at midday, kind of a color. But the K&P is not going to move very fast today. They're even doing some strategic firing ops. But ultimately, the wind is blowing directly towards Buck Rock too, and so is all the smoke. So tonight, after night falls, we'll probably see crazy flames in the Buck Rock cam, because we saw them kind of like this on the horizon. Like if you see the contours, we kind of saw like flames like this last night in the time lapse. If it switches to infrared, or heck, even if it doesn't, even if it's in color mode, we should see a scary fire show coming closer and closer to Buck Rock as the K&P, driven by southwest mild winds, kind of makes its way that direction. And it's already at this point where it's kind of climbing towards Buck Rock. No matter which way the wind blows, fire can climb towards it in a pretty slow manner. So we'll continuously look at that. But it's picture story time now. Let me go back to the chat, and if you have just found us, here's the hourly annoying hit the like and subscribe button, please, because that's what keeps the channel trending, and that's what helps us reach people. The channel's channels like related to up-to-date info. YouTube does a terrible job at connecting people with what they're seeking. It only really connects people with videos that are already going viral or trending, so I really appreciate you guys are hitting that button. I feel bad asking about that because I get irritated when other YouTube channels do that, but I understand it now. It's an algorithm we're fighting. And so hitting the like and subscribe button, I'm very, very grateful, and sharing the link with anybody who might need information. Now, at any time during story time now, which I'm going to show you guys my home video of the 4-alarm fire aftermath. At any time, get my attention with @Kathryn. You type that in chat. It especially works well on a desktop. It doesn't work too well on a phone. But flag me so I know that you're talking about directly to me, and we will stop whatever we're doing to answer your question about an ongoing fire. And it's just open question and answer time in general. But since there's very little to see, except that little Black Hawk is still moving around. Hey. Since there's very little to see other than that. Oh, you can even see the water coming out of the Bambi bucket. They're actually called Bambi buckets. Oh, and that's a good illustration of the swing. People think that a helicopter will hover over a fire and then release the water, and it doesn't. It'll take a big turn, a big arc, and at this point in the arc, they'll release the water to fling it where it should go. Because helicopters actually can't hover over a fire. That's very dangerous. The thermal updrafts are very destabilizing, and they could just be thrown out of the sky. So they'll actually, and plus, if they use centrifugal force, they can kind of pinpoint precision drop the water. Whereas gravity and wind is going to take over things and create like a mist. If they were just hovering and dropping, you just don't see that happen very much. Maybe a very, very small backyard fire spot, to save a backyard, you would see something like that. But for the most part, they fly real close, swing around, and discharge the water like at the end of their arc and fling it at the landscape. Every once in a while, we get a really good example of that. So anyway, back to chat. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Did I miss anything, guys? Flag me now. Something's going on in Mexico. I hope that we help them. We owe them a bunch. Their crews help us when we need it. We've got a mutual aid agreement of some sort with them, and this thing is taken off. This is across the border. This is extreme zoom. I just hope everything's going to be okay. That's a lot of ranches and a lot of horses and cattle presumably at risk, and perhaps lives. It's these kind of fuels, the chaparral, tumbleweed bushes. They don't burn for very long, but they burn fast and hot, and they rip across the landscape. It's very hard for fire crews to get ahead of it and try to stop it, just with the rate of speed. We see the smoke is going, not vertical as if there were almost no winds. It's horizontal and diagonal, and that means that there's pretty good winds pushing the smoke away from its origin. So it has potential to move quite quickly. The only thing about this area that it might have going for it is, remember last week's torrential rain? It was like flash flooding by Tecate and Mexicali. At least they got some recently. C-Probe says it's called transitional lift when a helicopter is moving forward. It is more efficient. A heavily loaded helicopter, such as with a full bucket, may not be able to hover in hot air. Hey, thanks, C-Probe. Thanks. I forgot you got your piloting. You're a pilot, right? I forget your credentials. Were you a pilot for firefighting or just in general? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting everybody's particulars. I've met like 800 people in the last 2 months. It's been really difficult to keep everybody straight. I'm so sorry. Rob Langsdorff says that new fire south of the border appeared to be about 5 miles south-southeast of a start on the Pacific Crest Trail south of Campo. Really? Really? Yikes. Okay, so All right, we're finally here at Portland. Let me go off screen and set up the story time. So, once again, to just redo the intro. Last week, Portland had a 4-alarm fire. It's about 1 week ago. And it started sometime in the night. All the news crews have nighttime footage of it. The building was marked with a U, meaning unsafe. Fire crews have about 60 or 64 of those buildings marked in Portland, meaning it's too dangerous for them to enter it unless somebody is trapped inside, and that would be the only reason to enter. Unsafe to enter means there's either a lack of exits are blocked, or they're hard to find, or the entire structure is structurally unsound, or there may be a hazardous condition inside, such as hoarder-like, stuffed to the rafters with flaming material situation. If things are stacked up without being secured, they can fall and trap fire crews. You get the idea. So this was one of those buildings. So the fire crews arrived. Maybe they could have saved it, but it had a couple things going against it, which I'll get to in the video just now. So they arrived at the unsafe building. They did a defensive fire attack, which means from the outside. The rumor about the homeless starting it on the inside is a couple of things point in that give it weight that it might be the fire's cause. It's still under investigation. But one was the owners kind of left it derelict and did not repair their fence and did not hire security, even though it's been derelict for 3 years. They allowed people to go inside without really facing them out or fixing the fence. And so the local desperate homeless group of people found refuge in it, with Portland having finally cold weather after a pretty long summer. So that drove, and it got wet, and that drove homeless people to find shelters. And then the fire crews had marked it as unsafe in the interior because of the amount of trashing that vagrants and probably teens and that kind of a crowd did on the interior of the structure. So the other thing that had it going against it was its construction. It was built in 1906. Now, we could find it on Google Maps. That may be a good place to start. I think that was 12th and Alder. I don't know Portland very well. Let me go 12th and Alder. Southeast Alder. That's quite important to say southeast. Now, whenever anything is southeast or northeast in Portland, it means east of the river. The river is one of the rare south to north running rivers, just like the Nile. It's pretty rare on Earth. But the Willamette River cuts Portland in half, with the affluent west side and the, gritty, industrial, and or poor east side, depending. Although the east side is changing quite a bit, gentrifying and all that kind of thing. So was it 12? I'm finding this off screen. We can look at these cams in the meantime while I set up the video. Was it 12? No, it's not 12. Where the heck am I in this town? Sorry. It's by the 6th and no. Heck, I just drove here yesterday and I'm already lost in Google Maps. Alder. Hang on a second. I'll find it, friends. Oh, J.E. Cat is saying something. A sea probe is not a firefighting pilot, but the aerodynamics are aerodynamics, and so I try to share the knowledge when it helps. Absolutely, you're so awesome. So ironically, what I said on my broadcast about 2 weeks ago was, yes, Portland does have fires that seem to be caused by the homeless. It's not unique to other cities. It's just a phenomenon that's sad. It could be quite cold. And so Portland has almost every single street corner right now tents. And I can't stress that enough. When I say every single street corner, I'm not kidding. Almost every single street corner has tents of the homeless on the sidewalk. And it's reached insane proportions. Over the last 2 years, there's been a rent crisis. A lot of people that have jobs are living in tents on the streets of Portland because they went on this spree of tearing down low-income housing and only issuing building permits for high-income housing. So we have a situation in Portland where it's come to a head, the policies of the last couple of years, where they give a green light to developers and they're raking in money with the development permit process and just rolling in dough at the expense of, well, it's short-sighted, creating a future crisis of homelessness. And that pigeon just came home to roost because now you have people that are on wait lists for any sort of medium to low-income type housing for 2 years. They may even have a job here. They may move here. I had a friend that moved here, and he lived out of his car for 7 months before the wait list finally came up for an affordable apartment. And he was working as a architect's apprentice type person the entire time. Like there are giant empty condo towers that are like not even 1/5 rented for millionaires sitting around the town, and yet there's a 2 to 3 year waiting list for anybody to get affordable housing anywhere near the town. So you have this crisis, and they're still knocking down affordable housing and building condo towers to this day. It's just absolutely insane. So the literally tents on every street corner. What happens when it gets cold? Every single day, if you look at Pulse Point and like Portland Fire and Rescue, vegetation fire or illegal fire, tent fire, because they cook every day with open flame in their tents. And, well, tents are very flammable, made out of petroleum products. So there's some of those get loose into the vegetation. And it really is no coincidence that on the colder days you have more of these fires. And what I couldn't think about and the 2 weeks ago when we had this conversation, or a week and a half ago, was I couldn't remember any specific building that Portland had lost that was found to be caused by vagrants inside. But I did remember it. It was called albino fuel. So somebody randomly challenged me and seemed strangely upset about the general common sense kind of obvious statement that sometimes fires get out of control with open flame. That's the number one cause of a structure fire, if you rule out electrical and stuff. Hey, there's our Black Hawk. Look, it's streaming. It's splashing with the bucket. So, ironically, I said 2 weeks ago, well, just wait. You'll have more this year. Probably. And I hate being right because it's just logical reasoning. If you have a situation ready for disaster that's possible, such as that amount of homeless people and that amount of empty buildings, I mean, do the math. It's going to be a matter of time before it happens. And so, unfortunately, that's what happened. Let's go back to Desiree says, what the heck? What the heck what? What's going on? It's 9th and Alder. Okay. Yeah, Happy Valley did not used to be nice, Desiree. Happy Valley used to be Crime Central Station. That was the most ironic of terms. Happy Valley, that's super gentrified now, according to the real estate people I know. I know a lot of real estate agents in the Portland area. It's a long story, but I was kind of like doing photography work for one of them at one point. But the it was actually too sad to continue that line of work, just going into foreclosed homes during the foreclosure crisis, and just seeing what got me was the heartfelt messages scrawled on the wall, such as "Goodbye House" from children, "I'm going to miss you," and in crayons. We wish we could have stayed here. It was just heartbreaking, and it was also really, really gross. People did vindictive things like put baby diapers in an entire room, like in a bedroom, like a year's worth of used baby diapers, as a vindictive get-back game for the bank that would take the house, like rats running around. And I had to buy several pairs of cat pee shoes, because another vindictive thing when the bank's about to take the house is let the animals come in and use the bathroom everywhere. So the ammonia from walking on cat pee carpet was eating the soles of my shoes, and I ruined a couple of good ones before I essentially began walking around in flip-flops, like one-time use flip-flops. It was a horrible kind of a job, but I still keep in touch with those folks in there, and they're just dismayed as anybody about what the stupid city council is doing. They're just basically ruining the town. With short-sighted, let's rake in all the money we can from issuing building permits. You could take a lovely Victorian home, and I've seen them, that somebody takes 30 years to restore, puts on the market, it gets sold instantly because developers are now issued a 24-hour expedited teardown permit process. There could be nothing wrong with the structure. It's a Victorian. It's from the 1870s. And the fence goes up around it, and it's torn down within 24 hours. There's no historic protection for buildings. If a building's on the National Register of Historic Places, it gets taken off. Just with a decision-making process. It's been the most horrific thing I've ever seen. I don't recognize Portland, entire neighborhoods, every time I go back to it. But I found it. I found the pictures. And if there's Big Dog says in the 1950s Happy Valley was farmland. Yeah, there's still the ghostly remains of like the dairies in southwest Portland, or southeast, by that one bridge. I found it was so weird. It's a dairy milk evaporator place in not Milwaukee, but getting close to Milwaukee, off the bridge that's just north of the Selwood. Which one is that? It's really sketchy. The bridge that was found to be structurally unsafe, then they inspect it twice a month. That one. Hey, there's the Bambi bucket, and there's the cameo of the helicopter right there. Oh gosh, why can't I remember it? Hey, he's doing the sling again. See? Swish. It's pretty cool. Maybe Tobias Peak Lookout will live. The Lone Ranger's on it, man. I wish we could tune in to the chatter. Anyway, I'm just setting it up. You guys need to know the backstory on what the heck's happened in Portland. Why are there tents on every street corner? Many of my photographs you're about to see will show some of them. Although I try to be polite and not photograph people's tents. I mean, that is the only home they've got, and I feel weird about it. At the same time, I want to show people what is occurring. I don't know how to be a journalist. I don't know how to. Trying to learn fast, but just that's a very fine line between reporting things how it is and being very respectful in the process. So let me go back and find my videos. Okay. I think in this one, I kind of explain it a little bit, like what happened with the fire. Ross Island, yes, Big Dog. Yeah, there is a milk evaporator. I drove past there a while ago, and there was this funny smell. And I was like, that smells like milk. Not really spoiled milk, but and it was an evaporator. And that was right by the Ross Island Bridge, next to a concrete plant. And, well, that whole area used to be farmland nearby. So, okay, did I miss anything? If it's 9th and Alder, then I think I should set up the only photograph we have, there's one from the county assessor's office, which is a bit better to explain the story. Here's a Google Street View, which really doesn't do this justice. You can see how it has the old false front, kind of like general, like here's a general store kind of a deal. You know how they used to be taller than the rest of the roof line? This is the area that would have the signage and declare what the store was above the main entrance of the store. So this used to, this building's been a variety of things. And it looks like junk right now because it's derelict. And it has new siding on it. But if it had its original, you know, nice looking, here's a store from, you know, the 1920s, turn of the century, it would have looked very classical, kind of like the general store kind of a look. These would have been windows all in the front. In fact, they could be, they're probably not glass, but they probably once were windows where you would see the shopping on the main floor. And then next to it over here, this is being renovated. It's an old warehouse in general. And so I pull up and I park right over here-ish. I don't know which. I mean, I visited here a couple times throughout the day. I realized I was hungry and went for lunch. And so I think one of my videos, I'm approaching from this direction, looking to the north. Now this has been renovated and looks nice now. So they were already in the middle of this construction of saving this. This is a historic district where there's some really cool old industrial buildings interspersed with a couple of old Victorians. And the hipsters of Portland love these. These are turn of the century / 1920s constructions. And a lot of times these are being turned into art galleries and, you know, hipster stuff in general. There's 1800s buildings, dang graffiti on there. But a lot of them are just dust them off and they look really cool, really nice. But we're losing them bit by bit because of the, there's nothing protecting historic buildings right now. Any developer buys anything, they can do anything that they want. And you can see this has new siding on it, but it's a pretty dang old, this is the old style of almost like dry dock or trains type things used to go in here. And you have a moving, like it would go along this track, and it would be a winch, and it would like carry stuff back and forth in a manufacturing plant. So Portland doesn't manufacture too much now, but I actually did find out that there's some of it's alive and kicking. And this building now looks really good. You'll see, and it's been renovated in my video. And the one that was up there, there's a secret treat that I found in that one too. But let's go back to the task at hand. This is the one that burned to the ground. And you can see the U right there. It means unsafe to enter. And why they marked it with a U is the fire crews had already responded to a fire within the structure. Not too long ago, actually, maybe just months ago. Now, they were trying to sell the lot, basically. I don't know how much they had let the maintenance go, but it had been vacant for approximately 3 years, and it's got new kind of siding on it. It's unfortunate. It belies the fact that this is a really old building. I interviewed some people on the street, kind of informally. They didn't want to be on camera. But the last incarnation of the building was an auto parts type of a shop. But originally, the person I interviewed on the street said it was a poultry processing plant for 1906 kind of an era. And so it had problems in 1906 of keeping everything cool. So I don't know if it had icebox deliveries or if it had true refrigeration. Around 1906 that existed, true refrigeration. Oh yeah, Desiree, you would not believe how many old Victorians are tearing down like daily, and unique architectural treasures. the last type of architecture from the 1950s from a famous architect was just bulldoze. Like last week in Portland, I heard about that. There's a Facebook group called Stop Demolishing Portland, and it'll just make you cry every single day what they post. 1906 buildings like this, toast. Now this is a success story. This right here, they wanted to tear it down, and it's a late 1800s, turn of the century building. They renovated it. The community fought hard, and it's alive and kicking. Really quaint and really nice. It looked like trash for a bit, but you can renovate these. You can make them safe on the interior, earthquake-proof them, and they just keep the lovely character of the neighborhood. And there are some lovely treasures like that building. I don't know if that's the Oregon Telegraph building. It might be. I want to find where the Telegraph building is, because that was the first building to ever become aware that the San Francisco earthquake happened in 1906. They were talking to San Francisco, and the line went dead. And so the telegraph operators in Portland knew about it first. That reminds me of the Telegraph building. I just don't want to name it that until I've confirmed it. But anyway, as you can see, judging by the autopilot store here, we're losing all the history. So here's the problem. This fence was violated, and vagrants got in there. It was not repaired. The fire crews went in there responding, I don't know, a month ago or so, to a minor fire indoors. They found vagrants. They found the criminal element in there, trashing it and graffitiing it. They found, kids were getting in there, exploring and all that kind of stuff, just bad. And they wanted the owners to fix the fence, just make some kind of attempt to keep people out of the structure because it was extremely hazardous. So they marked it with a U, unsafe to enter. That's for their own purposes. It means unless somebody is dying in there, if this building is ablaze, we are not going inside. Either it's maze-like in the interior, not enough exits, inadequate exits, or blocked exits, or a crumbling, unsafe structure, or all of the above. Now, mind you, I don't know about the. As you can see, people got on the roof. That's a big type of an illegal mural. That was probably many days of them getting up there and doing it. But here, nonetheless, as far as I know, when it was a chicken processing plant, it had, and this is important, a kind of a ramp area for loading. So I don't know about the sidewalk. The sidewalk is going to play into the story very greatly here. You won't believe what happened there. They had a ramp. This is a drive-down ramp. It actually descends. And this is where they would load things in the building. Now, I don't know if that was original to the 1906. It may have been. That may have been where the chickens came in, they got processed, and the meat went out. It could have been also that this sidewalk was hollow, and it may have at one point had doors that opened so that you could park a truck here, delivery or pickup, and take things down directly to the basement. That was a common feature of buildings, especially when coal furnaces were the way that things were heated and such. But looking at this Google Earth image, this is June 2019, you don't see any grate or anything that would indicate an elevator's presence. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't one. This could have been concrete poured at a later date. I mean, it looks pretty old, but in Portland, around 1906, they were still putting horse rings on the sidewalk. So I would think this is a newer pour. The horse rings are these iron rings like this, and that's where you tied up your horse. And those iron rings are still in the sidewalk all around Portland today. So lacking the horse rings, I would imagine this is not the original sidewalk. And maybe if there was an elevator shaft here, it's just covered up by the concrete. So that plays into the story. Also note the signs. The motorcycle parking, this and that, just note the signs. And the general The reason I introduced that building is it plays into orienting yourself when I show you my own video. So, once again, 1906 building, wooden construction. It looked like it might have been concrete down here at the base, but as far as I know, it was 100% wooden. At one point, these are probably big storefront windows. Chicken processing plant sometime around the turn of the century. Auto parts store was its last incarnation, probably just storing stuff. In the last 3 years vacant, excuse me. I try not to lose my voice. The idea is I was going to set up this video and stop talking for a bit. I'm almost there, voice. Come on, bear with me. I need a fisherman's friend. This is vacant last 3 years with the vagrants and the criminal element coming in and out. So why did it burn down last week? Probably because it was wet and cold. And the tent shelter situation sucks in Portland if it's wet and cold. So, and here's a good example. There's just tents on every single street corner, and I'm not kidding about that. This is even starting, this was June 2019. It's worse now. I couldn't believe it. I should have just driven through the streets with a dash cam. You would not believe that the tent city's just everywhere. So, it looks like trash now, but once upon a time, this looked like a really nice building. Pretty quaint. Just bad siding on it and bad paint and boarded up stuff at the bottom. But maybe we could find a picture of it later. So note the curvy round sidewalk. Note the signs. Note this building in the background. It's about the only way that you could tell what is what in the scene. And note that the building adjacent is in this gray color. It still is that gray color. So, yeah, time to start the videos. Looking back, let's look back at the fire in Mexico across the border. This is a 3-hour time lapse before I start the videos. And I'm hoping the situation gets better, but it looks like it isn't. Camera had to pan to keep it all in view. It spread. So hopefully they can work with that. Tobias Peak, still kind of smoky. Okay, let's go back to picture story time. Now, the U on the building and the fact they had a minor fire earlier probably is what saved lives, because this is one of the craziest things that have happened in recent fire history. Portland had some recent crazy ones the last decade or so, like the situation with Taylor Electric. That was insane. But this is pretty bad. This is one of the more remarkable type of buildings, and I'm glad we didn't lose anybody. We really could have lost fire crews on this one. It's a really good lesson. That's why we're taking the time now. So I think I set it up here in some sort of an intro. This is all raw video, mind you guys. With raw video, you kind of babble and you cut out your babbling. That's the way it works. People don't just speak perfectly on air. There's a lot of and then you cut that out. So, looking back at chat, did I miss anything? It's open question and answer time. I mean, we will pause the story time if there's any sort of question somebody has. It's just that we can't see anything on majority of cams right now. There's really nothing to watch. So I figured you guys would want to know a little bit of history time. This will keep me from having to speak 100% of the time as well. So, barring any sort of thing, here's some raw video. Well, while I'm in Portland, I may as well stop by at the scene of this 4-alarm fire. Remember, I'm sick. I don't look great. That actually collapsed a 115-year-old building. It's pretty serious. The fire crews had marked it with a U, and they don't do that too often. But what it means is the building is too unsafe to go in unless victims are trapped inside. So it means high likeliness of being trapped within the structure, and also high likeliness of the structure collapsing itself. So they went pretty defensive and stayed outside of it for the most part, and then eventually it did just crumble. So I'm about to walk over there, and behind me here, was my memory is being tickled here that this building may have had something to do with fire, ironically, in the past. It may have actually been like a fire station headquarters. Like, they do have some larger doors like that one right there, or something to do with Portland's fire history in general, but I can't remember. I have a really old memory of coming back here, and it was a legendary photography store, and I had a brief conversation with the people that were inside the building, and they were telling me about its history. So anyway, the point is, I'll have to figure that out later because I don't remember. So that's raw video. That was the kind of setup. I just walked around with a cell phone, and thank you everybody who's donated to my camera fund. When I get a good camera, I'll be able to do this and make it look pro and interview people for real. So this is the idea. This is what I can do with a cell phone. You know, put a camera in my hands, a real one, and I'll show you wonderful things and places. So the next video that I have is yeah, I think it's this one. Sorry, I'm looking at the date taken. Yeah, I finally arrived at the right spot. Okay, so okay, I wanted to pause that and point out, yeah, I'll show you that is where I parked at that point. So this is the same view, but notice how the building's missing. This one's still here, fire damaged slightly, and that one's missing. So let's go back, see. Now, the building on the left has been fixed up nice. It really can look really cool. Kind of an Art Deco-ish kind of a building. I don't know about the whole gray color scheme, but it could be worse. But just goes to show, old historic buildings can be cleaned up nice. They just need some lipstick on them. But notice how this building is gone. It's only a week later. It's not like they've done a lot of rubble removal. I mean, there's still an investigation. It's mostly still there, sitting in a smoking pile. At this point, I smelled the building. In fact, driving a couple blocks away, I could smell burning coffee smell that smelled a bit like acrid, you know, like stinging kind of in the back of your throat, kind of a burning plasticky kind of smell. Also, the kind of smell that smelled like burned metal, like, you know, lead paint type smell. A big variety, but it was all just mostly nasty. I looked around. I mean, there could have been a coffee roaster nearby, but I didn't see one. I think it was the building. So this will be funny later. This plays into the story. These guys right here are doing something with the sidewalk, and the windows, I think, shattered. I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of rioting in Portland where people went on window shattering sprees, but I think it might have been fire related. I don't know. This building was nearly taken down. They had the deck gun, the ladder truck deck gun on the roof of this building, trying to cool it off and the adjacent buildings. Otherwise, the entire block would have gone off. I wasn't sure if the fire damaged this building next door, but it might have. I could smell like fire. It's kind of gross. It's acrid. Oh, there it is. this is huge. Yeah, I had no idea that the building was this large. It just doesn't look that large. It doesn't look this large on the computer screen in Google Maps. Now I know where we are. I remember the other building over there used to be some sort of a kind of a turn-of-the-century market and even had a bowling alley in it. Building was 115 years old. This is one of the cooler industrial sections that had gritty but nice and lovely looking old buildings. Yeah, it looks like they had damage at this one. It was adjacent. I don't recall seeing that on any of the news. So, wow. Quite a scene of devastation. That's going to take a long time to figure out what caused this, unless a witness or something comes forward. But if the homeless were squatting in it, it doesn't seem likely. It's just really tragic, all the old growth wood type stuff that goes into the old buildings. They were planning to tear this down, I think. Which raises another question about origin. Suspicions. Sometimes an old building is worth more dead than alive, unfortunately. Ouch. At this point, note all of these tents up here. That's a series of them. That's they've taken over the entire sidewalk. You have to go around. You have to cross the street to go around them. And why doesn't Portland Police, clear them out? Because they're everywhere. There's also another series of tents down the street across behind those bushes. There's also a bunch of tents down that street. There's also a bunch of tents down that street and to the right. They're on every street corner. I can't tell you how bad it is. In hipster Portland, oftentimes old buildings are reused for really cool purposes, turned into bars and condos and apartments. The amount of, even if it looks like it's brick or concrete on the outside, the amount of wood on the inside, the old raftering, like here's a good example actually, can be really amazing type of wood you can't get anymore. It's pretty much Pacific Northwest old growth, and this type of ceiling is a it's kind of building that fire crews normally wouldn't enter. I believe this is a bow truss. It has some reinforcement though. Yeah, it's bow truss. So this is the kind of death trap roof construction that that firefighters hate. The roof, as you can see, the beams, if they were sitting on the walls, would be okay. The whole roof is held up by these bow-shaped trusses. Well, yeah, my whole point in the documentary type thing about this was I would illustrate why they're called a bow, because it's like a bow and arrow, but they're inverted like that. That's why it's called bow truss. Like you would fire the arrow like that. And what I'm trying to talk about is this beam right here. This is the big flaw in the construction type. The truss does not sit on the wall. The whole thing does not sit on top of the wall. It sits on top of this beam. I need a different color pen. It sits on top of this beam. This beam is attached to the wall with bolts. Just little bolts, like that. It's a very common type of construction. of the past. And I think it's banned today, or at least it has to be changed quite a bit. So if we were to zoom in, you would see them. Now this is a bit of a concrete pillar on the inside, but it stops and it has the it holds up these beams. So it's just a pillar there, a pillar there. I don't think that amount of concrete can even hold up the roof, although this is better than some. Sometimes you don't even see those kind of pillars on the wall. But here's the big problem is and I'm trying to explain, is when the fire is eating this, eventually it weakens and gives way, and the entire roof will collapse in a cascading, domino effect. So the fire can directly attack what's holding up the roof, which is this beam attached to the wall. It's not on top of the wall, it's attached to it. So it can fall down. It takes the entire roof with it. So that's what I'm trying to explain. And instead of sitting on the walls, it sits on top of a wooden beam lining the walls, which you can see kind of running the length right under there. And so when the wood burns through, because the fire's on the interior of the structure, then the entire roof will collapse without a warning. That's why firefighters hate them, and I don't believe they're allowed anymore. I think you can do a similar construction where the bow truss is sitting on top of the wall, but not kind of attached to a flimsy beam on the interior. It doesn't take a 5-year-old to figure out that that's not very stable. Yeah, J.E. Cat remarks that, it looks like an old ice arena. Yeah, that is the best way in the past that they had to make a big, expansive, and yet strong roof. It is very strong. It's, nothing is stronger than an arch, and basically that's making an arch out of the roof. However, the fire is its main weakness with that type of construction. Don't ask me why don't ask me why the trusses don't go over the wall. If they were over the top of the wall like this and sat on top of them, it would be great. Bing! But instead, there's a beam right here underneath the wall, and the bow sits on that. And when the beam gets eaten by fire, it all falls down, and that's bad. So I was remarking about, I didn't know what kind of roof construction this was because we didn't get a good look at it. But the next person I interviewed said that it was a pitched roof, it was peaked in a different type of construction. But just looking in that other building, I couldn't resist the perfect thing to film to show you guys what kind of wood was used in the interior of these old buildings. They'll look like they're concretey from the outside, but they'll have these stretched out with the interior, and they're mostly exposed to fire. Today you would protect these beams. You would buy the building time with the drywall. In the past they would spray them with asbestos, kind of like they did with the World Trade Center. They sprayed some of the steel beams with asbestos. Thank goodness they don't do that anymore. But there should be something like drywall, or something to prevent open flame from immediately hitting the structural supports of the building. That's a nice speed bump. If you could just buy fire crews 10 extra minutes to arrive and set up shop, usually interior structure fires can be get a hold of. However, if the structural supports are attacked from the get-go, there may not be anything they can do by the time they arrive. So with the bow truss type construction, it's the type they don't want to enter, period. They'll oftentimes put a U on the outside of buildings in other communities. I didn't see one on this building, but with Paradise, the Safeway burned down, and I remark about that. I found the telltale signs of bow truss construction because I could see the side of the burned up walls of the Safeway had the remnants. Like the only place where the beam was left was right where the little rivets were, and there would be a tiny piece of the beam about that big on the wall. And I went, yep, that's why they wouldn't try to save that Safeway. Even if they wanted to, that it would be something they couldn't do. Also, the problem about getting on the roof. With Paradise, the embers landing on the roofs meant if you wanted to save a building, you had to be on top of the roof for each one. And unless they had an endless water supply, that wasn't going to happen. So you see the Ace Hardware Survive, which was right next to a creek and had a different style of roof construction and a bigger parking lot and was more defensible with the nearby Safeway not surviving. So this is just, I go on and on about that. And we're just watching raw video. Reminder, you guys are getting a sneak peek. So hit the like and subscribe button if you like my content, because more like this is to come. Fire education and history. That's why firefighters hate them, and I don't believe they're allowed anymore. I think you can do a similar construction where the bow truss is sitting on top of the wall, but not kind of attached to a flimsy beam on the interior. It doesn't take a 5-year-old to figure out that that's not very stable. But back then they designed buildings to be pretty and functional rather than fire safety in mind. It's only after many tragedies of entire crews getting trapped and having the ceiling fall on them that they realize, that's not good. Change building codes. So I'm gonna see if I can, wow. I think this is what they were talking about. The sidewalk collapsed here. That was one of those old style sidewalks. You could see it underneath that stop sign in the distance. It was one of those old style sidewalks where the floor would open up and you could, in the past, have an elevator. And the elevator would allow you to take coal or something to the furnace in the basement. Old businesses. Wow, look at that. Look at that winch. I'm just kind of mesmerized by this scene here. And so the fire got underneath the sidewalk and collapsed the entire sidewalk. That's just terrifying. Now, when I randomly pause like that, it's because I'm trying not to get hit by cars. I'm pushing my body straight up against this fence, and I'm filming through it. And meanwhile, cars are going by behind me. So it's a sad bit of old Portland that's lost now. I wish they would have refurbished the building and kept the original character of it. Now, speaking of the beams, like Smitty and such was mentioning in chat, there were some very large beams. Whoops, that's the wrong button. They're mostly eaten through and broken in half, but like that and that would have been some of the roof beams. There's some insanely long ones. Now, that's mainly from extremely tall trees, and they're one solid piece of wood. And I don't know if balloon frame necessarily applies here. I can't make... Maybe somebody else who was like had a better trained eye, like a fire investigator, could tell me what we're looking at. But back east, they shipped a lot of the old growth wood that was harvested in the Pacific Northwest and in California both. Those old growth trees that they unfortunately cut down became these incredibly long rafters. And sometimes they were vertical, and they would go the entire length of a structure, like a 3-story apartment building had a beam of one long solid piece of wood. And balloon framing in places like New York City and Harlem, it gives firefighters a shudder, like, oh God, we hate that. Because they allowed for the type of construction you can't even do anymore, which is to have cavities in the wall go up to 3 stories tall, without a fire break, without, like, there may be floors, for people to live on, but inside of the wall, there is nothing. There is a cavity that goes from the basement to the top. They can be 4 stories tall, the likes of which those trees just don't really exist anymore to harvest. But with a rafter or a beam that tall, there's no fire stops in there. There might be insulation, but if the insulation catches fire in the basement, it'll go all the way to the ceiling, and you'll have a fire on the roof before you even have a fire on the 3rd, 2nd, or 1st floor. You have one in the basement, and it climbs up the wall and gets on the roof. that can be pretty insane. And so I do find out a little bit more about this building as we go along, because I flagged out people on the street and I'm like, hey there. But you can see that some of these are just quite huge, quite impressive, huge pieces of wood. Now, what I don't say on the video, so I'm going to say it now, is why is this thing a pile of rubble instead of like your typical building with, you know, a hollowed center and boarded up windows? They let this burn to the ground because they had to. The interviews with the fire chiefs and crews was basically, it was unsafe to save it. They would have had to enter the building. That's not worth firefighter lives in any case. And the sidewalk eventually collapsed on them. Thank God nobody died in that. And the fire was in the basement. And it was already getting spreading throughout the different floors. So to access the basement, they would have probably had to go through some sort of a maze-like wooden staircase kind of situation. Because look around, there's no staircase of concrete that I see. There's no brick staircases that I see. There's no metal staircases that I see. And so that's one of the number one ways to die in a fire, is go on a wooden staircase that burns up. And then how do you get out? So the other situation was, I don't know how structurally sound the building was. Did it have leaks? Did it whatever? The wood looked, from what I can tell, to be in mostly decent shape. Some parts of it looked a little water damaged and rotted, but I don't think it was structurally unsound. In fact, these beams are still standing and withstood the fire. This floor is almost still intact. I saw some video of the crews trying to tear this stuff down, trying to hit it with a deck gun to make it squish flat and get down, so they could hit it with all angles with the deck gun. And if you've never seen a deck gun, that's the strongest beam of water that they have on a fire engine. They can't hit people with it or it will kill people. The stream of water is that intense. It'll take somebody, lift them off their feet, smash them against a wall, and break their neck. It'll break ribs. So they have to call for everyone out of the building before they use a deck gun. But that's the serious stuff on the top of a tall ladder. So they had the tall ladders like this, and they had the deck gun hitting, like, you know, down the street. I wish I could show you the news footage, but it's going to be a copyright issue. So this is my own raw video, and I needed to explain what I don't explain in the video. But let's keep going. They did it. Oh, sorry. To finish up that point, they attacked it from the outside. Thank goodness from across the street, because if they had been on the sidewalk, the walls collapsed eventually, and then the sidewalk did collapse too. I can't imagine a fireman being on a sidewalk and then falling into this pit of hell, basically. That would have been insane. So this situation, we could have lost fire crews. This is the kind of nightmare fire that you would hate to ever hear about. And there could be bodies in here. They don't really know. They don't think so. They didn't think anybody was still in there. They did not go in there to look, as far as I know. So it's not beyond the possibility that they could find a body. They just think everybody was out. And I don't know where they got that info, but that's what the news is saying. Oh, John did. Hey, John D, thank you so much for the kind support. You guys keep me going. This is day, 80 of the fire stream, and I've had 9 days off. Being here almost every waking hour, talking about 14 hours a day. I'll be here during fire crisis, as long as I have the kind support and donations like that. I can be here and man the station. And thank you so much. I'm so grateful. So let's go back to the situation. When they arrived, the fire was not fully engulfed, but there were enough warning signs about the situation being bad that it was in a basement with, from what we could tell, only wooden staircase access. B, the conditions inside were cluttered and/or there were a lack of exits. In fact, this is a firewall, and that's why the other building is alive and kicking. This is all brick. So if a firefighter was ever in this portion, back when the upper floors still existed. There's no escape, period, through that firewall. There's no door or anything that goes to the other building. It's completely sealed, so there would be no escape to the the Charlie side, and that would be Charlie side. This would be the Beta. I think they call it Alpha, Beta, Charlie, and Delta sides. The Beta side here has no escape because this is a solid wall, so that leaves only the Alpha and over here the Delta side to ever escape, with a crumbling sidewalk looping around the front side. So that's once that sidewalk would collapse, there's no way to get out, period. So I can see why they would not want to enter the structure. So they did not go in there looking for victims, as far as I could tell. There could be some in there, they just don't think so. I did not smell anything that smelled like meat. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to say that in any sort of a joke way. I do not mean that as a joke, but that is often the only way you can tell in a situation like this, is does it smell like there's any burning meat? And it did not smell like that. So they probably ran through it with dogs, maybe already, but there's still a possibility. Just, it's kind of a grim thing, and we'll find out later. But what they did with this building is they let it collapse. Without going directly on the inside and putting water on it from the inside, it was going to be a hopeless cause. It was not going to be savable. And so they said, let's just not save it. It's not worth human life. And I agree with that. As much as I hate historical buildings being destroyed, I agree with that. The fact that there was a demo permit, I believe, already in the works. They're going to demolish this and build something else. Probably is another factor in that decision-making process, but it was the correct one. And what are you saving at this point? So the idea was strategically allow strategic collapse. I don't know any other way to put that. I don't know if firefighters have an official term for that, but if you allow the roof to collapse, that actually smothers the fire. Fire needs oxygen and it needs airflow. And so anything that's laying flat on the ground really prevents airflow. So that's part of the reason they fell hazard trees and snags after a wildfire is dead trees standing up are a huge hazard and spread fires. And dead trees on the ground, it's actually kind of hard to get a log to burn because there's no airflow from underneath it. But when you do have airflow underneath a fire, like open cavities and rooms and spaces, then you have the chimney effect, and air just comes in from windows and other places and puts the fire up, and it goes to the roof. So letting the ceiling collapse into a hot pile of rubble, well, then you can put it out way easier. It smothers it, and that's what they did in this situation.
Portland doesn't look like a wonderful historic city much anymore. There's a lot of public demand for it, but developers are just getting their way.
I was talking about preserving the character of buildings and just renovating them, but anyway.
And tearing down buildings more than 100 years old without much, if any, public opportunity to protest or put in their own views. Right now, you could take a perfectly restored, some family could take 30 years to perfectly restore Victorian homes, put it on the market, sell it. Developer will buy it, tear the thing down within 24 hours from when they applied for the permit. Completely just demolish it without even removing any furniture, fixtures inside and hardware. Just throw it into a big heap, cart it away, cut down, 100-year-old trees in the front to make room for the bulldozer, and put it all in a landfill and build completely trash apartments with like 250 square feet, 250 to 280 square foot units, like a shed, like a tough shed, and with no parking for anybody in the facility who lives there. rent those out for like $1,000 a month or more, and create a huge mess for the city where there's nowhere to park on the street ever because it's only street parking. So they would take a lot like this, for example, and cram a couple hundred families in it without anywhere to park, and then that means all businesses are pretty much drying up and going belly up because it's just the residents that are parking in front of businesses. So customers can't park. It's one nasty mess, and everybody is pretty furious. They can, see problems coming. That Portland is allowing this. It's just short-sightedness. They rake in. Jake breaks. They rake in a huge amount of money for the permit process, but they're short-changing the city.
Okay, so the joke is whenever I try to say something, there will be some crazy background thing that interrupts, especially if I'm trying to say something solemn like that. So a little bit later, there's going to be a funny outtake that I have. No matter what I do, whenever I try to say something serious, there's from the construction or beep, beep, beep. Now, what I want to point out about this before I go on to the next portion of the video is you could see the street signs have fallen in. And that's why I was saying, remember, take note of the street signs. That's the sidewalk that collapsed. So here we are looking at the same vantage point. In fact, whoops, I should go one more over into the street. So you can see that building over there. So this thing was a sprawling, huge kind of a thing. Now this, right where this darker car is parked, that's where that pickup truck is. And I interviewed somebody. He said that the pickup truck showed up sometime around midnight, and a fire broke out a little after midnight sometime last week. And so the poor pickup, I thought, was part of the cleanup. If you look at it from my angle here, I thought this pickup it has a lift and everything, was like there to help clean up with the fire, but there's a bit of a surprise. You can see how the loading and unloading thing kind of collapsed here. Now we got to go to the next video because I started getting phone calls coming in, and Smitty, you suck. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Smitty. And that actually interrupted the filming, even though I had Do Not Disturb on. So it actually cut the video several times. And I actually raged a little bit thinking the video was completely deleted, but thank God it showed up here in the gallery. So I need to go on to the next one. Let's see. I do have some stills. They're not as good as the video, though. We also had a bit of cloudiness at this point. So I just took a few through the chain link fence and made my way around the other side. And there were some things like file cabinets and such. Massive beams right there. Now I filmed a little bit later. The shape of this beam is important, and it tells you about how the roof was held up. You see this notch like this? That was a special kind of vertical roof support. This was an extremely long beam, and you could see just part of it was the fire ate this portion more than this portion to the top. See? Because this was, I think right here is the cutoff for the floor. And so the fire, starting lower in the basement, ate almost completely through this beam, made it really skinny, and then started chewing at the rest of the vertical beam on the second floor. That was probably the basement or first floor. This is probably the second floor part of it. But you can see how it was skinnier here and fatter up there. And so if you look at things, there's a lot of pipes too, lots and lots of pipes. So when it was a chicken processing plant, when it was first made, there was a lot of either refrigerant pipes or the like. There was probably a lot of washing the poultry and spraying, the place clean at the end of the day and such like that. Unfortunately, not sprinklers. It would have been a perfect candidate for sprinklers, but not in 1906, I guess. So, but the other clues to what happened and what used to be here are just, it's kind of hard to sift through. Yeah, shots fired at Smitty. Yeah, he was actually telling, I'm joking with him. I did text him and say, dude, I'm filming. And it was actually, he wanted to let me know that there were new evacuation orders on the K&P. And I was like, oh, okay. But I was not in a position to walk away and get on the stream. I was in Portland. So people were walking by and I went to interview them. But the type of construction, you can see the little Y, like a person holding up the thing. There's still remaining portions of the building. And there's a ladder up there. It's just funny what kind of survives. But you can see in between the floors these cavities here. And that's where fire can just run rampant. There's no fire stops underneath the floor. And so in modern construction, every once in a while you'd have like something that would stop the fire in between areas. And there's just these little joists. But you see the huge cavity, the huge hollow cavity that would run the length of the floor that way. So fire could start on one section of the building and run all the way to the end of it. Meaning like this. Fire could start here and run the length of the building to the end of it. Wherever there's a floor, that's just another type of the hazard of construction. If I'm reading this rubble correctly, entire walls were still standing, where they had applied water on the exterior especially. But eventually the whole building collapsed because everything in the basement burned up and it just had nothing to stand on anymore. Literally, it just went. So I would love to see that. The people I interviewed, some of them took little cell phone videos, but they told me that they couldn't hang around and just stand there and film because the smoke was just choking them. It was real bad, and it had probably lead paint all in it and weird funky smells. And it was still exuding a horrible, funky smell. With me just standing next to it, and this has been out for a week, so that gives you something, an idea of what was happening here. So Desiree says, "I think the beaver mafia is responsible." I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards that. So it's called the Beaver State because it is. John is joking, but I don't know what the heck you're joking about, John. Anyway, so Big Dog says, do I drive a truck in my spare time? Yeah, one day I'll tell you about myself. I've got an interesting line of work I used to do. I used to do very strange, odd jobs. But yeah, I did drive a truck, bro. I used to burn the cabbage on the flip-flop. It just wasn't your typical kind of long-haul trucking. It was short type stuff. Anyway, back to the fire story. So that's part of the picture. Let's go back to the next video because I go and shoot it from a different angle. There's a couple of shots that are good when I rounded the corner. And you could see the power lines that they had issues. So here was the crazy things the fire crew had to deal with. This could have been a mass fatality fire type of event, and it was not. Thank God, because they already marked this as a hazardous building, and last month they had already been inside and seen what a death trap it was. You can see the fire escape. I just realized this. This is the fire escape ladder. That was on the side of the building, and that's the actual fire escape that just kind of collapsed in there in a heap. And look at all the power lines. The lines went down, and they were energized at first, and that was a big issue with getting water on it in the first place. Then they couldn't park any of their apparatus underneath the lines, because what fire will do is eat through the insulation, and then those lines, if they're still charged, will arc and spark and maybe even get the transformer going if there is one, and then the fire might start eating through the actual pole and fall on their vehicles, electrifying their vehicles and the water, and that would be a big mess. So ironically, that looks like a big water pipe right there, like for fire crews. That probably was on the exterior of the building, judging from the fact it's sitting on top of the collapsed sidewalk. But yeah, there were charge lines. There was a building from 1906 without fire stops with all kinds of hazards in it, tinder dry. B, it was vacant for 3 years and people had trashed it on the inside, and it probably had storage of a bunch of miscellaneous crap in it and inadequate exits. And then C or D or whatever point I'm on at this point, the sidewalk collapsed underneath them. And then electrical lines. And then the other hazard was the fact that I found out what was in the walls. It was a hollow cavity, but it was filled by something. I don't know if they had ice deliveries or if they had true refrigeration for the chicken plant in 1906. Either way, they needed to insulate the building. And so the next gentleman that I speak to, and let me find the video, he explained that the walls were full of sawdust. I was like, no way. But yes way.
From this angle, you can really see the nightmare scenario the firefighters dealt with. It was the old style of sidewalk, where underneath it was a hollow cavity. Probably back in the day, the sidewalk opened up, and there were elevators for accessing the building's basement for easy truck unloading and restocking of everything from coal, perhaps for the furnace, to inventory whenever items were sold here. I don't know if it was a store or apartments or what. Probably over the course of its 115-year lifespan, it might have been a variety of things. But the firefighters said that one of the biggest challenges was the sidewalk collapse. Just absolutely insane. The walls collapsed too. So can you imagine trying to work this, what was it, a 2 or 3, maybe 4 alarm fire? And the ground gives out from underneath you as well as the walls collapsing. It's just, I'm so glad nobody was hurt. In fact, I haven't heard of anybody getting hurt. But you can kind of see right there that beam. If you look at the gray pickup and look to the left from it, you can see the beam that used to hold up the sidewalks completely eaten through. It started out as a basement fire and they had to go defensive.
Okay, I wanted to point out, this is my raw video, but this is what I was pointing out. This is one that would hold up the sidewalk, and it's wood. So, Building Code 101, maybe they should change that, where these would be steel or something. That was one of the very few that was still standing, and the others were kind of collapsed and kind of leaning over. But that's where the sidewalk was held up by these. At this point, I'm approaching somebody who kind of wandered in from across the street.
Immediately, because they marked it with a U as a building unsafe to enter, to go direct and attack the fire from the inside. Now, it'll either be because it's unsafe type of roof construction often, or clutter inside, occasionally, like some types of businesses, or the fact that there's not enough exits should things go south, or a maze-like interior, that's one of them, or dilapidation and structural integrity questions.
And they're an idiot. I don't know why these people wanted to use this road. There's a whole bunch of stuff in it, a big fence, people constantly walking by looking at the damage. Really, there's a whole bunch of other alleyways and such you can use, but people decided that they would squeeze past right here. It's like, really?
Trying to avoid traffic. People are generally avoiding this anyway right now. But real
Except for that guy.
sad. I bet if they gave it a facelift, it was a marvelous whole building. You know, many of them have bad siding that kind of fails to reveal the marvelous old-growth interior rafters and beams, which are pretty amazing. Man, I just realized that's not a car here for the cleanup. This vehicle was a victim. Whoa! It looked normal from the rear. Yikes! Yeah, that thing melted. I gotta get out of the street. Went to a safer part of the street. Do you know anything about the building?
It was built in 1906 as
A produce store?
poultry chicken cutting place.
Oh, a chicken place.
Had sawdust in the walls, that's why it burned, that's why it went.
Oh man. So that was.
All that wood is all old wood.
I know.
All hand-hewn.
That's what's tragic, is they could have given the building a facelift and brushed up on codes, and it would have been marvelous.
He's at this point he's saying that it's old growth, which is pretty apparent. The size of a lot of this and the age is very likely so. But he said it was hand hewn, and that's not right. I mean, they did have plenty of sawmills at the time. Hand hewn means you're using an axe. You know, like Vikings didn't have saws. They had an axe, you know, and a planer and those kind of tools. So hand hewn means literally hewing, meaning chopping with an axe to form a, you know, like you're building a log cabin without a saw. But I think he just was not sure what that term meant. But yeah, it is true that it's old growth. So I don't know how well you guys can hear him. He didn't want to be on camera. I just walked up to him. He's over to my left, and he just told me that there was sawdust within the walls for the insulation, especially to keep it cool when it was a chicken plant. And so he was mourning the loss of it.
Yeah. But unfortunately, some transients got in there, and that's what caused the fire.
He said, unfortunately, transients got in there, and that's what caused the fire. And at this point, I just bit my lip because it's under investigation. We don't know. Other people I talked to had their own ideas about literally word on the street. We know transients were in there. They did start a fire a month prior or so, and it was that's the way they found out this was a death trap. And it was a cold night last week and very wet, driving them indoors to try to keep warm. However, we just don't know. It's under investigation, and they've got a lot to sift through, as you could see.
Probably. They were going to demolish it, it looks like, though.
Yeah. Because it was a fire hazard, and people were breaking in here and building fires. That's what caused the fire.
Yeah. It's too sad.
Yeah. I've lived in Portland all my life, and I remember when this building used to be. I was never here in 1906 when they built it, but here since the 50s. And it was a nice building for a long time.
It looked like it. Do you want to be on camera? I do a fire-oriented educational stream online, or? Okay.
I don't like to be out of line. I have controversies right now. I don't want to be on camera because of my controversies.
Oh, no worries. I'm just trying to figure out everything about this building. It looks like the sidewalk collapsed. Maybe it had the kind.
It probably started somewhere over there. It probably broke in on that side of the building because this side has this fence right there.
Yeah. Did a lot of people live in here?
No. This was it was closed up. it was just homeless people were living in here. I have no idea how many people are living in here.
Yeah. Well, did it have the kind of sidewalk where you could, in the past, maybe the elevators to go and load the building, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they also had this ramp right here.
Mm-hmm.
That was put in probably in the 50s, I think.
Oh, in the 50s? Okay. Did you ever go inside?
Well, I've been in this door here, right here.
Okay.
There's a door right here, and I could walk in.
Uh-huh.
And I could see inside the building. Obviously, it was all built out of sanded old wood timber.
Yeah. And did it have like exposed rafters? You could see it on the ceiling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, all those are all the rafters that they weren't as high as that building.
Wow. But not higher, just the same height?
Just the same height.
And so he's describing, there's a car driving by, and it's hard to hear him, that the height of the building, even though it had a false front over here to the right, was the same height as this building adjacent.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering if it was bow truss like that building, but, no, pitched, okay. So it kind of looked like it had the general store looking front to it at one point, Yeah. So over the years, what was it? Just when it was...
There used to be a parts store at one time, but that was the last time it was open, when it was a performance parts store, auto parts store.
I see.
And it's just sad to see this stuff going down.
Yeah.
This was a 4-alarm fire.
4-alarm. Wow. So,
because the walls had sawdust in it, because it used to be refrigerators.
Oh.
So that's how we insulated the coolers.
Right.
Sawdust back in the 1900s.
Cellulose type, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it wasn't cellulose, no, it was sawdust.
Dang.
Before cellulose.
Dang.
This is before all this new stuff.
Yeah.
This was old technology.
Wait. So John Sater says, wild hearing the difference between your inside and outside voice. Are you saying I sound different? On that video and what I'm saying now? Ah, okay.
Wow. And I bet it didn't have any fire stops and breaks in the walls or anything.
That I couldn't tell you, because like I said, I've only been in part of the building.
Yeah. I can understand why they would have reservations about that going in, but it's a shame all the same. But I guess we'll get some cookie cutter condo type things in here now.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, they already got the basement in it. They already got the ground level. They don't have to dig it out. They just have to dig all this lumber out.
Yeah.
Throw away the bad stuff, the charcoal stuff, and keep some of the good stuff.
Yeah, I hope so. But
knowing whoever's going to tear it down is going to...
Anyway, we discussed a little bit about whether or not they can salvage this. I basically said no, they can't salvage this. It's contaminated. I don't know if that was vinyl siding. I didn't see any evidence of it. I think it was metal, judging by the bit that fell on the truck. But with the amount of lead paint that kind of bespattered the building, like over there where there's kind of this minty green color, it's almost guaranteed to be lead paint, and maybe just several layers of it from the ages. The amount of refrigerant that could still be remaining in the pipes and that kind of contamination, the plastics, there's nothing to be salvaged. This will all go into hazardous disposal / landfill stuff. At least there's no asbestos, but there's not going to be anything in here that you can use, period. He was hoping that there was some unburned wood down in there that they could possibly use. Occasionally you see a beam like that. Nah. This is fire damaged and messed up. That's not going to happen. So you can see the gigantic power line that every time I look at this, I see more stuff. This is a huge power line that fell into the building. And I think it's because a pole went in and fell into the entire thing when the sidewalk collapsed. not quite as elaborate as a pole like hang on a second, like that. Not quite that big, but I mean that is a big line. And mind you, I haven't even seen some of these. This is kind of my own raw footage. You guys get an early treat here.
Yeah, that was pretty tragic. They never found the people, right, responsible for that one?
Now I'm discussing a different recent fire that was a case of arson with him. And I toured that place as well it was the 4th of July that it happened. And they finally ruled it arson, and there were 2 fatalities, a lot of people homeless. Apparently, it was, they think it was youth, but who knows. According to witnesses, it may have been a youth put fireworks, like big fireworks, in a not too far away from this location. It's a 5-minute drive to the northeast. It was kind of like a carport, and then elevated a 3-story apartment building that was wooden. And underneath where the carport was some cars and a couple of trash bins that were plastic. And somebody on the 4th of July put fireworks in there. Unfortunately, they had banned firework sales in Multnomah County because of the extreme fire danger this year, but not every county complied, and they did it too late, and a whole bunch of people got a hold of fireworks. And it was a 4 or 5 alarm blaze in no time, with injured people jumping out of windows, and it was absolutely horrific. And so I was just asking him if they ever found anybody in connection with that fire. He says they're still looking. There's still a reward out for them.
Yeah.
Multiple cats got killed.
Yeah.
That was a tragic fire.
Somebody saying in chat, looks like a phone line. Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be the phone line. That's something I didn't think about.
Yeah. Well, did you have any pictures of this?
I do on my camera, but I don't have it with me.
Oh, okay.
I went through another discussion with him about, could you text them to me? And he's like, I don't know how to put them on my computer. I'm like, well, could you just text it? He's like, I don't think the phone is capable of that. I was like, oh, okay, no worries. So the rest of that video is kind of done. I then restarted filming because I get a phone call right about now, probably from Smitty. And mind you, where we're talking, where we're discussing this is here. And we're looking at the collapsed sidewalk, and that was quite a large structure. I don't know how, the basement was somewhat deep. I was surprised at the depth of that basement. It's not your typical kind of shallow little basement. It was probably part of the processing plant. A great amount of it occurred in the basement. So he did confirm that these are new sidewalks. And at some point there was like an elevator kind of delivery system, because it wasn't until the 1950s that they put the ramp that went down to the basement in. So that's why there's such a hollow cavity underneath the sidewalk right there. And here you can even see the lines that fell in. So the missing pole is here. That thing fell into the fire. And here you can see the lines stretched out, and it yanked the lines off of this pole, and they fell right into here. So when I'm filming, I'm looking at this angle, and that's when the lines are kind of stretched out. So can you imagine the fire crews? They mostly took positions here with their fire trucks. At one point in time, this pole here collapses, and this line gets yanked off that pole. It goes. I can only imagine. I hope somebody filmed this, or some of the crews, or some cams, but I've seen some shots from the local media, and they just really didn't show up until everything was over. I don't know what's up with local media, not really arriving at fire scenes, but well, that was that. So the ladder that we see in the pit is that one for the fire escape. and that fell deep in there too. So that's we were looking at this video. Let's see what the next video is. Which one was I playing? I think I was playing this one.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah, sorry. So do I really sound very different? Do I really sound different from that camera to this microphone? That kind of. Ellen says it could be the acoustics of the microphone. Is it live or is it Memorex? Cat, you win the prize. Yeah, Smitty says it's more likely a dead power line because phone cables would flex more. I don't know. I did see some super thick copper in there, and I bet that's very, very tempting for any number of anybody who knows anything about scrapping walking by. They'd probably be like, ooh, they should probably immediately remove that so people don't climb that fence and get into the danger zone. But we'll see what happens. Let's go to the next video. I kind of moaned a little bit on the camera about how my video I thought was deleted by the phone call. So.
Okay. So when you get a phone call on the Pixel, you could be shooting for 20 minutes straight at the scene of a fire, and then just getting a phone call deletes your video.
And so I just kind of ranted. That was just for my own purposes. I had to get that out. And then I tried to film, and the next thing that happened was cars go by, and I just went, ah! And started getting angry. And so it gets funnier. The more and more interruptions I have get funnier as the videos go on. I try to restart it.
Well, Google really sucks, and the Pixel also sucks. Look back, and the video is not saved. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, see, I was salty about that. So let me skip past my rant and then go here.
This is the scene where the building burned to the ground, probably because of homeless squatters inside trying to keep warm. We've had some pretty cold weather in Portland.
And somebody calls me again. Thanks, Smitty. You totally screwed up my video. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. But yeah, I probably was Smitty calling. Like, are you going to go live today? And it shouldn't have interrupted because there should have been do not disturb on. But I was ranting because the Pixel is a little bit different. But here we go. Third time starting the video is the charm, right? And so at this point, I don't know if my other video's saved. So I was just trying to recap things and do a pan. And then there's something pretty funny that happens at the end where I keep just constantly getting interrupted. So I don't know if this is worthwhile. We kind of this is kind of like B-roll at the time.
A 115-year-old treasure of the neighborhood building they were going to tear down anyway because Portland is evil like that and allows that. But this amazing structure is now a pile of rubble. The firefighters marked it with a U, which means.
Yeah, and just basically recapping. Let's get to the funny part. Now, here's the thing. The only highlight of this section of the video is I note that there's an interesting spiral chute thing. Is this ventilation? Or is it this? I could imagine them sending chicken carcasses or something down a chute to go get washed in the basement or something like that. Or is it, whatever it is, it was a spiral, and it must have been like 3 stories tall at some point. If anybody recognizes what that could be in a building, that would be kind of cool. From this kind of view, you just get a different. You just kind of get a better view of how the sidewalk collapsed over there. And a couple of things I didn't notice happen when I go to the right. Is I noticed that thing, and I keep looking down, and this is the cracked. A really old sidewalk, but not old enough to have the horse rings in it. And there's that cable. There's several cables. It could be power and phone. This point here, this type of siding, I don't know what that is. It looks like it's plasticky looking, but then it also looks like it's wood. And I was kind of scratching my head like, why is it melted on one end, but that looks like burned wood on the other. It probably is just plastic that they installed directly onto the wood. And at some points, it's next to it. You can see the original siding wasn't removed. These pieces that looked kind of rotten a little bit. It's kind of a little bit of a puzzle. As I move to the right, I look down and there's some pieces of insulation, and that looked a bit more like cellulose newspaper type stuff. But then, so I was scratching my head, was it really full of sawdust? Or maybe sawdust was just in between the floors. It was hard to see. The gentleman told me what happened to the truck was they couldn't save it because they thought the wall was going to collapse on it. Now the poor truck shows up and parks like half an hour or so before the fire begins. Now, I bet it was meant to be delivered for the renovation of the building next door, because, well, at the beginning of my video, you saw them delivering a new scissor lift, because that one is screwed. That one got hosed. Now you can see part of the roof landed on the shopping cart. That's got that tar paper type fake sandy kind of a feel to it. I can't remember what type of roof that is. It wasn't like shingles. And there's the siding, and the entire side of this structure fell onto the car, and that's what burned it up. And because of the risk of the sidewalk and the wall collapsing, they didn't try to move it. I kind of wonder if firefighters know how to hotwire a car. I see many videos where there's a poor little car right in front of a structure fire, and I just want to hop in and hotwire it and save it. If you can't save a family's home, maybe you could save their car. Like, do fire crews know how to do that? I kind of wonder. They know how to break into a building, that's for sure. There it is. When he said the sawdust, there it is. There's sawdust right there. I don't know if I move the camera down to look at it in this particular portion of the video. I think I did. Yeah, there it is. So you can see some of the regular wooden siding, and then boom, there's the floor, where the floor collapsed with the sawdust right in between it, or maybe the walls. It's really hard to tell. So KDOC says more info about spiral conveyor systems. Oh, really? Okay, cool. He says that the spiral chute is a conveyor system for between the levels of shelving and floors of a building. Now that is probably why, when they first arrived at the left side of the building, I don't know what they call the alpha side. I'm going to call that the beta side of the building, the left side. They had smoke coming out of something in the very ceiling. So something was like a chimney effect that allowed the airflow to go from the basement all the way to the top of the third floor up on the roof, and it must have been going through that thing. I can't imagine it having some fire door, air. It could have had like a little gate on the chute, but nothing fireproof. So that probably helped promote the spread. And there's, of course, all the sawdust from within the building. Now here's the poor little trailer behind the vehicle. And it has the scissor lift towing behind it. So this is more just going back to this scene. It's a little bit better angle, but you can see what happened with the sidewalk collapse. So going on to the next video starts to get funny, where at this point I think that my entire video is gone because of those phone calls. I couldn't find them on the phone in the gallery. They just didn't appear. And I went, So I tried to recapture as much as I could when I went to the adjacent building and talked about the bow truss roof and that kind of fire danger. So the funny thing, yeah, John Sater says, salvaging copper, hot wiring cars. What kind of channel is this? Shut up. It's just kidding, John. Big Dog says sawdust could be from mice building a nest. They actually lined it with sawdust to make it insulated, because they had to refrigerate the chickens, is what the dude said. And what people were saying, hey, Big Daddy, hey, hugs. Hey, thanks for being here, Big Daddy. Yeah, I totally needed my hugs today, and now I got my fix. So the funny part of this video, I think it's this one, is I go back to this building on the right where I'm trying to explain the bow truss roof again. And the whole thing about my videos is whenever I'm starting to explain something or I'm at the end of an elaborate sentence, that's when the entire take will be screwed up by a noise. So here I recapped the whole thing in case all my videos are gone, and I wandered back to this building. So this is what's kind of becomes amusing at this point. So this, I can still peek in the building. We've got this garage open now. I was just explaining bow truss roofs and how they are the type of building that a firefighter would never want to enter during a fire. This might be the kind that's marked with a U. I don't see one. You see the wonderful old growth exposed beams here. You can tell this is an old building, even though it's got paint on the and a sort of a stucco type of a siding. The thing with these bow truss roofs is the entire weight of the roof is on the bow, but the bow doesn't rest on the walls. It rests on actual beams of wood on the inside of the wall. See above the white vans? See the little V-shaped wood, triangular kind of a shape. At this point, this is what happens on live filming. I can't remember the word support. I'm totally spacing out. And at this point, I realize I need to go get some lunch. That they make where they meet the wall. So from this direction, you can see it. The roof, the bow truss rests on interior, stuck to the side of the wall. A wooden, like lintel and post, Stonehenge type, Now, of course, they have to be drilling the sidewalk where I'm trying to explain something, but maybe I'll do a voiceover. But you can see how the roof. You can see how the roof beams just rest on the wooden beam that's on the. You can see how the come on now. Oh, okay, they're cutting through a sidewalk, but the sun's coming out. The point is that thank God. Okay. The point is that the bow of the roof, it rests on top of this beam inside the wall. It's not on top. It's not resting on top of the walls, which would stabilize the structure better. It's resting on a wooden beam that's attached to the wall from the inside, just like the Safeway at Paradise. I remarked on that. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny too. I was like, seriously? Okay, what else are you going to do at that point? So at this point, I do ramble on about bow truss roofs because I didn't know that my original video had saved. And the cool thing was the sun came out, and I didn't shoot more video. At this point in time, lots of cars are going by. I did take just some photos of the scene, and some of them came out better than others. It's supposed to be HDR. This is totally raw. And then I saw this thing at my feet, which looked like one of the guide wire thingies. I reached down to pick it up, and that thing was wedged there. That is there to stay. And I wish I was still rolling. But here's something funny that happened. Will this play? It will not play. You suck. Okay. Now, it was pretty hilarious. This gentleman walked by, and I said, "Hello, sir. Have you seen this building before? Have you ever walked past it before?" He goes, "Every day." And I said, "Are you going to miss it?" Because it was a 115-year-old structure. The old man goes, "Nope." Wish I caught that on camera. At this point, it was completely hopeless to film anything because of the noise. So I have a couple of pictures that, well, these actually kind of suck. The nearby, some really cool architecture. So the original character of the neighborhood was much like this. We have these antique, these are all cast iron street lamps, which are real classical. I still don't know if that's the Telegraph Building. The Telegraph Building is the place in Portland that was the first place to become aware of the 1906 earthquake of San Francisco. I just realized that is an ugly car. Is that a rabbit? Is that a rabbit? Oh, God. It almost looks like a Peugeot, but it shows a Volkswagen. God, one of my friends had a Peugeot. It was hideous. Anyway, this was the first place that they became aware, if this is the Oregon Telegraph Building, it's very similar, that San Francisco had an earthquake because they were in mid-conversation and the line to San Francisco went dead. So I want to look that up. I haven't really checked that out. But these cast iron street lamps are just amazing. With every little by little, just chipping away, that there's very little remaining of old Portland. This is an extremely old fire hydrant I found, and I checked it, and it did not seem to be made by Willamette Iron and Steel, but many of the fire hydrants on the West Coast were made by Willamette Iron Works, and they built a whole lot of steamships and such, and even from Sacramento to I heard Bodie perhaps even has some like this, although I don't know if Bodie ever had a real good fire suppression system. But random ghost towns can oftentimes have a Willamette Iron and Steel Works fire hydrant. So I then wandered around a little bit, and up the street here was this mysterious looking warehouse that was unmarked, and Kathryn is curious. So I looked at this and went, oh my God, I recognize that pattern. Very few people would, but if you're into medieval history, and we're about to explore this building, I filmed through the windows. That's it for the fire. I want to wrap up that fire building quickly. I interviewed some other people, homeless of the area and passersby. Real informal. None of them wanted to be on camera. But here's the thing about that building and that fire is it could have been arson. There's a lot of people speculating on that. And I know that the stream rules are no speculating about arson, and unless there's actually really dang good reason to speculate on it, such as officials have said it could be arson. Or something of the sort. But my concern is that arson has been happening. And then in the east side of Portland, one of which was deadly. That was the 4th of July. But there are other suspicious cases. And so there really could be at work somebody who's either a firebug or some sort of, who knows what other reason. So I am going to allow that kind of speculation here. Just because the homeless had a fire, in it a month ago doesn't mean that an arsonist didn't walk in and start a fire just because they saw a wooden building that was just a perfect tinderbox to do mayhem. Just like the wooden apartment complex with the firecrackers, just like a couple of other things that have happened in Portland where there have been some arrests made, and there's a recent string of fires on the east side. So I don't know. We'll have to wait for them to find a cause of the fire. It probably was not electrical because it wasn't. It didn't have electricity on. But the people who I was speaking with said that the day before there was a tent that was lit on fire that was malicious. And the word on the street is lighting that tent on fire when I think somebody was inside sleeping around the block. Was a test to see how fast fire crews would arrive to this location. I have no idea if this is grounded in reality. Right now it is complete pure speculation, could be pure coincidence, but it is unsettling. I'll have to do my own research to try to confirm whether or not that occurred. whether or not there was a tent fire the night before, but that is what somebody on the street told me. And there's just enough kind of weird things about what's going on in Portland to make me think nothing's off the table for what's happening. So now let's go on to a happier part of the broadcast. I was wandering around Portland. I'd been in here because I arrived in town trying to get a video card for the stream, and Best Buy in Portland International Airport shopping area, had a shipment of cards in, but I stood out in line for hours and didn't get one. So on my way home, I decided to wander around Portland and go to the scene of that 4-alarm fire last week. So nearby is this neat building, and I recognize this pattern. Now, unless you're a student of medieval history, or armor, or a jeweler, or a craft artisan, you wouldn't know what this is. Now, does anybody in chat know what this pattern is? Huge props to you if you do. I'll just leave this for a moment. You would totally win the Kathryn Award for knowing your history if you know what we're looking at. It's not a building decoration. It's not architectural. It's a enlarged version of something that would be worn on a human body. That is your big hint about what this is. So, looking back at chat, maybe you guys seem to be having your own conversation. I don't even know if I'm talking to myself, but let's see. Desiree says, I love your face there. Yeah, apparently I have a good irritated face. Anybody who's a craft artisan know what this is, or historian type know what this pattern is? I'll give it 20 more seconds. Okay. Anybody gonna take a guess? No? Well, there's only 50 people in chat. So, John Sater says 3 balls would have been a pawn shop. Oh, really? Yeah, this is something worn on the human body. That's what the pattern is. And it's decorative. And the next hint that you're going to get is it's Iron Age. Did not exist in the Bronze Age, but existed in the Iron Age. Brought to Europe with the first people who brought iron to Europe, which supposedly were the Celts. Worn on the human body, Iron Age. Getting closer, big dog. A suit of honor. I think maybe you meant to type in armor, and did it like autocorrect you? Because you just might be the winner, big dog. Nope, not wedding ring. Not wedding ring. Desiree says there's a really cool exhibit at Los Angeles County Museum of Art. There's a bunch of old cast iron light poles. Yeah, those are cool. Bing, 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 bing. C-probe. Chainmail. That is the top of a coif. That is the pattern for the top of the headgear. Just think, the best example of that would be Monty Python's and King Arthur's coif, how he's wearing that chainmail headdress. So that's what that's called. It's called a coif. And so the very center ring, the pattern is European 4-in-1. So there are 4 rings within each ring. However, this is a different take on the pattern, I think, if I'm tracing this correctly. So if it's 4-in-1, which is the traditional armor pattern, yeah, it looks like it is. Looks like it actually is. I thought they may have transcended over into 6-in-1. At some points, it kind of looks like it's, I think there's a bit of a 6-in-1 because we see some in the background like this, which is not traditional chainmail. Some people start a coif, though, with a 6-in-1 at the top, helping it keep its shape, where the rest of it would transcend into 4-in-1 pattern. 4 just means this. There's 4 rings inside every other ring. And that's the traditional chainmail suit of armor pattern. Now, you'll see people talk about banded mail, which is a 6-in-1. or insist that sometimes 6-in-1 was used, but it's a myth because iron rings, steel or iron, in a 6-in-1 pattern makes the chain shirt so heavy you can't wear it. It would be too heavy for your head if it was a coif too. So you can only do aluminum, and well, they didn't have aluminum back in the day, but that's basically the top of a chainmail. So let me. Oh, these are all their own image. Whoopsie. So like Monty Python, Holy Grail, what he's wearing on his head. I'm sure we could quickly Google up an image. Yeah, like that. He's got his crown, but I guess it obscures it. This knight's wearing he's wearing a coif. And the very top is a center pattern. That's the only time that you see that. So anyway, so I was very curious. Kathryn is curious. So I went deeper, and I decided to look at what's inside this workshop. So looking through the window, I was like, oh, what is this place? Now, there's a sweet Fresnel lens over here to the right, just sitting on the shelf. Looks super old. And there's blown glass. There's stained glass panes down here in storage. And exquisite works of blown glass artwork up here. So I was kind of wondering if it was a glass blowing shop, but it didn't really fit. There's a kiln as well. They could practice glass blowing here, I guess. But I was really in love with that Fresnel over there. And it's a really big building. So I never really got an answer. And I went around the other side trying to look at this thing. This is just exquisite. I don't know what it's for, but whatever it is, it's just sweet. That's a Fresnel, classical Fresnel. It even has a bubble in it. You can see the flaw right there. It even has a bubble in it. That's handmade. Fresnel, that would be worth so much money today. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. The lamps and such, like lighthouses, the lighthouse versions that are huge, which represent the largest version of those, what they do is reflect light, and really with a super refraction type of thing. Don't ask me how that works. Those are like $2 million in lighthouses. They're like, none of them are worth less than $200,000. So when a kid shot one at the Oregon coast, they thought they were being mischievous, and the replacement cost is absolutely astronomical. So that's a miniature version, but that's still worth a good amount of money, if I had to guess, unless it's a reproduction. I don't think it is. I just don't know what it's doing. I mean, it has like a thing in the center, like an antenna, So, let's see. Going back, a ring snowflake. Yeah, that can be a pattern. Yeah. Going back to this, that somebody shot through the window probably, and there was mysterious stuff on the table down there. And then I interviewed somebody, and the rest I guess was my video. And it's kind of long and drawn out, but you might be interested in it. Where did I put there we go. Let's look back at fires real quick, because story time is, just story time. And we want to keep an eye on here. The reason we were doing story time is there's nothing to really look at. The wildfire cams are there, but there's no audio. So we won't be able to see the fire on the majority of cams until it flips over into nighttime view. So Tobias Peak is about the only exception. And this thing going on over across the border in Mexico, which it's amazing that the cams can even see that far. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse. We saw a Sikorsky helicopter working in front of Tobias Peak, but just on the occasion. And we, alas, cannot hear the pilot chatter, otherwise I'd leave that on and watch it go. But I don't think there's a Caldor update today. It's almost 5 o'clock. Some people may be tuning in for it. We could check. I don't think we have anything going on until 6 as far as updates go. When I went to CalFire El Dorado, they were talking about, this was poignant. It's the month for remembering firefighter fatalities. So there's in Volcano, California, there's a ceremony. So October 3rd is National Bells Across America. Bells will ring from coast to coast as the nation pauses to remember and honor firefighters who died in the line of duty. So CalFire will attend the Firefighters Memorial at Lookout Fire Protection District, Station 1151, this Sunday. All are welcome. Starts at 9 in the morning tomorrow. 21341 Shake Ridge Road in Volcano, California. And they're going to light a couple of towers red in remembrance. So this will be at Mount Zion, Pine Grove Lookout. So I don't see that we have a Caldor meeting tonight. They said, I thought, unless I'm going crazy, that the community meeting would be... Oh, that's right, I'm on the wrong page. Jeez. Tahoe National Forest, right? But I thought they were talking about going to every other day for their meetings, unless I'm totally nuts. Yeah, the 5 p.m. community meeting will return on Sunday night, October 3rd. Oh, okay. So they had a morning update, which we looked at. The very start of the broadcast. So that's why we're waiting on stuff. We may have one for the Windy at 6. Let's see if there's either a K&P or a Windy. John Stoker says that's a high-tension green glass insulator. Oh, cool. Alan says currently still no tankers in flight. That's what's sad. I was hoping to see some aircraft action, at least on the west portion of the K&P or the Windy, because it looked like they had decent enough visibility. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going back up to, hey, Tamburina, how are you? You're in Springfield? Cool. Looking back, so, yay, cool. Yeah, both of you won the prize. You both won the Kathryn Award. Sea Probe and Big Dog did. I'll go back to that video of what I filmed in the workshop. It's pretty marvelous. I found a whole lot of incredible old growth structure and beams. They're related to the fire video earlier, which I think represent more of what the other building looked like from the inside. I just wanted to make sure we're not missing a community meeting or trying to figure out when the next one is. They're usually at 6 p.m., but this is we could go to Sequoia Parks. We already saw the weather update. Usually they say when their meetings are going to be. Already saw that. Well, we'll just check back, I guess. I clicked a button interested in, where's that events thing? Homeowners Guide to Fire Recovery. The Windy public meeting is tomorrow. Okay. So, we'll keep checking. Let's do a time lapse the last 3 hours at Tobias Peak. There was a Black Hawk that was running around, a 29-ish-year-old Black Hawk, and you kind of see him buzzing around, and it's kind of cool. I was hoping for some VLAT action or something, but it's smoky. Now, smoke will probably blow away by Wednesday, and we'll get... Oh, there's a rainbow prism right there. That's pretty. We'll probably get cooler temperatures, and smoke may blow away around Wednesday after the high-pressure thing blows off. But we'll see. Hopefully they can get aircraft going on Wednesday. Big Dog says, have we ever heard how the Caldor started? No. They are dead silent on that. I I haven't heard them speak a peep about it. They have not said suspicious. They've not said accidental. They said nothing on it. They say under investigation, and they zip up, and that's it. Now, they were kind of like that with the Kern County French fire. And later they announced about a week later that it was suspicious in origin. If anybody knows anything about the French fire starting, please contact Kern County Sheriff's Department. I kind of expected some kind of announcement with the Calor. It's strange that they're not saying anything. So I really don't know what the delay is, what the strategy is behind the delay. I'm scratching my head on that one. So we'll find out eventually, I guess. But what I've become very, very irritated by is releasing to the public information like that. Sometimes happens more than 1 year later. I don't think there is a report that's been published yet on the cause of the Bobcat fire, which SoCal Edison, I think, was the power company down there that might have had their equipment started. They announced that a couple of weeks after the Bobcat started, and then now what? It's been more than a year, and we still don't know. Where's the report? It really doesn't take that long. There should be something to remark about. Same thing with the glass fire. Where's the report on the glass fire last year that broke out pretty much a day or two ago, 1 year ago? As I was covering everything live, that's just extremely frustrating. But, well, we have story time until then. But once again, guys, this is the building that burned to the ground. And the rest of my videos of me wandering around the site yesterday, the fire happened more than a week ago. It's still stinking, and it wasn't smoking, but, just collapsed in a heap there. So see if we have any new video updates. Have you ever wondered what a firefighter's life is like here at camp? Oh, that's kind of cute. But I want to go back for anybody just frustrated that I've interrupted my story time. Let's do that first. I have a video of me walking around that warehouse. So
the scene of the fire is down the street, but I found this amazing place. European chainmail pattern almost. It's a workshop. Kiln. Glass. Stained glass panes.
The point of this is not just to explore a cool building, but it's the era, the same era as the building that burned down across the street there. And so the idea was to try to get a look at what held up the ceiling. What kind of structural similarity? And this one matched that building very closely in the shape of the beams, the horizontals here. Mind you, I'm not using official architecture terms because I don't know a dang thing about architecture. I like it, but I've never taken a class or anything. And so you see that there would be a solid beam like this and a solid one, and you can see daylight in between them. And then there's a connector with a kind of like a bolt through it. And so here you can see it more clearly how there's daylight in between, but here's that connector. If you look back at the rubble, you'll see plenty of beams that are charred up, but you see the bolts that go all the way through. And so this is bingo. This is more like the ceiling support than the bow truss. This was the different style. Now, if you guys are into architecture and know what we're looking at or know what these terms are, please enlighten.
Literally every street corner, but I'm not. There's homeless everywhere on literally every street corner. People think I'm exaggerating when I say literally every street corner, but I'm not. Fascinating, huge machines.
Okay, my voice sounds weird, like I'm like, oh no, the homeless are there. That wasn't the point. I was being irritated by that sound. That sound is interrupting my broadcast once again. There's always a weird industrial noise every time I begin speaking. I'm not irritated by the homeless. I'm irritated by that that's going. And that's why it's so important to stop the video and explain that. I'm sympathetic to the homeless. I want to help them. And so I only filmed that tent for just a second because I don't want to be violating people's privacy. That's the only home they have. You know, I am not at all like trying to sound like that. But you notice the horrible kind of a sound in the background.
I'm exaggerating when I say literally every street corner, but I'm not. Fascinating, huge machines.
I'm still trying to figure out what this warehouse is. I asked people on the street. They didn't know. It's unmarked.
It's a lovely workshop. I don't think this is bullseye. It's too many things are not related to glass making here. I wonder what they do. Wow, look at the roof. This is incredible. A lot of these buildings don't look like much from the outside. You go in them and you say, wow. This kind of stuff isn't done anymore because the old growth wood that's this sturdy that would hold up a roof like this, for the most part you can't get anymore. Incredible amount of expense that it is compared to concrete. You know, everybody does concrete because it's cheap and crappy. And now that the Florida condo collapse happened, everybody knows what spalling is. But look how glorious the old buildings used to be.
I wanted to point out, I don't know that I do, this is solid. Those are huge beams. That's the center of an old growth log right there. That's what I'm talking about. They're just enormous.
Cathedral-like, like a forest on the inside. It's kind of architectural marvel. It's hard to do with the.
So if this relatively small warehouse looked like this, can you imagine what the other building looked like that was a completely wooden construction? This one had walls and exteriors that were made out of concrete, but the other one was just pure wood, you know, like pure Michigan. Oops, I just clicked out of the building. So I don't know what style of roof it had, but just wow.
Oh, I can't wait to get a real camera. Shot like this, even through dirty glass, is cool. Incredible. If there's so much wood in the building, why does the outside look like that? You know, you would never guess something this ugly on the outside or whatnot would just be that beautiful. I guess it is actual concrete. But look at the wooden marvel on the interior. Big machines. And is that it's a little man cage in the foreground, and there's a hoist. I guess you can get in the man cage and go inspect the ceiling and stuff. I didn't realize that that's they can move the length of the building along the top. got green beam at the top there. So you can go, it's almost like a dockyard, or like a place where they would build trains in the past.
At this point, I'm looking over my shoulder, and there's people walking by and stuff distracting me, and I have low blood sugar because I didn't eat lunch yet. But the idea is I was trying to explain how this green beam can go the whole length and end up over there. So if they were constructing something down in this pit, it could do everything. Like if it was an auto shop, it could lift a car engine up by a chain and then like drop it in. They used to construct trains that way, like Willamette Works, Willamette Iron and Steel, but those buildings are gone right now. But parts of Portland's past, the industrial past like this, kind of exist, where kind of a room like this may have at one time built, everything from streetcars to trolleys to trucks to airplanes to anything. It's hard to know what this building was originally used for, but it would be kind of cool to find out.
You'd press a button and that massive beam would go all the way down towards the end of that garage door, the metal green one up there. It says Milwaukee M Company, Portland, Oregon, capacity 3 tons on that motor up there. Oh man, I wondered if it was made by Willamette Iron and Steel.
At this point, I didn't even notice it, but there is a pulley that's suspended from way over here. You see that gigantic pulley? Compare it to the size of the pickup. That's far away. That's at the other end of the building. I didn't even notice it. There's just all kinds of really cool stuff. This style of clock was something they put on schools in the 40s. It's just exquisitely restored. This is incredible. So anyway, I'm moving window position to try to read that. It was some sort of an industrial company in Milwaukee. Milwaukee was once a different town than Portland, and it emerged together after sprawl happened, So I continue exploring the building in a second.
Be a 10 pound. Unreal. Well, even 1940s type equipment. Amazing. We gotta figure out what this building is. There's no signage. And nobody's at work today. It's a Friday. It's kind of odd. Wow. What is this ball? It's hard to show you guys. There's a window pane, but looks like a spotlight. It says Kraus Hands. I can't read the rest of it. Yeah, I think it's a spotlight. The rest of the room. I must know more. What is made here? Canada.
Now, wherever the Canadian flag is, the Beaver Mafia is not far behind.
Have ties to Canada. It's a nice mural. But what is this place?
I walked around trying to get a better idea of the situation, and that's when I met somebody, and I was speaking a little bit, and they didn't want to be on camera. So we spoke a little bit about the situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no cans either.
Darn. I've got some for you if you want some.
And I guess I was not supposed to be filming at that point. I did give some aluminum cans and such to the homeless people out there and talked to them about the fire. And I said, "Did you see it? Did you witness the fire? Do you have any photos?" And they said, "We tried to get the heck away as best we could because the amount of smoke was really nauseating and making people ill for blocks. It was a 4-alarm fire. When this went up, it went fast, and they let the whole thing collapse into a heap. And they said the amount of lead paint type fumes that were coming off were making people really sick. So they wandered around fearful that they are going to be robbed because everything they own, like if you're homeless, basically is in your tent. And so they're taking turns of being in the smoke, trying to watch their things as this 4-alarm fire raged and inhaling deadly, noxious type fumes. So I was really sympathetic and said, "Here, at least have these cans I was going to recycle in the back of the car." And but they said, "Yeah, we didn't stick around and watch. That wasn't fun. That wasn't good." So. Yeah, Smitty says that's an old work floodlight. Yeah, I think so. That's pretty cool. Smitty says the chain hoists are common in factories, usually run on tracks when things are assembled. Yeah, absolutely. Lori's going to bed. See you later. Okay, see you. Yeah, it could be a stage light too. I wanted to turn it around. Overhead industrial crane. Thanks, big dog. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. J.E. Cat says the side of that building could have been brick at one time, reinforced with steel and concrete. You know, that would make more sense, judging by its age. But it's almost like they polished those beams in there. They look like that they're not only sanded, they almost look like they were shellacked. That was what really struck me. They found out if you blow the dust off of them and kind of shellac them, they look incredible. And so in many places in Portland, especially like the Pearl District, which is on the west side, they said, "We're not tearing this down. This is our art gallery." And there's a art in the Pearl, or whatever that's called, like every first Thursday or whatever that is, they close off all the streets to traffic. They open all the industrial warehouse doors, and they have arts and crafts, and some of it's artsy. We're not talking like, street crafts. Some of that's in the street, but the super, wine tasting type stuff in the Pearl District, in old industrial warehouses. And above them are extremely expensive condos. Like, people are really shelling out the cash to live in these old warehouses with the incredible architecture like that. You just can't get it anywhere else. And so that's why we're decrying something like this. Would have looked that amazing on the interior if they knocked down a few walls and polished up the beams, pretty much with the same kind of video that I just showed you with this.
Related to glass making here.
Sorry, let me mute it. Let me mute it. Just living in something like that is pretty incredible. And they can really be refurbished and made earthquake and fire safe. At least you should salvage the wood out before something being destroyed. So that was the point of why myself and other types who just hate history being destroyed anywhere in America can't understand the waste. In their rush to build these crazy little condos and stuff, they can take this stuff with a wrecking ball, throw it in the trash, and you can't get old growth like this anymore. It's just incredibly sad. So almost every single one of these warehouses looks this glorious on the interior, even though they look kind of like crap on the outside. Just frankly, they kind of look like crap on the outside. But or something nondescript like this, they could fix it up. They maybe should give people some incentive to make it look good. But it's fascinating. I have no idea what kind of workshop this is or what those machines are about. KDOC says, per Wikipedia, Kraus-Heinz Electric Company, a manufacturer of high-grade electrical specialties, was established in 1897 in Syracuse. Yeah, wow, that's cool. Do you have a link? I'd love to watch or look at that. So, but this is lovely. I have no idea why nobody was there on a Friday, but a really neat use of the space. So that is most of my tour of Portland. I did walk around a couple of other places, took random pictures. I don't know if they're all off the phone. I needed to have combed my hair and did not. But I went to Double Dragon, which is the best place for a banh mi sandwich in Portland. And so I told them, you guys want me to plug your restaurant because it's really dang cool? And they're like, knock yourself out. I'm like, but I have a popular fire stream. And they're like, uh-huh. Anyway, if you go to Double Dragon, tell them Kathryn the Curious sent you, because you will need one of these sandwiches. It looks like it's hard bread, but it's soft. It's just wonderful. They have a very special, tiny amount of spice mayonnaise with the pork banh mi, pork belly that's just marinated to perfection in some sort of a secret sauce with, it's almost like sauerkraut. It's like carrots, fermented and whatever that stuff is, with a little bit of guacamole splashed on there, which makes it look gross, but it's good. It's guacamole. And you just need to go to Double Dragon. So I totally forgot about the mask thing. I haven't been outside of my house except for 10 different occasions since the fire started. So it's not like I really go and leave the house much. And I put it below my face and wandered around and wandered in there, forgetting that the mask mandate was going on. But it's just a cool place. Yeah, there's the good shot that I meant to show. I still needed to have combed my hair. But it has Double Dragon, the arcade game, inside. And so I figured it was a kind of a magical thing. I completely forgot about the mask thing. Don't crucify me. But let's see, is this my video? Is this the video? It's a big music variety played at the Double Dragon. We went from death metal to Nine Inch Nails to mariachi to old country. Very good choices, though, in each genre. I don't think this is the one where I go inside. I think I'm just commenting about the food at this point. Sorry, let me go. Where's the video where I go inside? Let me see. Now, if you're ever in Portland, you gotta go to Double Dragon for lunch or dinner. It's got one. Aircraft, I think, for World War I. Sorry. Retaining some of the quality of the industrial chic, including the Ford building over there, which used to be a place where they manufactured aircraft, I think, for World War I, and then perhaps automobiles. Or maybe automobiles went to aircraft for World War I. Spruce, I think. Same thing with Gordon's fireplace, but that place is trash now. Anyway, this is Double Dragon. Trying to get a super sandwich. Awesome. Now, in my defense, in restaurants, you could take your mask off to eat, and I came there to eat. So those other people paying also had their mask off, and there was little signs everywhere that if you had your vaccination card, then you didn't need to have your mask on. So everything seemed cool at this point.
Oh, yeah. There really is. Double Dragon and Double Dragon. Yeah. Really? You can't make that up. Wow.
I just realized I have to mute this. Otherwise, I'm going to get a copyright strike. So anyway, I dropped the quarter. It's the music. It's the music. It's not very good anyway, but so I was really delighted that a quarter came out of the Double Dragon machine. I was like, can I play it? Can I play it? But it didn't appear to work. So I just try to show the this is salvaged wood from other warehouses in Portland that have been torn down. And they kept the original kind of paint on it, and they just put it on the walls. So industrial salvage is a good way to kind of at least use buildings that can't be saved. So I remark about that a little bit. The really tacky decorations are just super. And whenever I'm in Portland, I love to go to the Double Dragon to get one of the better. That was 1978, actually, Alan. I thought it might be silver too at first. Here, a guy reminds me to put on my mask, so I did, and I ended up. So that was my trip in Portland, looking for when I wandered around at the scene of that 4-alarm fire. So, looking back, for the people that just tuned in, that was all one big tied up together tour of last week a 4-alarm fire destroyed a 115-year-old building. I looked at the other adjacent buildings, trying to give people the idea of what this would have looked like inside. And with the other pictures, I was trying to point out, if anybody's just stuck with us this entire time, most people look at the fire stream for an average of 15 to 18 minutes because they need fire info, then they go. But see, here's more homeless tents and stuff, literally around everywhere. The pictures of the rubble show the exact same type of beams, and that's what we were crying about looking at the rubble. We were like, oh man, none of that was salvaged, just like in the amazing warehouse adjacent. Where is the beam that I was going to show you guys that had that characteristic bolt pattern? There it is, right there. So you know how I just showed it here? Here's where there's that daylight gap between them, and then the rods attach them. And that's one of the vertical supports, I believe, for the structure. Very similar to what we saw in the other building. And you can even see the little bolts sticking out. Like there's a good, I don't know what these are called in architecture, but they just hold the joists and beams together. So a reminder, I'm not a pro at architecture. I just admire it. I never studied it. So here's two that are still kind of cobbled together as well. And the extremely long ones that ran the length this long, basically, were apparent, which you just generally don't get lumber like that anymore. So mostly because of this, a logging truck generally can't transport a log like that to a mill. These date back to the time when the enormous logs were transported by train to the middle of nowhere, when sawmills were in the middle of nowhere, like the Tillamook Burn area by west of Portland, west of Forest Grove and Banks. That area I filmed extensively to try to make a Tillamook Burn type of documentary. So I know all about those lumber mills out there. They milled them on site because they were too huge to transport across the country. The logs were enormous. So, but kind of a pity. It doesn't look like anything now, but if you had sanded this, you would have this same exquisite, wood. That's covered in white lead paint and a bunch of soot. But if this building hadn't burned, you would have had quite an amazing wonderland of wood inside. They would have had to, of course, rebuild the walls and such. But J.E. Cat says the trouble with some of these buildings is that it would be too expensive to renovate. No, not for this part of town. The kind of rent you could charge in Portland is like $5,000 a month to $6,000 for a hipster type of a building like that for each little apartment. Portland rent is insane. A 520 square foot apartment rents for like $2,000 in the city. That's a dump, frankly. It probably doesn't even have a dishwasher. Rent has gone insane in Portland. So there would be no problem for a developer, especially with this sweet type of old industrial stuff inside, which is all the rage right now, and like exposed brickwork. Like over here, this is just what somebody would pay a premium for. It's just like subway tile and exposed pipe and stuff. It's chic. It's in. It's what people want, and it'll now be completely bulldozed. And it's just a sad loss, So anyway, the situation with the current fires is now 5:30. 6 o'clock was when I thought that we might have. Remember, if you go to Double Dragon in Portland, tell them Kathryn sent you from Kathryn's World, from Kathryn Davidson Show. Then they'll finally be like, oh, okay. Yeah, big dogs is very true on the rent cost. Yeah, absolutely. So hey D, how are you? D here says fantastic video and story. Thanks for the history lesson. Sure. If you want to see more, there's a donation button, PayPal in the description of the video. Please give to the fire victims first, but with the leftover change, I want to get a good camera. That was everything I just did was with a cell phone. But I need a good camera, I need a good microphone, and I'll be able to interview not only old timers who would talk about the Wild West history, and then World War II vets. I want to interview more of them, fire survivors, fire crews, and fire chiefs and such. That would be the idea. Fire stream is not what I want to do. I hate fire. I wanted to make videos about history before we lose more historical places. So I want to go to ghost towns and film them, not paranormal stuff, history. And if you want to contribute to that, there's a little donation button. It looks like a $sign for super chat. And I have a PayPal and the link in the description. You can also send to my email a gift card, like maybe Amazon or something, and that'll help me buy camera equipment. And I want to thank everybody who's donated, because I'm getting closer and closer every day to getting a real camera. The Sony A7S III can see in the dark, and if I'm ever at a fire scene again, which occasionally I am, I'll be able to film the fire for real with 4K and crystal clarity and awesome sound. And I'll also be able to set up the studio here so that I sound better. I'm pretty disappointed with the sound quality of what I'm currently using, but I'll try to make it better. But rip this building, this is gone, 115 years old. It had some charm, like this modern siding and stuff is not good, but I bet if we found an older, I wonder how we would find this. I guess we'd look up the address in the county assessor's office. You would think they'd have a record of what a building looks like throughout the years. If anybody knows how to do that, that would be great. This would be Multnomah County. There was something called a history pin It's a shot in the dark. Historypin.com. I was hoping this website would take off. But you can search for, you search old maps, and there's supposed to be a layering of what the buildings look like in the past. Like, people are supposed to upload their own home photos and such to it, which I thought was just awesome. So, but I don't think it's really gone anywhere. We could try Portland, or just maybe some people don't use control to scroll around the map. Yeah, we definitely should turn off the ad blocker, turn off the dark thing. Okay, so use control at pluses. That's the Hawthorne. It would be this here, closer to the east side. Wow, so that's what Morrison Street's just over to the, well, left in my videos. That's the Morrison's bridge. I wonder what that building is right there. Interesting. I think the building bordered on Morrison. Huh. Is this 9th? Okay, let's see. Where's Morrison? That's Morrison right here. So that's the view. Okay. This is neat. It's from above. Whatever that is, it's not there anymore. Neat water tower from back in the day. Now, these buildings are still there as you go across the bridge. Organ tile and marble and such. No, it's not organ tile and marble. It's some old tile building. Look at these classical cars. Wow. It's like 40s cars. So, I'm wondering, what's the cross street? We could count streets. 1, 2, presumably 3, or 5 away from the waterfront. So, one, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is unfortunately looking approximately here to here. Well, here, because that's the Morrison. So we're not quite zoomed out enough, but that's fascinating. Use the control and plus sign to zoom the map. So we have a pin there. The idea is where the pins are, you have a comment or you have a picture. Pink is a picture. So darn it, it doesn't make an appearance here. There's 2 in this section. Comments from readers. What? Oh man, really? Club 297. Okay. Oh, really? Please no. It's upside down. Anyway, it was worth a shot. Okay. So we could go back a little bit in time with the street view. That might be worth our while. If you click down here, we could go back to 2007. And wow, that was when this building was, they were thinking about tearing it down, and the community stepped in and saved it. And it looks much better than it did back in the day. So you can see where the windows were here. And there's some low quality photos the Google car used to do. Yeah, it retains a little bit more of its charm because you see the original, like storefront and this and that. More of its original charm. It's been kind of mutilated, but wow, it even says hollow sidewalks do not something on. Do not. Okay, I guess it means don't overload the sidewalk. Wow, I didn't even realize that was there. Oh, D, yeah, thank you for your donation. Yeah, every 99 cents gets me closer to a camera. So, but look at the original doors and stuff. How neat that is. Now, this is fascinating. What this building used to look like. Wow. And seeing them working on it. Now, this is where they made that atrocious noise where they were digging up the sidewalk right here. And this place is looking better. Throughout the years, it was not doing so good. So just seeing it, this is a diamond in the rough. Seeing them fix it, just goes to show how nice this area became. And this right here, this is the building with the bow truss roof, where I was filming right in that garage. See how nice after a renovation that place became too. At least when you look inside from the doors. So, anyways, it could have looked nice. The Desiree says, "Oh, Toronto, I've never been, but I've always wanted to go to Canada." Yeah, that sounds cool. Now let's look back at fires. We did story time because there's nothing to listen to and nothing to watch. Nothing as far as the fires, except for maybe 1 or 2 cameras, is going to become visible until night falls and we go into infrared. And at that point, I'd be very interested to see if the Buck Rock lookout shows open flames directly in front of the camera on the K&P. I believe it will. Now this area, remember, they were going to do firing ops on the western side of the K&P. We just don't know if they were successful or when they did it. That could be their firing. So hopefully with the K&P that's going well. We can look back at aircraft. We never saw any over that Mexican fire down there. Let's go up. There's aircraft over the... Okay. There's a Rockwell 690B. Air attack, probably just looking at the situation, but there's nothing else on the Windy. There's no aircraft on it. It's just looking around. Now we've got several copters, though, up here in the K&P. That's cool. Got a Bell 205A-1 and H125 and Condor 26. It's not Dirty Bird. That's Condor 24. But I wonder what his call sign is. Dirty Bird was Condor 24. That's a recon plane. High altitude. He's at 17,400 feet. So they're probably trying to figure out where this fire exactly is underneath the smoke as far as K&P is. Now these helicopters are working the area just east of Badger where they had evacuation warnings and such. Let's check on any of those to see if they've changed. Sorry, massively loud. Let's go to Tulare County Sheriff's Office. And we'll have to check Fresno. Doesn't look like there's anything new. Okay, let's check Fresno County Sheriff's Office just to be sure. They've done some warnings just west of Wilsonia. So, no change from 6 hours ago when we started. Now, if you need the link to the description, a link to the video, I couldn't cram it into the description, but we'll hook you up. We'll hook you up with this. Excuse me, tongue-tied. We'll hook you up with this map. It's a hideously long link. Did I shut it down? I think I accidentally shut the tiny URL that I made. But the mods, you got me covered, right? So the story time is kind of over for my wandering around Portland. I tried to get a video card at Best Buy at the Portland International Airport store, and I wasn't one of the lucky ones. But I did get a little bit sick and collapsed after I came home. I am not quite well. Just my ear is bothering me. My throat is really sore. So the idea was today I'd do a short kind of a update video, but I have to go to work now to totally fix the situation where my window leaked. Workers are coming in on the 6th on Wednesday, so I've got to rearrange the entire living room to allow them access to the window and the floor where the damage is. Plus at night, we can't really do any nighttime stream because the internet service provider is cutting the interrupting the service several times throughout the night between the hours of like 2 a.m. and 6. So or midnight and 6. So there would be no point to leaving it on at night. So at least this is giving my voice a rest, and I have to give it another rest. We can watch some videos, and I can eat food at the keyboard, but there really isn't a reason to have the stream going 24 hours right now, unless there's some new emergency. Now here's Tobias Peak 1. This changed. Let's do it 6 hour. Yeah, thanks, K-Dog. Thank you so much for being there with the links. Big Dog says a cool building to research is the Silcox Hut on the east side of Mount Hood. Nowadays it's used for wedding receptions. Oh, that sounds cool. You know what we did, Big Dog? I don't know if you were here. I think you were. I showed people the ridiculous sky bus that used to be the tram to get to the top to Timberline Lodge, I believe. It was a bus, like a city bus, that they converted into. It was suspended from cables, and people got on the bus and rode it up to the top of Mount Hood. It only lasted a few years because it was a ridiculously expensive and inefficient and frankly stupid project. It looked cool, but it didn't work in any way, shape, or form. It's one of those business like cautionary tales of just because you have a wild dream and you want to see it through, if every indication is that it will fail and you'll go bankrupt, just stop, quit while you're ahead, minimize your losses. However, they just went ahead with that terrible idea. That was a fun night. When we ran out of things to talk about, we took a break from fires that night to talk about that. Remember, my channel's supposed to be about history and a curiosity kind of a stream, a variety show, punctuated by my ghost town adventures. But I went live because fire is history in the making, and it was more important to help people with their evacuation info. This is day 80. Or I think this is day 80 of the stream, except we've had 9 days off. So I'm absolutely exhausted. My voice is about ready to die, speaking every day for 14 hours a day. Hasn't been good. Yeah, you're right, Alan. Ears play havoc on the equilibrium, exactly. So it's just but thank you so much for donating to me and keeping this stream alive. I haven't worked since July 14th, or made income. That's the only reason I actually asked for donations. Last year I didn't, and the fires went on past 30 days. And I realized after a time I lost 1/12 of my income last year because I didn't accept donations. I thought it would be a week-long affair. Well, the fire crisis of last year was not a week-long affair at Labor Day. So this is basically the 1-year anniversary of my fire stream was at the 6th of September. So this year we did it for 80 days, guys. Even if I wasn't here those days, usually the mods are holding down the fort, giving people a 24-hour-a-day resource on fire info. I'm very proud of what we accomplished here, and thank you everybody who donated their time or their shared links. or donated money or gift cards or anything to help keep me here at my station and keep the stream running and the necessary computer parts that we need, because I've already filled up a 6 terabyte hard drive with the Firestream for the last 80 days to have an archive in case YouTube doesn't save it. So I love this time lapse. You can see the helicopters that were coming and going around Tobias Peak. They're doing some bucket drops. I wish we could hear the pilots. I would just leave this on and go about my business, but well, alas, we can't. Big Dog says, let's just hope the Santa Anas do not materialize. God, yes. Oh man, if these fires are uncontained when the Santa Anas and Diablos hit, oh God help us. Just fingers crossed, guys. But should they materialize and should there be another crisis, I will jump back on. As long as I'm conscious and breathing and have an internet connection, I will jump back on. But in the next couple of days, I've got to prepare for the workmen coming and take it real easy and rest my voice. I was hoping to have a week off, but the K&P and the Windy are still vigorous, active, and there's still new evacuations coming down the pipe almost every day. Desiree says, I need some pho and some tea. Exactly. Hey, I've got the rest of a banh mi sandwich, which is spectacular, and I do have tea. In fact, I have some sparkling cider, which is just awesome. Kind of on the sour note of things, but I kind of like it. So let's get out of there. But yep, RIP, 115-year-old building, burned to the ground. Arson rumors, mostly speculation that the homeless huddled for warmth in there and let something either cook or, well, see or stay warm. But I've heard some disturbing reports from the locals talking about how arson is a thing that's plaguing Portland right now. There's been some recent arrests, and there's still the open case. If you know anything about the fire that happened, the 4-alarm fire that happened on the 4th of July, please come forward. I was there. I looked at that scene as well. Really horrifying. 2 fatalities and several injuries. They still don't know who did it, but there's a reward. So on another day, I'll show you guys story time. That's a very dark one, though, because there were fatalities and really sad stories. It's not something I want to go into today. I kind of want to take my mind off of things as much as I can. It's been psychologically difficult to look at fires every waking hour for 80 days, basically. I've had a couple of strings of hours together where I didn't look at them, but for the most part, I would try to do something like distract myself, like look at The Walking Dead or something, and then pause it and check the fires anyway to see if anything was happening and keep watching it. This is just been kind of grim, so I'm happy to go back to any other subject every once in a while to look at things like history, just anything. What time will I be back on tomorrow? No idea. Just trying to take it easy. I'm having friends coming over to help me move the furniture. And when they show up, it's just, well, when they get a free moment. So you can hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. That'll let you know whenever I go live. But I'm not very good at promising, like, hey, I'll be back at 7 because of just the chaos going on with the window leak and people coming and going right now. I can't really say to somebody who just showed up, hey, look at the helicopter. Oh, yeah. Just pause. I'm just going to randomly sit on my computer, put on my headset, and ignore you now. That doesn't really work. So the hard thing about not having anything to listen to, the Fun Fire, at least we had some radio, but with nothing to listen to, no radio. Is that a boat? There's a boat at Tahoe. Now that is a postcard. That is a postcard right there. I love the sunsets of Tahoe. I'm so glad we still have a Tahoe. It's fire devastated in many places, but it could have been so much worse. They did an amazing job with the luck that nature gave them, you know, the breaks in the weather. Yep, that's the last frame. There's a big boat on Tahoe. Just kind of sailing out there. Yeah, exactly, Desiree. They'll come, but hopefully they're mild and they shut the power off when they occur. That's how they avoided fires from the past. It worked for the last, several decades. So hopefully they just get smart enough to do that again. Now there's no Caldor meeting tonight. There's no K&P or Windy meeting tonight. I don't know that there's any other. We can check. Hey, speak of the devil. Okay. So there's a monument meeting. It's about to start. I think I'll wander into the kitchen and I'll get that apple cider and I'll get my banh mi sandwich out of the refrigerator. And hopefully I can shut up now. We can watch some videos. Okay. All right. It's in a fancy glass bottle. It is R.W. Knudsen crisp apple cider. Heck yeah. And I'd put it in a wine glass if I owned one. I somehow don't have any anymore. I don't know if they were lost in the move or what. Okay. I got a miniature 1960s coffee cup. It has little yellow and lemon yellow and sky blue flowers on it. It's totally 60s. I got it at this amazing antique store. Remember, guys, I constantly babble about something when I go in the kitchen because people think the audio is broke if there isn't something. And we're waiting for that video. Anyway, I got it.
Good evening and welcome to the Monument Fire virtual community meeting for October 2nd. Thank you for joining us this evening. My name is Lenore Lamb and I am a Public Information Officer trainee here on behalf of the Southern Area Red Team. Tonight we're going to have an update from various members of our team on the Monument Fire. Please feel free to drop your questions into the chat at any time during the presentation and we will get your questions answered at the end of the presentations. Thank you so much, and with that I will introduce Tom Wright, Incident Meteorologist.
Good evening, my name is Tom Wright. I'm an incident meteorologist for the National Weather Service and I'm out of the Medford, Oregon office. So you might be wondering, I have an app on my phone that does weather, so what do we need a meteorologist on the fire for? So I'm just going to give you a little quick rundown of what the incident meteorologist does on the fire. And my number one priority when I come out here is the safety of the firefighters. So we don't want any weather phenomenon to come up and bite that they weren't expecting, thunderstorms or shifting winds or things like that. So that's my primary focus, is to keep a weather watch and to make sure that nothing comes up and gets them that they weren't expecting. And then of course I'm also here to give forecasts to the team so that they can figure out what they're going to do to fight the fire. So that's my second priority. And then another thing that you need to know is that I know as well as you do that if you go around the corner, the weather's going to be different. So I need to come out here to get familiar with the weather in the local area. Even though I'm from Medford, I still don't know what goes on in every valley or mountaintop out here. So I come out here to try and understand the weather locally so I can give a better forecast to the team and help with the safety of the firefighters. I wanted to give you a quick update on some information that I got about the Redding area. So we know that it's bad out there. We know the drought's been bad, but to put it into context of how bad, we had the water year just end. So the water year runs from October through September. And the reason we do that is because that corresponds with the lowest stream flows in October, and then we get the rain throughout the rainy season, and then we can see how things are going to react throughout the year. So we use a water year in meteorology. And in Redding, last water year ending a couple days ago, we've had 14.24 inches of rain, and that is 19.28 inches below normal. So more than 1.5 feet of rain below normal in Redding for the last year. And when you add that to 2020, which was another almost 10 inches below normal, that's a total 2-year deficit of 29.10 inches. So almost 2.5 feet, knee-deep water below normal. So we would normally expect a 2.5 more feet of rain in Redding than we've had in the last 2 years. So that gives you an indication of why it's so bad out there drought-wise. And then as we talk about the weather, because that's what we're here to find out about, we have a pretty hot day today, pretty dry, and we're going to see another one of those tomorrow, and as the ridge of high pressure stays in place. And then on Monday, things will become a little less hot, but a little breezier as we have a system coming approaching the coast. And then on Tuesday, we'll see a noticeable change to cooler weather, and that cooler, more humid weather is going to continue on through the remainder of the week and into next weekend. And the big question is, are we going to have any rain to try and take a bite out of that deficit? And the answer right now is probably, although we have a setup where we could get some rain. There are no obvious rainstorms in the offing right at the moment, so we're just keeping an eye on that. But from about Wednesday on through next weekend, we will have a chance of rain in the area. We just have to nail down the timing and how much rainfall we would expect. So when we get closer to that, we'll have a better idea. We can give you an update then on the rain expected, but that's what I have for you tonight. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Lisa Loncar, Fire Behavior Analyst Trainee. So my main function here on the fire is to predict fire growth and behavior. I had the opportunity to take a flight over the fire today, and mainly what I observed was some scattered pockets of heat still in the northeast corner, the northwest corner, and the southwest corner of the fire. Overall, fire behavior was minimal, predominantly smoldering fire in stumps and deadened down logs. Tomorrow I'm expecting more of the same, minimal fire behavior, and over the next few days we will continue to dry, so we might see a little more activity, but most of the heat that we were seeing is interior of the fire lines. If you have any questions for me specifically, you can pop them into the chat. Thanks.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Jameson, Operations Section Chief for the Southern Area Red Team here on the Monument Fire. And in operations, we based all our actions and plans based on the predicted weather and fire behavior. And the predicted weather over the next couple of days, that 5 days ago we got some good rain, which really helped, but since then it's been drying out and drying out. So the more, on Monday, we're still in elevated conditions, but all those conditions are real close to critical. And we pay real close attention to that to figure out what we're going to do. And like Lisa said, there's still some heat out there. So the possibility of the fire doing something, getting outside the containment lines is there. But that's what we're doing. We're keeping a close eye on it. We're doing a patrol. We got up here in this northeast corner, everybody's keeping an eye on it, close eye on it. What's over here on the west side of the North Fork of the Trinity River, there was a little activity backing down in there, a little bit less today, but with the drying conditions, we'll be paying attention to that. The lines on the Backbone Ridge that got over Hobo Gulch Road, they're leaving those open just in case that does something, and keeping patrolling, doing some mop-up where needed. And all the interior lines or the contingency lines outside of there, we're starting to do the rehabilitation, trying to clean those up and make sure those don't erode when it does rain. And then as we go down south toward Junction City, their interior, working on the Soldier Creek Road, and they got the hazard trees cut out of it, and they're starting to work on the Packers Creek Road heading toward Big Bar. And likewise, there's another road group working north on Big Creek Road, looking for those hazard trees that might fall and getting rid of those. And everything's being patrolled. All the fire lines are being rehabbed or cleaned up, where we're take care of the damage we did from them. Over here in the southwest portion of the fire, same kind of activities going on. They're patrolling real good. I know they found a couple smokes close to the line and mopped those up yesterday, and they'll be keeping a close eye on it today. And then there's a lot of fire lines scattered all inside and outside the lines there, and they're working to fix those back. Zulu's in good shape. They're just patrolling in there. And you get over in here, the Gulf is just in patrol, but India and Kilo, there's a lot of rehabilitation work, trying to repair the damage we did, making sure the fire stopped. And everybody, the last of the fire suppression equipment is being pulled out of Trinity Village today. We're keeping a close eye on this north area. Now, most of it did burn and hit an old fire scar in there, so it's slowed down and it's just crept around. Some of it we decided hasn't moved in long enough that we're calling it out. Well, we're keeping an eye on the rest of it. So we're here the next few days. We make it through Monday, Tuesday. We'll be in real good shape with the damper conditions coming in and maybe some rain. We'll see. That's all I got.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tara Jones. I am the District Ranger on the Trinity River Management Unit here on the Shasta Trinity National Forest. And for this particular incident, I am the agency administrator's representative. I wanted to, first of all, just stop and celebrate the fact that we hit 80% containment. It's been a long time coming. For those of you that have been here since this fire started on July 30th, 80% is a time to celebrate. That's a good thing. Starting to feel like fall out there with the temperatures. I want to say I can remember looking at these and trying really hard to find one green block, and not too long ago. So that is a good sign of good things to come. I know things are starting to get back to normal a little bit, so I wanted to just take a moment and say thank you for all that you guys have done to support our firefighting efforts, our firefighters, and just the way the communities have all come together. I did some reading up this evening about some of the things that happened early in the fire. I was reading about the meeting we had there at Junction City and getting to meet so many of you people out at that meeting and how you all pull together. And again, I'm just so impressed with all of you. I want to let you know about the fire closure for the Shasta Trinity on the Monument Fire. We updated that today and made it smaller. We're trying to continue to keep good eyes on that and evaluate it and make it smaller and get more of your national forest open for you to go recreate, go hunt, go get your wood in, whatever you need to do. So please look for that. It came out today, was signed today, effective today. I also want to just take a second, and as things settle in and we start to kind of get back to normal, we're going to football games and we're having home football games and doing things that we do in the fall, and we're getting to wear hoodies, getting to wear a sweatshirt in the morning, which is always a good thing. I just want to take this moment to encourage all of us not to go back to how we were before. I've really enjoyed being out in the communities and building relationships with so many of you, and for us to move the forest forward, to have a healthy forest, to have good collaboration with our partners, to have good community involvement will mean more meetings in the future. And I want to sit down, and my staff wants to sit down and hear what you have to say about what you think would make some sense on the national forest and what will make it more resilient and help us contain these fires more quickly in the future. Anyways, that's what I had for tonight. I want to thank this team for continuing the huge efforts to keep our public involved and informed. Trinity County is vast, and we have a lot of public meetings. I counted up, I think there's been over 30 for the Monument Fire alone. So, and you folks have been there for the whole thing. So thank you so much for all of your support. Please don't hesitate to reach out. My number, my name, and whatever you need, stop by the Weaverville office. I'm here for you, and we're going to continue to figure this out as we move forward. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Patrick Pearson. I'm the Deputy Incident Commander for the Southern Area Red Team. And just to kind of echo what Tara just said, thank you very much for all of your support. We've only been here 8 days, but this fire's been burning for 65 days. And our hearts go out to each and every one of you that's having to deal with this over such a long period of time. So definitely appreciate all the support that you're giving to our team, the previous teams, and the firefighters out there on the ground. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Southern Area Red Team. We come to you from the 13 southern states, southeast states, from Virginia down to Florida, and over to Texas. And there's some outliers in there. I'm one of them. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. But the majority of us come from the 13 southern states and are happy to be here in Northern California. This is our second trip up here. And you and the Antelope Fire. Great bunch of folks, and it's our pleasure to be here serving you guys. As you heard from Mark, there's been a lot of work going on over the last 8 days that we've been here, and the previous 60 plus days before that. We're kind of turning the tide. We're being able to do a lot of the suppression repair work, rehab work. There still is a little bit of mop up and patrol going on. We want to make sure that we're not turning our back to anything and have anything get out and be more of a problem in the future. So we're working on that, working really hard for y'all. And other than that, looking forward to continuing the work over the next week. There is going to be another team coming in next weekend. So we'll be transitioning again, and those folks will be able to pick up where we left off and hopefully put this to fire to bed for the remainder of the winter. So I would imagine there's going to be a lot of work throughout the winter as far as rehab and everything like that, but definitely hoping to be able to put a little less stress in for y'all as we go forward. So with that, y'all have a great evening, and we're looking forward to working with y'all for the next week or so.
Okay, now we will move on to the question and answer portion. And first of all, just wanted to say thank you so much to all the kudos that came over in the chat. Those are greatly appreciated. And the first question that we have is, can we still expect the northern edge to merge with the river complex, or is that not going to happen after all?
All right, so fire behavior and long-term analysts have said they don't think this is going to come together, and I don't either. These fire edges have not moved much at all, like I'm talking maybe a foot in the past few days, and I don't really see it happening. And this area up in here is a lot of rocky, remote area, very little fuels. This part right here ran into Thurston Gulch, and it's pretty stalled up in there. I haven't seen any smokes up there at all. You know, it's not to say something couldn't happen, but we just don't see it happening.
Thank you. Our second question is, what is the situation on Big Mountain right now across from the Daly property? I see smokes on it.
Okay, so I think that's in this area, but you're going to see smokes all over the fire. I know there was some over in Junction City just the other day, and actually it's been burning for 3 days. We're keeping a close eye on it. So the warmer and drier weather, there's still going to be interior smokes that be up and down. We've got air attack in an aircraft. He's flying twice a day, keeping an eye on it. Troops on the ground are still patrolling. They're keeping an eye. But it's a lot of area, and it's going to smoke.
The next question is about Denny Road in the Daly area. Is it okay to cut any logs along the road with a permit?
Hello, I'm going to take that one. The new closure starts right at about Daly. North of Daly would be open. I just want to let you know, some of the suppression repair work will be continuing to drop those hazard trees, and we're hoping to get those decked and set off to the side in a way that's safe. If you have a permit and the work there has been completed, and it's not in the closure, or in one of the forest no wood cutting areas, then yes, you would be fine to go ahead and cut that. If we have people working in the area, just give us a couple more days to get things kind of stacked up and out of the way, and we will be evaluating after the fire to see if there's some firewood cutting areas that we can kind of steer everyone to and set up for our public to use. So that's an excellent question. So if you have a permit, it's not in the closure area, and there's no work going on there, yeah, you should be good. Thank you.
Our next question is the National Guard assisting on the Monument Fire, still assisting on the Monument Fire? And the answer to that is no. Do we have any other questions that have come? I don't believe I have anything else listed in the chat. So if that is all of the questions, we will conclude the meeting this evening. We thank everyone for their time. Again, really appreciate all the kudos and positive thoughts that have been sent to the fire team here, and we wish everyone a great evening, and feel free to reach out to us with the contact information provided should you have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Cool. Well, I just quickly typed some stuff in, and for some reason the video chat was in a mode where chat was underneath the video. Sorry, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just ate my food. So I asked, that was Smitty's question. I said, a viewer of mine asks, is the National Guard still assisting? And they said no. But did I just miss something? Because I was just chewing really loudly, and I thought they were going to answer the other questions. My other question was, what is expected containment date? And I heard the locals helped the situation by building pre-made fire breaks themselves. Is this true? Did you find any efforts by locals helped you with firefighting? Thank you. Did she just answer that? Did I just totally space out on that, or did they skip it?
As we go forward. So with that, y'all have a great evening, and we're looking forward to working.
Okay, now we will move on to the question and answer portion. And first of all, just wanted to say thank you so much to all the kudos that came over in the chat. Those are greatly appreciated.
I did say all my hundreds of viewers really help, really appreciate them, because by the time that the meeting is over, there will have been hundreds of views. Even though there's just 44 people in chat right now, that's as people rotate in and out. And so over the course of the duration of this, there will have been about 200 people in here.
And the first question that we have is, can we still expect the northern edge to merge with the river complex, or is that not going to happen after?
And that was a no. And so he came up and explained that. So that's pretty awesome.
Thank you. Our second question is, what is the situation on Big Mountain right now across?
That was not my question either.
The next question is about Denny Road in the Daly area. Is it okay to cut any logs along the road with a permit?
Okay, not my question either.
Our next question is the National Guard assisting on?
Yeah, so that was a no. They didn't get to the thing. I was hoping they would explain Hayfork and defending Hayfork. It seemed like the locals there made their own fire roads and fire breaks, being fed up with year after year being deprioritized with the whole CalFire system, just for lack of resources. If a place that's more populated ever becomes threatened by fire, then the poor people of northwestern part of the state go, hey, what about us over here? And they're like, sorry. You're not. We rush off to defend the greatest threat to life and property, which is, well, a city. Last year they got totally screwed by the Zog fire being started by PG&E over by Reading. They watched all the resources that were going to help them with the lightning fires, the August complex, go over there, and then the Bay Area fires with the glass fire were also going, and most of the resources trampled down there, and they're going, hey, when are we going to get help? And so the same thing happened this year with the Dixie taking up, started by PG&E, taking up most of the resources of the state and the country, and then stuff happening at other places, the Caldor breaking out, and then it's like, oh, really? Once Tahoe was threatened, everybody out here in the monument in McFarland were in the river were just basically forgotten. It was pretty terrible. But the bright light about that whole situation is at Hayfork, they get threatened by fire year after year and successfully defend their town. And what I've been hearing is with the community efforts, they make their own fire breaks ahead of time, and then you have minimal staff requirement. You just need the actual engines and people there to fight it, instead of the incredible amount of dozer teams that you normally would need if you needed to make brand new fire lines. So it's one thing I was very curious about, and hopefully they'll answer it in a different way later. But the fact they took community questions was really great. So we have photos from Sequoia National Park. Tomorrow at 7, they have their Windy Fire meeting. Now, I hear that fire crews climbed into a giant to put out a canopy fire up in its branches. That I would love to hear about. That sounds extraordinary. I wouldn't have thought that they would have done such a thing. Anybody else has more on that? I can't even remember where I saw it now. It could have been Twitter or something. But we've lost some giants though, which is real sad. Yesterday's update, they're saying that the Windy was about 90,149 acres. 42% though, which is just so awesome. But they really, with the limited amount of resources they had, really done a spectacular job on the Windy and the K&P. Tulare County has done an excellent job communicating to the public as well. I would only suggest that they get better Wi-Fi for explaining, hosting the community meetings. Oh, there's Scooper in action video. Let's definitely watch this. Zoom back, full screen, full volume. Let's go. Pull up already. Pull up. Dude. Oh, man. I found a very funny sound effect track. It's going to be really cheesy. But remember how I'm supposed to make sound effects for the airplanes? Well, my throat's pretty sore, so I think I'm just going to go to to get the official it basically runs through like all of the worst cockpit sounds. It says alarms, TCAS, and GPWS of a Boeing 737. So instead of me doing my normal soundtrack, I'm just going to let this do it for me.
Bank angle, bank angle, bank angle. Bank angle, bank angle. Caution, terrain. Decision height. Don't sink. Don't sink. Glide slope. Plus 100. Pull up. Radio altimeter. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Sink rate. Glide slope. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Gear. Too low. Terrain. 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 Pull up. V1. Pull up.
Okay, that almost was funny. But you get the idea. Normally I would make the sound effects myself, but yeah, I have a sore throat. So was anybody else alarmed though by just how long that went without him pulling up? It's like, okay, mate, you got the water. Okay, you could think about, okay, right about now you might want to, dude, pull up. It's just, oh my God. I can't remember where that video just went. I was going to save it because I love airplane action. Where did it go? Was it one of those pop-ups? I didn't think I had to scroll this much. Or videos. Watch again. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so I will share that with this random Facebook thing that I have now. So that is something that the United States government just posted, so it should be nice and copyright free. They're talking about, oh, I already read all this stuff, didn't I, as an update the other day? That was one day ago. So it was talking about numerous aircraft, 17 helicopters, one UAS, which is a unmanned aerial vehicle, i.e. a drone, 2 CL-415s, which are super scoopers like we just saw, and a Cobra, which is an intelligence gathering helicopter, are assigned to the incident. Today's clear skies made for a busy day for air ops. Well, that was yesterday. Helicopters conducted numerous drops, particularly on the west side of the Windy fire, as they supported firing ups and other fire suppression activities. Super scoopers were used on the southern two-thirds of the fire, primarily along the eastern side, where the steep terrain above the M99 corridor and the Kern River is inaccessible to firefighters. The UAS, unlike the helicopters assigned to this incident, can detect heat sources through smoke. It surveils the perimeter, detecting isolated heat sources that the ground crews can then locate and extinguish. It is also being used on the incidents to fly over and assess the conditions of the giant sequoia groves. On the southwestern side of the fire, remember this is yesterday's update, the Windy, crews are holding the fire within its current footprint and continuing to mop up the hot spots in and around several small communities, such as Sugarloaf Mountain Park, Pine Flat, California Hot Springs. Yay! There are 2,500 people assigned to the fire, the majority of whom are in the field day and night, working hard to protect the natural values and structures around the entire fire perimeter and attempting to suppress it as quickly and safely as possible. Yay! When I was talking about this, is it about now? It's like, sir, you could pull up, sir. Maybe, you're running out of. Oh my God, that I don't know if that's an optical illusion. If there is indeed more water out there, but that takes them a long time to pull up. In fact, it almost looked like they were jettisoning some water. I don't know how scoopers work, but what happened right here? Like it seemed like water came out of the top. Did it get too heavy? Did it delete some? See? Is it like, oh, never mind? Ballast too heavy? Flaps. It kind of struggles. Oh my gosh. So we have to appreciate how dang dangerous this is. Are they Canadian or is this United States? It says fire, but I thought the scoopers were from Canada. Looking back at chat, maybe C-Pro is here, somebody else who knows about this stuff. Let's see. Husky says it's been a rough week with sinuses getting nailed by Mother Nature. Yeah, me too. Oh, and you sprained your ankle. I'm so sorry, Husky. Big hugs. Report to Big Daddy for hugs. He checked in. He's in the hug department. You can also report to the hug dispensary. Big Dog is, of course, backup. K-Doc says, Desiree, click on the gear icon and drop the video down to 480p. See if the problems stop, and then slowly increase resolution until they return. Until the problems return? Well, yeah, that's good advice. Thanks, K-Doc. J-Cat says, I'm scanning CalTOP and I won't say anything about the haystack fire. It's a mess. Really? You mean on the river complex? Because we just had a monument update. I was hoping we'd get a river update. That would be next. So we flipped back to that because we just seen a new video. 3 hours ago, there's a video about camp life in Dixie West Zone, but I wanted to get to important information first. 1 hour ago, there was something posted by Sequoia, but he already went through it. We did go to the video. That's a video. 6 hours ago, there's a weather update video. I just don't see that we got any new videos. Caldor canceled their community meeting, and it will resume tomorrow. I guess they may be going to an every other day schedule. Yeah, tomorrow is Firefighter Remembrance Day, so they're putting red lights in a couple of towers. The remembrance ceremonies are at the town of Volcano tomorrow at 9 a.m. We can check in with Tulare County Fire Department. Oh. Hey, we have one at 7. So we got a K&P meeting tonight at 7. Yay. It's at Sequoia King's page. So remind me, we're going to wait for that. So I will write that down on what we are now waiting for. Awaiting 7 p.m. K&P community meeting. There we go. All right, so there will be no in-person attendance. It's virtual only. Join us for the live stream on the Facebook page. Those unable to attend the meeting live, there will be static video posted. Cool. Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., fire trucks and food trucks, Garden Street Plaza in downtown Visalia. There will be a firefighters community event. That's cool. They do a lot of public service, you know, like public outreach. Most fire departments do. Tulare County Fire Department appreciates the support of firefighters working both the Windy and the K&P from various communities that have been affected. We're not the only ones in the front lines. There are many agencies. So thank you. Yes, thank you from us too. Okay. Dumpsters provided for Posey residents. I love that Tulare County really is good at can I just share? Tulare County is really good, which is getting information out to the public. Got their senior citizen hotline that they started. Everybody else call 211. Here's information for RV and trailer camping, pets and livestock evacuation, COVID info, maps for evacuation, wildfire impact line for all of your questions, Windy Fire information line. This is awesome. This is great. You rarely see this really clear kind of thing posted on social media on other fires. This is an example of excellence, really. So Big Dog says, Smitty, did you know that October 1st was National Coffee Day? Hopefully you had a good time. There you go. Frank Presley says, and hi Frank, by the way. Evening weather here. Reno mentioned the chance of snow over the passes at the end of the week. We can only hope. That's what they're hoping for on the Dixie as well. And we have a somewhat unrelated Dixie fire video, which I guess we should watch now, waiting for the K&P meeting. It's called Dixie's Own Camp Life.
Hello, my name is Brad Bramlett. I'm one of the public information officers here on the Dixie Fire. Thousands of wildfire fighters leave their homes each year to travel all around the country to battle wildfires. At one point this summer, there were over 27,000 firefighters battling wildfires all around the country. Battling wildfires is one thing, but being away from home makes things even that much more stressful. So what is it like being away from home? Well, they can be located at different locations. Sometimes they're located at what we call an ICP, an Incident Command Post, such as where we're located here. We're at the Lassen County Fairgrounds. They can also be located at remote places, what we call spike camps, where they're set out in sometimes open fields. But here, this is what we would call Main Street. Being at these places is really almost like being at a small town. We have all kinds of functions here. We have places where you can get maps made. We have our own incident meteorologists. Somebody gives us the weather. They're called IMETs. We have a place where you can get technology and things taken care of with issues with the internet. We have right down here at our PIO, the public information, where information is sent out and disseminated to the public. We also have it just like our post office, where packages can be sent here and delivered out. On down a little bit further, we have our READS, which is our resource advisor. These folks get out there, they look at, especially as we're in this next phase of suppression repair, they're going out and taking care of the resources, looking at them, and making sure we're trying to get it back into as pristine a state as possible. So where those containment lines were put in, they're going back in and putting in logs and other type of debris to make it look more natural. So we actually have finance. We'll go look at that in a little bit, so it'd be like our bank. So life in this town, in this place, is like being in a small town. These firefighters go on a 14-day detail. They can extend out to 21 days. So spending time here is great. We're going to go and look here in just a minute at some of the other places that they'll visit and stay in this short duration. Many small towns have a bank. Behind me is the finance trailer, and though it's not a bank that you would normally think of, this is where time is kept up, where the firefighters are paid and invoices are paid so the contractors can get reimbursed for their services. Right beside this is the IC, or the incident commander. So this is where the command of the overall parts of the fire, at least for the west zone of the Dixie fire, is. This is where the incident commander would meet and make the overall decisions of the fire. The incident commander and the deputy IC, the deputy incident commander, would meet and they could make up their, what they call the leader's intent. They can make the overall goals for this fire, and therefore they can send those out to the different sections of the overall overhead, and those can be carried out to the personnel on the fire. So we take COVID mitigation very seriously. Behind me is one of several stations where personnel have to come through each day. They have their temperature scanned. Each person will get a bracelet identifying that they have had their temperature scanned, and they have to have this going in all locations, whether it's going through the food line or going into any meeting. This signifies that they've had their temperature scanned and they do not have a temperature. Camp safety of all personnel is the utmost importance. Another important part of camp is the supply section. Here's where you can come and pick up needed things for what may be out for the fire line. Got different things. We got hose. So you'd come to the supply unit, you'd fill out a 213, which is just a general order asking for certain supplies. You would turn it in, they would sign out something. If it's consumable, it would not need to be returned. But if it's something that's of value, you would sign it out, and then once you come back and finish with it, then you would turn it in. But this is another part that's valuable because these are resources that firefighters can use out on the fire line. So we're located here at one of the center hubs of the incident command post. Behind me is the showers, and you're thinking, well, what would showers be needed for an incident command post? Well, you think of these hardworking men and women that have been out on the fire lines many days. It's a nice reprieve for them to be able to come in, to get off that fire line, many days out on there, hot, dusty, and so they're able to get in here, work on just getting cleaned up and the hygiene. So this is something that's really welcome for them. It's sort of a morale booster. We got over here, way off in the distance, and we can get a little bit closer look up later on. We have a laundry drop off here. So the firefighters can come in, drop off their gear, and can come back and have it picked up the next day. Over to my right, your left, is the kitchen, what we call the chow line. Again, firefighters would come in, have the bracelet indicating that they've been scanned. They would walk through the line, and again, following COVID protocols, everything is hand delivered to them. They go through the line and then have their food put in a bag, and then they walk on through. So it's very efficient. It's a very good way for them to get their calorie needed for them. It's about 3 pounds worth of food, so there's a lot of food there for them, and so their physical needs are taken care of. Off in the distance is where you can see where some of the crews are camped out, and they've got places to stay. So again, it is like another small town where we've got showers, we've got food, and we've got a place to sleep here, all right here within walking distance. So we have a modified water tender that is coming by, and he does this on a fairly regular basis. And by him putting out water like that, that's what we call dust abatement. That helps keeping dust down in the camp and make things where it's just a little bit better, keeping everything nice. I mentioned earlier about our COVID protocols and how seriously we take that. Behind me is one of several washing stations that are scattered throughout camp. We ask that all our firefighters wash regularly, make sure that we keep any kind of transmission of anything, any kind of germs, anything that kept down to a minimum. This is one of those ways that we can mitigate that. We also have several porta-johns scattered throughout camp. It's just another way that's very convenient for firefighters to have that. Again, we take our safety mitigations very seriously, especially in this pandemic era that we're having with COVID. This is just another one of those steps that we can use that firefighters can take to help mitigate those steps. Behind me is one of the important parts of camp. This is one of the laundry sections that firefighters can come and drop off their firefighting gear. So these guys bring out 14 days worth of firefighting gear. But if they get extended for 7 days, it makes it very important to be able to come here, drop off their firefighting gear, have it washed, laundered, and be able to come back and use it. They've only got 50 pounds worth of weight that they can bring on the plane. This allows them to come, especially with this extended firefighting season, where firefighters are extending 7 days, to be able to get their clothes washed and be able to stay that extended season. This is very important for them to come in, get these clothes washed, and to have a new fresh set of Nomex, which is the firefighting fire retardant clothing, and to be able to get back out on the line again. So we're very appreciative of the work that they do here and thankful, and I know that the firefighters are very thankful for it as well. Behind me is one of the locations that many of the firefighters are staying here at the camp. Most of the firefighters bring their own tents and sleeping gear. They're prepared to stay for that 14-day assignment. But if they don't, most of the times they can go to supply and check out a tent or a sleeping bag, but they need to be prepared. You've got this location, they can stay here. It's in close proximity to camp, to where they have access to the showers and the kitchen. So here's where they'll end up spending the next 14 to 21 days.
That does look like the campgrounds, doesn't it? I just wanted to remark on some of these sections. I went to the kitchen for a vast majority of it. Came back and there's lively chat discussions about things. This is a really cool view of like how does it work. Remember, we are 13 minutes away from the K&P community meeting, so we're just killing time. A couple of things like this. This is awesome. This is trailers delivered, like a little mobile command post. I was hoping that victims would get things like this, you know. They have to go somewhere. We could mobilize the military to help make that happen, or give FEMA some sort of an injection of that sort of thing. Maybe they can just rent RVs and campers and such and just boost the local economy for the victims. Or this is what I'm talking about. These kinds of tents, heck yeah. Those are very mobile, stowable, sweet, like the MASH tents, at the TV show. Why don't we have huge stockpiles of those for disasters? Now that looks hostile. Wow. That's silhouette that, and that kind of sums up 2020 and 2021. She's not threatening his life. She's taking his temperature with a thermometer gun. He looks like a masked bandit robbing her store, and she's like, "Punk, get out of my store and drop those cigarettes." You brought a knife to a gunfight, sir. But yeah, I think this is the fairgrounds. Is this Lansing County Fairgrounds? I've never been over here. This is real super dry. very different from the rest of the Dixie Fire, which is like heavily forested stuff in Butte County and Plumas County. I was wondering if that was actually windshield washer fluid. And Smitty, I think it is. It's next to other automotive things like automotive batteries. I don't think that's their pink hand soap. I'm not saying they don't have pink hand soap, but I think that's automotive things because there's a lot of vehicles and they've got to drive out there. I imagine they go through gallons of that stuff every 2 days because of the ash that's all over the windshield. But yeah, those tents, those are the bee's knees. Those will withstand storms and such. Did you see the pathetic little tents that were ripped up that the fire crews had to live in? They deserve things like this. And I think perhaps they may normally get something like that, but with COVID, you wouldn't want to trap people together. It might be why they're all kind of individually bunking. But now this is how we should shelter the fire victims and such. You might even be able to hook that up with some air conditioning if they could put the standing types out of the flap, because it's been 113 degrees. Yeah, this is RV and Marine Tech. It's been 113 degrees, and there's also hefty bags there. Asking the elderly and such to just hang out in 113 degree weather with smokes is asking for them to have a heart attack, really. But pretty neat day in the life thing. That chow roach coaches and such. Pretty sweet. So yeah, I think that's Lassen County. It looks like a yurt. Yeah, very similar. So the thing about a yurt is they're one of the most sophisticated types of exposing a cheating boyfriend. Can I just not see this stuff anymore? Hide video. When you make a new YouTube account, you get the weirdest suggestions. Yeah, yurts are that way because in Mongolia, you get hurricane-type force winds in the wintertime, like blizzards. And so if you have a perfectly round tent or perfectly round building, the wind can't grab anything. It needs a surface to kind of lift. Think of the wind as having little fingertips, and it's searching for something on the structure to kind of lift off, like lift the roof off. So with a yurt, there's nothing to grab. And so a yurt can be comfortable in 120-mile-an-hour wind gusts as long as it's staked down well enough. So it's kind of like the Quonset hut. Those survived Pacific cyclones, and in World War II, because they don't have anything for the wind to lift off of. So it's a Quonset hut. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know what a Quonset hut is, sometimes you need new technology for a new era. Sometimes you need old technology for a new era. It's temporarily unavailable. I feel cheated. But the idea is they look like this. Oh, this is a miniature model. How cute. But you can make them small for infantry headquarters, but there's nothing for the wind to grab. So they withstand cyclones and stuff pretty well. And California has a bunch, and West Coast has a bunch of these. They actually were picked up, they're prefabricated. They just come in parts that you assemble, kind of like with a hand drill much of the time. There's not that much to them. And you can deconstruct them and move them, and that was how the United States Army moved from island to island, just picking these up and reassembling them, and it sheltered the aircraft, especially that didn't want to take salt damage and damage from wind, and they would work on them and during hurricane type things. So the same concept, Quonset huts and yurts, they're very windproof. So let's go back to, they may be starting the video at 6:53. I'm going to share this one too. Just everything is public on this new Facebook thing I have. I really don't attend to it. It's just for the simplicity of notifications. I only now have notifications for a fire. That's what the whole Facebook account here was for. Don't expect me to really keep it up. I can barely keep up with one thing, which is the stream. I'm supposed to update Twitter, and I forget that exists most days. So, juggling all these would be a little bit difficult, but at least I can hit the notification buttons and see all the fire-related stuff now. So, it'll be here at Sequoia Kings National Parks. There will be a new video soon. Oh, that's a cool photo. 2 hours ago, they said, afternoon fire update. Active fire behavior is being observed again in the northwest, where the fire crossed the North Fork of the Kaweah. The fire continues to progress to the north and west in this area, just like you were saying, J.E. Cat. With the heat signatures, the fire is still holding to the north of Mineral King Road. Yay! Due to inaccessibility, firefighters are monitoring fire activity in the Castle Creek Grove in that area as the fire progresses to the east. Proactive tactical firing ops are occurring in the groves south of Redwood Mountain to reinforce the containment lines and protect the groves. Tactical firing ops are also underway west of the General's Highway along the northern perimeter to strengthen contingency lines. Sweet, that's what we were speculating on. That's what they just confirmed. Why are we seeing so much red over here? They're firing ops. Good, good, good. So, whenever you see red, the best kind of red, which means the last 15 minutes that there's been a flare-up, if it's them making it on purpose, that's the best kind of red. So, it's starting. Fighting fire with fire is basically their only option, and their best option here. And the cool thing is it is an option because Mother Nature's been cooperating with changing the wind around again and again, but mostly predictably. That has been wonderful. So, we need appropriate wait time music. Hey, you're very welcome. Oh no. I hope you do feel better, Husky. J. Cat says the Grand Tour Mongolian trip have to build John and drive it across in a homemade car. Whoa, that would be cool. Let's see. Yeah, I was remarking about that row of washing machines they had in the washing truck. I was like, they better not be Samsungs. They spontaneously combust. The strange thing about that, I'm sure they recalled them all by now, was a Samsung, was it the Galaxy Note 8 or something, was recalled because they had those faulty batteries that randomly, spontaneously combusted with thermal runaway, the lithium-ion batteries. About the same time that the faulty batteries were exploding hoverboards and similar products. Well, then all of a sudden, washing machines started blowing up and spontaneously combusting, and they were Samsung as well. And we're like, Samsung, why is their stuff explode into fire randomly? I never did get an answer about what was causing that, but it was a bit of a really? J.E. Cat says Samsungs are the Pinto of washing machines. Oh my god, you win the award today, dude. Oh man. So I would show that video that you guys wanted me to show about CalFire talking about defending 395, but there's a lot of open flame in that video, and some people might be fire sensitive. I'd like to do that at the end of the broadcast so I can tell people fire sensitive, look away and tune out now, but not in the middle when we are watching community updates and such. I did get a glimpse of that. That sounds awesome, but it probably will show horrifying fire images like the Eagle Fire of '89. That's one of the most horrifying things to happen in a long time. In that vicinity to a fire crew, having a fire tornado sweep and burn over your crew on the road is just absolutely horrific. I don't know if that is shown, but it might. I want to be sensitive and careful about that. We try to avoid PTSD type triggers because there's so many survivors in the chat that come in. If you guys want to see more shocking type footage, my Twitter has it. And that's my big warning on the Twitter is don't check my Twitter unless you want to see everything related to fires. But here, as a live broadcast, the point is keeping people safe and keeping people tuned in to new fire evacuation info. And I would hate people to tune out for any reason like that we could prevent. You got your mainstream media and all your yellow journalists out there showing scenes of neighborhoods burning down and people crying and stuff, but I'd rather not show that. I'd rather, it's grim enough. Sometimes if you have a grim topic, it's hard for people to stay tuned in. Fire is a grim enough topic. I try to balance out the worst case scenario and middle ground scenarios and best case scenarios with hope, such as new firefighting technology and everything. Here we go.
Good evening and welcome to the community meeting for the K&P Complex. This is Saturday, October 2nd. I say that because we will be recording this community meeting this evening and making it available later. So want everyone to know when this was recorded. This is also being live streamed, so hopefully everybody will be able to watch it. But if for any reason, if we have any glitches or something happens, please know that it will be recorded and we will be able to share it at a later date. I am Carrie Templin. I am your event moderator for the evening. I am a team member, Public Information with Southwest Area Incident Management Team 2. We will have a lineup of presenters. We have a lot of information to share this evening, lots of things happening. So bear with us while we go through the presenters. If you have questions that you want addressed, please drop them into the chat. We have people monitoring that, and we will do our best to answer just as many questions as possible after the presentations are over. With that, I will turn it over to Park Superintendent for Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park, Clay Jordan.
Carrie, it is a pleasure to be with you again, but I wish it was on better terms. So again, my name is Clay Jordan, the Superintendent of Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. And if you're joining us for the first time, I came on board back in November of last year. And so tonight is our sixth public meeting since the start of the fires back on September 9th. And so if you're new to joining us for the first time, we welcome you. We welcome the questions. We really want to be as transparent as possible and to answer those questions. So if you joined us last time in Three Rivers, I spent probably commandeered about 20 minutes of the public meeting really talking about at the big picture level the various strategies that we've been using to fight the fire since day one. And I'm not going to go into that detail tonight. That is available if you're curious about how we got to this point. The efforts addressed a lot of rumors. You can go back to that recording. It is recorded online. But tonight, I do want to take a moment out. We are honoring the memory of a firefighter who lost his life on this date back in 2004. His name was Brian Hughes, a 26-year-old firefighter. He was a member of the Arrowhead Hotshots, who was based out of here at Sequoia Kings Canyon, and he died in a firefighting operation up here in Grant Grove. And I point that out because it really underscores the risks that firefighters assume. And here on the K&P Complex since day one, the firefighters have worn a lot of different uniforms, a lot of different federal agencies, our partners with CalFire, Tulare County Fire, of course, side by side working with the Office of Emergency Services from the state, from the county, the sheriff's departments. There's been a lot of uniforms. There's been a lot of people who do assume those risks. And I just want to express appreciation to all the uniforms, all the departments that have been engaged in this. And looking forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Our next presenter is Teresa Benson, and she is the Forest Supervisor for the Sequoia National Forest.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the community meeting for the K&P Complex. I'm Teresa Benson, the Forest Supervisor for the Sequoia National Forest. So the Forest Service has been here working with our partners, the Park Service and CalFire and Tulare County, Fresno County now as well. And we've been here since the first day on this fire, and we've been providing a lot of information about the forest and helping to design strategies as the fire was moving to the north. And so it's a very complex and rugged terrain that we're working in here. It's very heavy, dry fuels, an area of very heavy mortality. The area that the fire moved into recently on the Sequoia National Forest is right up here. The green part of the map here is the Sequoia National Forest. And the area that the fire moved into a couple of days ago on the Sequoia is where we've done quite a bit of recent fuels reduction work under a project called the Esham Fuels Reduction Project. About 3,000 acres of very heavy mortality has been treated. In fact, we just finished the contract for that last week, the Hume Lake Ranger District. And the fire is moving into that area. It's around Heartland, Christian Camp, and Heartland and Esham area. I know a lot of our forest communities in that area have been evacuated, and evacuations are hard. And it's for your safety. We have put that at the top priority, your safety as well as the safety of our firefighters and our first responders. And we are going to be continuing here with our partners working to contain this fire as soon as we can, and just continuing that commitment and keeping our forest staff involved and providing whatever information and help we can from the Forest Service. And that's our commitment, working as a team with the rest of our partners. So thanks for joining us for this information meeting. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Chad Rice. He's our Operations Section Chief for Southwest Area Team 2.
Good evening. Chad Rice with your operational update for the K&P Complex. The past few days has been a culmination of the drying that we've seen, and the fuels are becoming a little more readily available to burn that was not available 2 to 3 days ago. So we're seeing an increased fire behavior on all flanks of the fire. Given that, we're also seeing a heavier inversion each day. The smoke is socked in all the drainages throughout the whole fire area, limiting our use of aviation. Very, very thick smoke. Yesterday, we were able to utilize aviation resources after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Air Attack was able to get up and gain some intel, and we were able to work some helicopters in with the guys on the ground as needed. With that, we're also have drones at our disposal, so we're using those with their infrared technology so they can see through the smoke and gain that intelligence for the guys on the ground. So we'll start here on the south side of the fire in the Mineral King Road. Like I said, that brush component is becoming more readily available, so we're seeing an increase of fire behavior here on the south end. Here on the Mineral King Road, fire's still north, and that's our intent, is to keep fire the north of Mineral King. Right down here, it's a challenging piece of ground for everyone who knows it. Mineral King has a very steep cut bank on the north side of it. Fire's backing down, a lot of rolling material coming down that off that cut bank. But as of now, everything's still holding, especially in this area right here is an area of concern. We're getting into some transition from the brush component to the timber right here, and that brings a lot of overhead hazards with that piece of ground right there. Really steep slope, big trees, and a lot of mortality in those trees. So a lot of prep work continuing along the Mineral King Road. It's a dead-end road, so that raises issues for the future as this fire progresses. Coming south around Mineral King, in this area right here, that's been pretty quiet. We've repopulated Three Rivers because of the successes we've had in here. Moving north along this whole face on the western side of the fire, that fire has become active in that brush component, and up on these ridge lines, if the smoke does lift, you'll see that there is some backing fire through some of that brush component that a few days ago was very, very moderated with the higher RHs. With the drying trend, we're seeing that all this, and our fire behavior will speak to it, that this is starting to wake back up, and this is really steep and rugged piece of ground that the crews cannot access. Fire did come down to our containment line right here. As we speak, the crews are allowing that to back down. Very favorable conditions, allowing that to come to the containment line right there, down this really steep slope. And if they add fire to that, or if they try and burn out, it's just going to cause adverse effects. So they're going to allow that to burn to the containment line. And we have dozer lines in place to help contain that here. Going in here closer to the Heartland community where the fire crossed the North Fork of the Kiowa River. This is that challenging piece of ground. There's a pretty good firefight happening right now with tying this fire back into the Kiowa River to keep it east of our containment lines. That's still in that brush component. That brush is really wanting to burn still. As we move up, the intent is to keep the fire in Redwood Canyon and to keep it out of the values here in that Esham and Heartland, all the private infrastructure you can see right here. Everyone who knows this piece of ground, that is a steep, large canyon, Redwood Canyon, that leads all the way to the Redwood Grove into the General's Highway. A lot of slope alignment there with the fire progression. We could see some fire growth in there, and with that, last night we initiated firing operations on General's Highway up here to get fire backing down into Redwood Canyon to minimize the effects to the Redwood Grove here in the canyon, and as a containment feature to keep the fire from coming out of Redwood Canyon. That is a big giant canyon. It's a big undertaking, but based on the fuels in there, there will not be opportunities to go into that canyon with our crews. It's just too steep, too many hazards, and the likelihood of success in there is very low. Continuing on General's Highway, there's a burn operation that we're coordinating right now to keep fire south of General's Highway. General's Highway is our main primary line for a ways, and then we use some trail systems and some favorable ground where the crews can access on a trail system here to connect back to General's Highway. Moving on around the fire, all this has been shaded for the past few days from the smoke. No flights in here, just way too smoky. Can't gain much intelligence other than our infrared technology. we're having a hard time with getting the resources needed for a few different reasons. One, just the demanding fire season. The crews are timing out. Depending on the agency you work for, it could be a 14-day stint on a fire, a 21-day, or a 30-day. And as the crews reach those times, it's time for them to take days off and then waiting for the rotation to get another crew. We're competing with a few other fires, so that's kind of how the crews and the engine rotations work, as they work for several weeks and then go for days off. That concludes the operational update.
Next, we will hear from Stuart Turner, who is our fire behavior analyst.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Turner. I'm the fire behavior analyst for the team. What I do as a fire behavior analyst is I try to predict what the fire is going to do, where it's going to go, and how fast it's going to get there. And I use three things in my predictions. I look at the topography, the hills, the mountains, the canyons, even the rivers. You know, we know the premise that fire runs faster uphill, slower downhill. So that's based on my calculations and where it's going to go. I also look at the weather and then the fuels. But let's look at the weather. I have a meteorologist on staff that feeds me a daily forecast, and let me give you the forecast that he gave me for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to see persistent smoke with low humidity. The maximum temperatures are going to be anywhere from 71 to 80 degrees depending on your elevation. The minimum humidities, and that's important to us, so minimum humidities are going to be 10% to 18%, once again depending on the elevation. The winds are going to be slope valley for most of the fire, but up on the ridge tops they're going to be 3 to 6 out of the northwest in the afternoon. So with that forecast, I take that and I start looking at the fuels. The fuels, of course, are what drives this fire. And believe it or not, the main driver of a forest fire are the fine dead fuels. Those fuels are less than 1/4 of an inch in diameter. Those are the pine needles, the twigs, that type of stuff. They absorb moisture and don't burn, or they give out that moisture and get dry, and then they start burning. So those fine dead fuels for tomorrow, based on the weather that I was given, they're going to come in about 3% fuel moisture. So they will burn readily tomorrow and allow the fire to spread around the landscape. However, there are a few more factors that we have to consider on that. So if we look at the larger diameter fuels, how are they going to burn? So the next step up, if we look at the 2x4 size fuels out there, those we call 1,000-hour fuels, those are coming in tomorrow at 7%. So those 2x4s, if you were to go to Home Depot or a lumber store and buy that kiln-dried 2x4, they kiln dry that down to 12%. So out there in the wild, those fuels are at 7%, will burn readily. So all the fuels out there are ready to burn and available to burn for the fire. So that's important for our fire behavior calculations for tomorrow. So we look around the fire, let me give you some ideas of where I think this is going to go. So as we look over on the northeast corner, this area where we have a division break, that area is up pretty high. We're getting moderate growth up there, limited fuel availability, and a limited amount of time for that fuel to actually burn. So we're not getting a lot of growth out of there. The smoke stays in there pretty good, but we do get a little bit of wind in there. We still have a little bit of activity down by Morro Rock. It's on a real steep face. That's backing down very slowly, not going anywhere very quickly, but it is still active. Then over by the Castle Creek Grove area, this piece of fire continues to move to the east as it's following the terrain. It's going up the slope, gets on the ridge. Now it's going to sit on that ridge, and tomorrow it's going to try to back down that ridge, and it'll back down fairly slowly because it's not going upslope, it's going downslope. On the southern portion of that same flank of the fire, that is an upslope run in there, and that's a big bowl in there. So we have fuels available above the fire for it to run up, and that's going to continue that upslope run tomorrow. We may see some smoke columns coming out of there tomorrow. As we get down into the lower portion of our fire, what we call Division Charlie, this is all backing down towards the road, as you heard from operation. That backing is a slow, methodical process. It's trying to find fuel, back down. However, one of the problems we have is burning material catches on fire and then begins to roll down the hill and ignite fuels down lower. Then that lower ignition will run back up the slope. So we call those rollouts as they roll down. So we still have some rollouts in there. It's very steep country, as you heard from operations. One of the key areas here that you heard from operations is there's a Redwood Creek down here on the south side of the fire, and that's draped down, touching the road, and that's going to continue to bump into the road on both the west and the east side tomorrow. As we come along the fire to the northwest and what we call Division Alpha, we're not getting a lot of fire behavior in there, and I don't anticipate a lot for tomorrow. As we come up into Division X-Ray and Zulu, down by Burnt Point, just south of Burnt Point, you heard from operations where the fire's starting to touch the control line. That's going to continue to burn down to the control line and then fan out from there following that control line. You know, one of the ways that we extinguish the fires is we remove the fuels ahead of the fire, whether it's physical removal or we burn those out. Once the fuels are gone, there's nothing there for the fire to spread into. So that's what's happening here. It bumps into the line, self-extinguishes. As we come up into Division Uniform, this is the big area of concern. That's where we've been seeing a lot of growth. This naturally wants to move up towards Heartland area, up Pierce Creek, and it wants to move into the Redwood drainage, the Redwood Creek we have on the north end, into that drainage, and it did move up towards Big Baldy today and is firmly established in there. So tomorrow, what I think we'll see is more movement north, about a mile, maybe a mile and a half of movement to the north, and then it's going to want to follow up without any kind of control from operations. It naturally wants to move a mile, maybe a mile and a half on that side also. And then in Division Sierra, over on the east side, no fire in there, except that it is established below into the Big Baldy area. One of the nice things about Big Baldy is there's no fuels in there. So it's bumped into that Big Baldy, and it's going to have a hard time. It has to work all the way around there. Remember, a fire has to have fuels to burn. If there's no fuels there, it's not going to burn. So it's got to work itself around and try to find an avenue to get up and escape out of there. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next presenter is Paul Corrigan. He is an air resource advisor, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about smoke.
He's pulling a Kathryn.
Good evening, everyone. Paul Corrigan with the Wildfire Air Quality Response Program. Smoke is impacting a wide stretch of the San Joaquin Valley. We're seeing it tonight from Sacramento all the way down to Bakersfield. And with unhealthy conditions, in particular, Fresno, Visalia, and Porterville. Even worse in mountain communities and foothill communities closer to these fires. So this is nothing new. These communities have been impacted by smoke before. This event has been going on for almost 3 weeks now with significant air quality impacts. But that being the case, it's important, I think, to have more tools in your toolbox to protect yourself. So I'm going to talk real briefly tonight about who's most vulnerable and then some protective measures. Children are considered a vulnerable group to smoke and air pollution because they have a high respiratory rate. Seniors are considered vulnerable. People with pre-existing heart and lung conditions, so that could be asthma, COPD, or any cardiac complaint. And lastly, pregnant women, so air pollution can cross from mother to unborn child. So if that doesn't describe you, that certainly describes somebody you know. So these are loved ones, and here's some things you can do to protect yourself. So one, when smoke is elevated, close windows and doors. It's hard. I live in a house with no air conditioning, so that's not an easy sell, but one thing you can do is turn on your HVAC, heat on, heat off, and air, blower on. Run that air through the filters. Room air purifiers are a great solution. When you're outside, if you can't, reschedule your outdoor activities, and obviously that's life some of the time. then an N95 mask is much better protection than a regular cloth mask or surgical mask. And they're getting more and more comfortable, right? It used to be you could only get them at Home Depot for putting in fiberglass, and now there's many different styles and models, so there are options there. And lastly, I would suggest that you check conditions. So we're going to put a website on the Facebook Live chat, and that's fire.airnow.gov, and that will tell you what's going on up to the last hour in your local area, so you can make a decision about when it's a good time to go outside and walk the dog. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. So we're going to shift gears a little bit now, and we are going to hear from Charlie Norman, Tulare County Fire Chief.
You're all over it. Shifting gears. Good evening, Charlie Norman, Tulare County Fire Chief. First and foremost, I want to thank you for adhering to the evacuation warnings and orders and providing defensible space around your structures. It makes our job much easier and it keeps you safer. Our crews continue to do some great work in the Heartland, Isham area, doing structure defense and structure protection, and we are diligently working in there. At this time, we have had no confirmed reports of structure loss, so that's a good thing, and our crews will work around the clock to ensure that happens. Great job, great cooperation with the incident management team as well as all of our local cooperators to ensure that you have a home that's safe to go back to. As far as getting information on the incident, please ensure that you're using a verifiable source. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Please contact the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department Facebook, CalFire, Forest Service. Just ensure that it's a credible source of information. That's very, very important to us. And should you have a structure loss or should we incur structure losses, we will try and report that out. But if you have questions, we do have a phone number set up. It's 802-9790. I believe that's for the Windy Fire as well as the K&P Complex. And just know in your heart of hearts that we're doing everything we can on this. We do have the Windy Fire that's going on in the South County that's at 91,000 acres. So there's a lot of work to be done out there. And we're doing everything we can to make sure that you're safe and we protect your home. Thank you.
Next up is Andy Turner, who is with CalFire, the Tulare unit. Darn it, I almost had it right.
That's all right. We'll keep you around anyway. Thank you for your time this evening. I just wanted to go over CalFire's mission as it relates to the K&P Complex. So my bosses gave me one or a couple of instructions when we engaged, and they said, one, protect the communities, and two, build a contingency and staff it so that way we can help catch that fire. And so that's what we've been doing since we've been here. We have a lot of contingency lines all the way from the Case Mountain area, all through all this country, all the way up around Heartland and everything else. And there's a lot more than is shown on this map. Our commitment at the moment is 25 fire engines, 10 bulldozers, 8 hand crews, and then additional support equipment like masticators, excavators, water tenders. In addition to that, a lot of overhead to run all that, and the support for logistics to run a 24-hour operation. Our priorities at the moment are, we did have fire come out, like operations was talking, in this little area here, and that would be against our contingency lines in state responsibility areas. So we're in that firefight, and as well as being up in Isham and Heartland. The balance of our resources right now are down around the south end, where we are engaged in Silver City and Oak Grove. We're gonna make sure that those areas are protected. They have dozer line around them now. We have 2 hand crews in Silver City. We have a small tractor up there, and that's just tagging on to the defensible space that those folks have already put in as well as the prep that the Tulare County Fire Department did, as well as fuels reduction projects that have been up there in the past. We feel that those areas are set up for a high probability of success, and we're going to commit to making sure that they are protected. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. I've got one more chance to get this right. So our last presenter in person this evening is Joe Armstrong. He's a sergeant with Tulare County Sheriff's Department.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sergeant Joe Armstrong, the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Just a little recap on what we've been doing here recently is we have repopulated the lower half of Menor King all the way up to the park entrance. We're still maintaining a roadblock at the Oak Grove Bridge, and Park Service is maintaining the road closure at the entrance. Those areas are still in the warning area in case that fire does spread down. Silver City, Oak Grove, Silver City, Menor King, and Cabin Cove are still in the evacuation order. Moving up towards the top, we put the communities of Isham and Heartland into a evacuation order, and the community of Badger into a warning. I have roadblocks up in those areas, as well as patrolling deputies. Questions been asked about how we come up with our evacuation lines, and it's determined on, we sit down all together, the fire personnel, the incident command team, and we discuss on how the fuels are burning, what's out in the environment there, how fast is the fire spreading, and then how fast I could put a team together to go start knocking on doors, getting people out of the areas. We are still monitoring the west side of the fire towards the North Fork. At this time, we don't have any evacuation plans really coming up as of right now. So, it's in the report.
Okay, before I invite our incident commander up to do a kind of the closing remarks before we start taking questions, I do want to say that we recognize that we have also started to impact and affect residents and communities in Fresno County. And while they're not physically here present, we do have some representatives that are available to answer questions online. So please know that we are also trying to do what we can to keep the communities and the residents within Fresno County that's impacted by the K&P Complex informed as well. And with that, I will let Dave Bales come up and close out the formal presentations before we start questions.
Thank you, Carrie. And good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Bales, the Incident Commander with Southwest Area Team 2. You know, Team 2 came last weekend, and we assumed command of the fire last Sunday, the 26th of September. We took command over from the Southern Area Blue Team, and I'd just like to thank the team. Really took the time to set us up with all the actions and efforts that they were working on prior to us getting here. So we've picked up from where they were and continued with that, and a lot of that's the relationships, right? The relationships that they built within the community with the firefighters and working forward, and the communities with our partners. So really set us up for moving forward throughout this week. And as we've done that, when we got here, we got our delegation of authority, we call, from our agency administrators, which is Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park and the Sequoia National Forest, and those were to really concentrate on the communities and the infrastructure, and of course firefighter and public safety, and that's where we focused a lot of our work, and then from there, you know, we have them over here is residents, the Great Monarch Sequoia trees, and the federal infrastructure, and we've really concentrated on that with the resources we have and moving forward, and in effort in conjunction with a lot of the partnerships around here, and a big shout out for us through Tulare County Fire and Sheriff's Office, CalFire resource in the Tulare unit, and now, you know, in talking with the Sequoia Kings unit, and then now, and Carrie just mentioned it, is the Fresno County and Fire and Sheriff's Office, and then OES has been a big supporter here. So working together to continue to suppress this fire. And you heard Chad earlier, our operations section chief, our field ops out there. This is really tough ground, and all you that know this country know how steep and rugged it is to put firefighters in this country. You know, Clay talked at the beginning about losing firefighter in this country, and we know we've lost a couple firefighters just in Grant Grove and in Daniel Holmes, and further north on the Ferguson fire a few years ago with Brian Hughes. So it's a big concern of ours that we take care of our firefighters and protect where we can put them. There is a lot of snags out there, as all you live in the community know that. And so finding that piece of ground that we can have the highest probability of success. So working again with Tulare County Fire and CalFire and identifying those areas and areas that we can get folks in. And at the same time, taking opportunities to get out ahead of this fire and protecting the giant monarch sequoias. That's been a key focus of ours as well. Get folks in when we can, protect them. As you heard from Chad, we've been smoked in a lot of this country on the east side, so it's hard to fly aviation, hard to get folks around over there, and again, just an extremely tough piece of ground. So I guess I'll wrap up here so we can get to some questions, but I really, really appreciate the community's welcoming of us, the support of us, and again, the relationships and working relationships we've had in the first week that we've been here. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, as I said, that wraps up the formal presentations that we had scheduled for this evening, but we do have people available to answer questions. And so I have someone that's going to start asking questions, and then we're going to figure out who best to address them for you.
First question we have, what is the overall intensity of the fire? We all know that fire is good for the forest, but is this a high intensity fire that might kill a lot of vegetation? Or might this be a fire that is overall cleansing and potential good thing for the forest long term?
To let Stuart Turner, our fire behavior analyst, address that question.
Yeah, that's a great question. What's the intensity of the fire out there? How much burn, what burns? So forest fires are a unique thing out there. You know, you look at them on TV and you think, oh, everything inside this red is gone. And that's not the case. Not the case on virtually any forest fire. There are some areas where you can hardly even tell that it burned. It's what we call an understory burn. So the vegetation that rides right on top of the soil, that may have burned, and that's gone. Then you have fires out there or areas out there that everything burned. All the understory burned, the mid, and went through the canopy and took out all the canopy of the trees. However, those tree trunks are still there. They're gray and ash, but they're still there and intact, but everything else is gone. So it burns like a mosaic. Some areas very hard, some areas very light, and even some areas inside this perimeter didn't burn at all. We call those islands. So they're still green, and they just missed the fire for whatever reason. It may have been the fire hit those at night, and the sun went down, the humidity came up, and then they self-extinguished, and the fire burned around them and never came back and revisited those sites. So the mosaic burns can do a lot of good on the landscape. We get a lot of good out of those. The worst ones are where it slicks everything off, burns everything in the understory, mid-story, and overstory, and leaves very little, and it can damage the soil. And we're seeing some of those out there also.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take the next question.
Heavy rain or snow to have final containment on this fire, or do crews have a chance to rope in to 100% before then?
Looks like Chad's going to take this one for us.
So 100% containment on this fire is going to take a while. Here on this western edge, we anticipate that it will make it to our containment lines, and where we can, it'll be man putting out this fire. The other case on portions on the far east side of this fire, there's natural features up there. It goes into some high elevation rock features up there where there's very few values at risk. No communities out in front of it, just high elevation. So there is opportunities for the far east side of this fire that the season ending weather event will put it out.
Okay, next question.
What controls are being used to protect Heartland, Esham, and Wilsonia?
Okay, looks like we're going back to Chad.
Heartland, Esham, and Wilsonia. So all of our control lines are in between the main fire and the infrastructure of these communities. That's number one value out here. That includes utilizing dozer lines, existing trail systems, road systems, and could be burnout operations, pieces of direct line, heavy equipment, lot of operations to protect those communities. Where the fire is established in Redwood Canyon, there's areas that the crews are not going to go into, heavy equipment's not going to go into. We anticipate the fire going to have to come to these road systems for containment. Therein, we need to have some burn operations where you take away that fuel in those lines we've identified to stop the fire growth. And that's happening here going north of Esham, tying into some road systems that tie into the General's Highway. And our partners and cooperators have multiple options in there that they've created for us, and pre-identified lines that have that we would utilize if needed, those alternate and contingency lines.
Okay, next question.
Are there identified trigger points for mandatory evacuations in Fresno County?
Looks like we have a gentleman that's going to come up and try and help us address that, and I appreciate that very much. And if you'll identify yourself, because I apologize, sir, I don't know you by first name.
Yeah, good evening. Billy C., State Operations Chief for the Fresno Kings CalFire unit, representing Fresno County also. Online, we do have Lieutenant Kathy Curtis from the Fresno County Sheriff's Department. Obviously, trigger points are very difficult, or management decision points are very difficult to determine evacuation points in and around Fresno County. Obviously, this fire is still currently sitting east of Heartland. Sitting in the Pierce drainage right now. We'll be looking at the Isham Creek, Isham Valley Road area and have an established fire before we start considering anything on the Fresno County side. We'll be working in conjunction with Tulare County Sheriff's Department and Tulare County Fire Department along with CalFire Tulare unit in determining that and making sure we're looking out for the best interests of the public in its entirety. Over the next several days, you may see some resources in around the Hogback area and Whitaker Forest inside Fresno County doing some structure triage and defense planning in case the fire does want to push that direction. We want to be prepared out ahead of it and not anticipate what it's going to do prior to when it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So, and I understand we have one last question.
When you say you repopulated Ash Mountain, does that mean rangers are back in housing?
Ooh, I'm going to ask someone from the park to address that question for us, please.
Yes, the short answer is absolutely. We have been able to return park residents into the Ash Mountain part of the park, while at the same time we had to evacuate park residents, including rangers and all that, from the Grant Grove and Cedar Grove sections of the park. But among those park residents are the rangers that are in place protecting the park. Also, while I'm here, regretfully, I misidentified our fallen firefighter. Daniel Holmes was a firefighter lost in 2004. I had said Brian, and I was thinking of Brian Hughes, as the incident commander Dave pointed out. Brian Hughes, we lost him also from this unit in 2018. So we really honor the memory of both those fallen firefighters. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm not hearing that we have any more questions, so we will put up a text block to remind you what the public phone number is, what the public email is, and the social media sites where you can continue to watch and get information, and also submit questions if you have, or emails if you have a desire. So with that, thank you all for your attendance this evening, and appreciate your time.
Okay, so that was a pretty long community meeting. I always appreciate how they take the time to mostly answer all the questions they get. I don't think they got to all of them. I was trying to keep up with chat, trying to focus on the video, and trying to look at my own chat at the same time, because I was offering to type in questions for anybody that had them. So I did type in some questions.
18.
I don't know that, yeah,
so
we can.
We really honor the memory.
Sorry, we can go back a little bit. I think my own question was kind of skipped over by me, and I looked back and went, what? Was that my question? I was seeing increased containment percentages on the K&P and the Windy, and it seemed like against all hope they may actually have a shot at containment before heavy rains and snow, like a high percentage of containment, because they've been making incredible progress on the Windy, more so than I ever dreamed, with that strokes of good fortune and the weather just kind of shifting the winds around in a circle. Allows them to do great backfiring, which is the best shot they have in this kind of terrain at achieving containment, and that's lighting a fire in front of the fire so that there's scorched earth that it meets and it doesn't want to pass. Because in this terrain, let's face it, they're not going to be able to make a lot of dozer lines, especially not in how long it would take, considering how fast the fire is moving. So, but with that kind of a strategy, that they really could possibly, it just depends on how long it takes for winter to arrive, possibly get a good containment percentage around this before heavy rains and before snow. So my question was, is that a possibility now? And I did not ask the stupid question of when is it going to be out? Well, that's when heavy rains and heavy snow happen. So the moment I asked the question about containment, though, people in the chat were correcting me, saying, yes, it's confirmed it's rains. I'm like, wait, I'm not talking about extinguishing it. I'm talking about containing it. Is there hope of roping it with lines and backfiring? Is there hope of roping it in before heavy rains and snows? Because I'm surprised what this little scrolling ticker says that there was 20% by now. That's actually faster containment work than occurred on the Dixie. Look, it says containment 20%. Whoops, I didn't mean to pause that. It was face like that. Oh, that's kind of funny. So let's turn on the volume.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take the next question.
Heavy rain or snow to have final containment on this fire, or do crews have a chance to rope in to 100% before then?
Looks like Chad's going to take this one for us.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was looking back at the other chat and didn't even catch the answer.
So 100% containment on this fire is going to take a while. Here on this western edge, we anticipate that It will make it to our containment lines, and where we can, it'll be man putting out this fire. The other case on portions on the far east side of this fire, there's natural features up there. It goes into some high elevation rock features up there where there's very few values at risk. No communities out in front of it, just high elevation. So there is opportunities for the far east side of this fire that the season-ending weather event will put it out.
That wasn't my question. It was about containment, but I think that's a good enough answer. On the west side, they've got a chance for it to run into their lines and hold, which if it tested day after day and held, they'd eventually pencil it in as black. So I think that's the best answer we got, and we should distribute this answer. Straight from the horse's mouth, the west side, they could line it in. Over here, not enough people, not enough staff, and not enough values at risk to warrant the expense of trying to do anything on the east side. It will probably stop or at least slow down greatly when it reaches the lighter fuels. There's nothing out here as far as development goes, and so they're going to focus on the west. Protect the communities, protect the individual groves, which with the limited amount of staff they have seems very reasonable. There's no amount of infinite money here with fighting the fires, and they have said time and time again I don't know the way they put that. It's very much like a lawyer puts something. We will expend the resources commensurate with the values at risk, which in lawyer terms means, hey, we're not going to spend $50 to save a penny. So they're not going to make that a priority. They'll throw everything that they have with the limited resources they have at protecting the most valuable gems. And in other words, if you had a necklace that just fell apart and scattered on the floor, but you don't have all day to pick everything up, you have just moments before the rest of the crowd grabs the stuff, you have like a fancy diamond type necklace, you're going to go and quickly snatch up the diamonds before anybody else grabs them. And never mind the garnets and stuff and the lesser quality gemstones. While we don't want to see any of it burn, they have a limit. Just they have to pick and choose, and so they'll save the communities, they'll save the big ancient groves, and the rest will go until rains and snows. So unless there's some sort of a massive change in policy or new development, I think that's pretty much what's going to be the story of the K&P. Hopefully we do get heavy rain soon. If anybody in the area can tell me about when we might expect that. I'm not familiar at all with the Southern Sierras. I don't know when their winter typically starts. We know that next week's going to be pretty dang dry, so we'll see what happens up. So going back, the other thing that was interesting about chat here is that it kind of exploded with excitement based on a couple of people's comments. The most ironic in what I typed in over here, you might have seen me typing a couple of times, was I did my questions. Mostly it was about, do they have a 100% containment chance or a high containment chance before rains? And he just answered that. For the west side, yeah. The east side, no. Now, this other person, the cowboy hat guy, gosh, I forgot his name, Mr. Awesome, I'm just going to call him Mr. Awesome, was talking about, guys, don't get your information. Oh, no, wait, that wasn't cowboy hat guy. It was the Tulare County fire chief, that other awesome guy. I'm going to call him Silver Fox because I can't remember his name either. I'm sorry. But he had, that's cowboy hat dude. And remember how I don't remember names at all. So I just nickname people. I'm sorry. That's what I do. Where's Silver Fox? Where'd he go? Yeah, Silver Fox. The fire chief here. He explained that you should get your info from official sources like, Facebook, like we're doing. And be careful not to listen to rumor crap, is basically what he said. Okay, about 8 seconds later, sure enough, bing bing, sprouting like a weed was conspiracy theory guy. This dude, I'm not going to name him, he was like, let's call it like it is in a nutshell. He was basically saying, I can't believe they didn't just immediately delete his comment. They probably just want to investigate him, probably. I mean, this is what Smitty was pointing out. Is it's like one of the dumbest things to do. If you're going to accuse the shadow government of doing things, why would you show up in social media where you could be tracked by said shadow government, right? But nevertheless, yeah. The guy pipes up and says, in a nutshell, let's all get real here. Pretty much, we know that there's a huge arson effort with these fires in the West by the cooperation of multiple different agencies working together, basically implying that there's a massive conspiracy to light the fires in the West. So my comment that I typed in was, how ironic. Here the officials are saying, be careful where you get your information from. And then in the official comment section, the conspiracy people came out of the woodwork to start spouting the thing I'm allergic to, which is manure. So most people, though, so would you give it a rest? And somebody came out and said, look, I was there and saw the lightning strike and start the fires. So unless Zeus is in on your conspiracy, which is what my own chat was saying, it's not a conspiracy here. It was a lightning strike. And that's one thing that we should remember is lightning is now detectable from space satellites. And so whenever it strikes, they usually send out an airplane to go check it out, to see if they can see any heat detections. And in the future, when we have little drones to do that and fly into smoke without the risk of a pilot, we'll find out more about these fires long before they become a big deal. Early detection is part of the key to extinguishing these before they become a monster mega fire. I mean, some fires, yes, on the landscape are good and healthy, not during a mega drought. That's the wrong time. And to allow anything to burn, you got to pounce. Wildfire's bad. It means they're not under human control. They're gonna rampage if the situation is right. Control firing, strategic firing, good. Under human control, meaning we can keep it from destroying trees that date back before the Bronze Age. So, unfortunately, we have lost some. I just don't know how many. I don't really want to start even counting them yet. That's too depressing. But when they gestured at the map, it showed that the Muir Grove and the couples were already kind of engulfed by this red. Doesn't mean that all the trees are dead. That was one of the takeaway lessons. It just means that, and to cheer people up, everything within the red doesn't mean everything's gone. It just means where the fire's footprint is, and you'll always find little strips and little islands and little areas that the fire will skip over. That'll surprise you when you visit the place later. We see that in the Dixie fire and other places, but pretty much the answer to one of the questions in the chat was, is this a renewing kind of fire, or is it just bad? And the answer is it's just bad. Mega fires are one of the few that just incinerate the landscape. Delete all the pine cones, just turn them into ash, no more seeds. Humans have to replant it, or there's just a wasteland for decades or even a century or more. So those are the very few things. A mega drought and a mega fire, one of the very few things that can kill a 3,000-year-old tree. So that's what they're battling really hard to save, and we have to seriously give them props and appreciation for the incredible difficult work that they're doing here. It's incredibly dangerous, and they gestured at the map and even said, oh, right up here we had firefighter fatalities years before, and named them. It's pretty serious. So if there's an area where they just can't get crews in to try to save lives, we cannot criticize. You know, nobody should have to work in a death trap. So looking back, I have to look at my own chat here. Big Dog says, does any mod know if they repopulated the Fawn Fire neighborhoods? Well, they repopulated everything except for one. Now, we could go look at it. We could go check that out next. But that was our update with K&P. The conspiracy theorist person did not stop and just kind of kept blabbering on in the chat.
And here on the K&P.
And I just thought it was rather ironic, but I think they did a good job pretty much answering most of the questions. The only things that were missed were people were asking about specific communities at risk, like, can you add Wilsonia to your values at risk poster, please? It apparently was left off of there, even though it's under mandatory evacuation. People were speculating a certain grove affected versus another, and people were saying, I don't think that's correct. And I can't even find the original comment that people were kind of blinking at. They didn't answer this. Are there any identified trigger points for mandatory evacuations in Fresno County? I don't think that they would know. These are the Tulare County people. It's been a Tulare County event in K&P. So that would be a good question for us to put to Fresno County Sheriff's Office, like maybe on their page. The thing about evacuations it's mostly the sheriff's office of the counties that deal with that. They take advice from fire crews, but fire crews don't make it. Sometimes fire crews announce it, but we just haven't seen that here. This is pretty much a Tulare County meeting. So I think they answered whatever they could answer. I can't actually go up to scroll up higher where that original comment was. So it was a flurry of activity though here. Somebody said, are you sure such and such grove has been affected or such and such area is? But Mr. Conspiracy was replying in a kind of a creepy way to different people in chat and even officials, calling them agents. He says, hi, agent, you've been seen. As if he's tracking or keeping a note or a dossier on the people he thinks is part of the shadow government. That's what kind of makes my stream a little uncomfortable, is those kind of comments. And this person is, studies at San Francisco State University. Okay, well, I don't. For a second, I thought that was a professor, but all kinds of weird stuff is leveled at me and the officials. This guy's standing up here. I wish they showed names at the bottom so I could remember them. I'm just notoriously bad with names. He's a superintendent of Sequoia Kings. He said he was accused of trying to burn Silver City to the ground because of his personal weird agenda, and that he had a Mineral King problem and he was going to solve it by using drones to burn up the landscape. And he handled it pretty good. I mostly handle it with humor too until I get a little freaked out by some weirdos. But he goes, I wasn't aware I had a Mineral King problem, and I don't know how to fly a drone. But the drones are there to do the firing ops. You can either send somebody into a death trap with a torch up of a mountainside to try to light it on fire and hope that they can get down off the mountain in time, to strategically fire in front of the main fire, which generally does not hurt the forest. It just gets the pine needles and stuff. And just like the cowboy guy was explaining, it's mostly the pine needles and little sticks that fuel these fires, the stuff on the ground. And so you burn that off when the winds are nice and calm. When the ranger fire comes by the next day, it won't have that much to burn. It'll be calm and more likely that they can save the trees and save a town and hold the fire line. So he dealt with this with humor. Those drones are making it safe to do this firing ops, so you don't have to risk a human being basically equipping climbing gear and going up a sheer vertical face trying to light a fire. And it also, in the past, they used to use things like flare guns, which were all kinds of problematic. What if the wind takes the flare and pushes it to a tree canopy instead of the ground? When the drone, you're in control. And they drop the little incendiary balls that start the backfiring ops, and do it immediately, and safer and faster and quicker. And no, it is not some big conspiracy. It's just common sense. Send in the drone, get it done in an hour, instead of sending in 20 guys to get it done in 20 hours. So, but that's stuff like this. Hi, agent, you've been seen. We're tracking you, and that kind of stuff creeps me out. And I constantly get accused of being a part of a shadow government because I won't allow the conspiracy people to talk in my channel. I'm constantly accused of being a lizard. And you know what? I just want to show people the fact that I am a human being. Every once in a while, that's questionable, questioned by somebody. I went yesterday to a restaurant. So here's what I look like. My eyes, granted, are slightly reptilian in aspect, but seriously, I'm a mammal. I'm only part reptile, so there. Anyway, let's look back. Let's look back at, we're going to make sure with Tulare County Sheriff's Office there haven't been any new evacuations. And maybe somebody will remember what it was I planned to do about 10 minutes ago before I just got distracted. Yeah, I see nothing new as far as Tulare County goes. Oh yeah, Fresno County. We were going to ask Fresno County if they have trigger points for evacuation there, because we really haven't. Really? There's no search results for Fresno County Sheriff's Office, even though it's right there with a video? What? Did I not spell it? Okay. Whatever. So 9 hours ago, they have an evac map, and it's just west of Wilsonia that's on watch. Now, Wilsonia is on red, and I really wish, this is what I hate, that they made their own map. So the fact that this is all under mandatory makes it look like it's not, because it's just Fresno County. Well, if it's just Fresno County, don't even show the other county. That would be my advice, my better piece of advice would, guys, could all of California please have just one evacuation map, please? I'm tired of having 19 maps for about 13 different consecutive fires. I run out of space in my description of my videos. In fact, there is no more space to put the new Fresno County evacuation map in my video description, but if you need it, my mods will help you out. And just request it in chat. You can also just go to Fresno County Sheriff's Office page. Let's send them a message and ask them the question that didn't get answered. Hello, my fire information YouTube channel viewers would like to know if there are any trigger points for established yet for mandatory evacuations in Fresno County for K&P. Thanks. Hopefully they'll get back to us with some sort of an answer, because I think they just didn't have an answer at that meeting. It would have gone on longer. That was 49 minutes of a community meeting. That's great. That's pretty comprehensive. They've a far cry also from, remember the original K&P meetings that were in that it looked like a junior high school stage or something with the cell phone. They were doing their best with the cell phone, and it kept cutting in and out. They're getting way better at their communications. So yeah, I just see general Fresno County stuff here. They're saying the K&P Complex triggers first evacuation warning, but that didn't say what trigger point is. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, the old traditional way of evacuations is like they'll pick a spot on a map and say, oh, if fire ever reaches that place, then this place will be evacuated, mandatory. Well, that's the old style of doing it. Firefighters I've talked to, and I'm inclined to agree, think that because fires move so quickly now with such mega drought conditions, you shouldn't wait for the fire to get to a place before you evacuate. You should look at the weather forecast and say, well, since we haven't completed a line or there's nothing else to stop a fire, let's go ahead and call it now. If the forecast is the wind's going to push it that way and we haven't completed lines, we don't have anything else that'll stop it, give people much more time, much more notice to prepare for the inevitable, then that's the better way to go, in my opinion. The big problem that is with the old style of, oh, fire has to reach here to evacuate here. We saw it with Caldor. We saw it with myself and other people on the channel telling people to evacuate Tahoe days before, a full, 24 hours before officials decided to tell people. They were waiting on the old style trigger point system. And well, the fire reached their trigger, which was, what was that? The Twin Falls area by Strawberry at 10 at night. And so they went door to door at 10 at night in South Lake Tahoe when their 5 p.m. meeting with the community said, you guys aren't even under watch yet. And then after 10 p.m., people came back in my channel saying, oh my God, we're having a knock on the door right now. And people came back and thanked me and said, thanks for telling me to get out sooner because I beat the traffic. They caused a huge traffic jam trying to evacuate 20,000 people at once. And it took 7 hours for them to evacuate Tahoe. Where if they had started way sooner, that would have been a better situation. But all easily avoided if they abandon the old system and just go look at the weather. The weather said strong winds, and if you looked at it, they had no time to build a fire line in front of it. Once it got over the top of the ridge over by at Tahoe, once it climbed Lover's Leap, there was no stopping it. And that would be my best constructive criticism for that scenario. But we do see that on some of these fires, they're starting to get the memo and change. And they even said, well, the weather said this, so we evacuated. And I almost clapped my hands. Good. I think that was one of the people at the Windy said that. So change is coming. We just hope it happens sooner. We never criticize here just to be like, oh, they suck. It's always to be constructive. We identify problems as the problems, and we work for solutions. That's part of what the channel's about. So it's not just, hey, here's a fire and here's evacuation info. It's, hey, here's how you can understand fire, understand your own vulnerability, and help protect yourself. And it's about how do we prevent mega fires in the future. So, hey, we just had a brand new hot out of the oven Dixie fire operations update. Let's watch. Cool. Now, that was a little unexpected. So we'll just say, let me update this whole thing here. I'm going to wrap up the fire stream after this because I've got to prepare my living room for the construction type work that's going to happen. Had a window leak, and that needs, all the living room needs to be changed. So we're going to do Dixie evening update 20 minutes ago. So right now, get in all your questions so I can wrap up things. Let's see, looking back at chat, Rob says, have I ever considered setting up a website where I could post URLs for evacuation orders? That way you'd have fewer lines used by your channel. Absolutely. I wanted to create a website from day one. I went to school for web design. Unfortunately, they didn't even have WordPress as a class. They were like, oh, why don't you take Dreamweaver? And I'm like, what the hell is that? Any web designer knows what I'm talking about. But I'm still learning WordPress, but I could quickly throw one up. It's just there's been no time. Every waking hour I've has been spent on the Dixie fire since it began, July 14th, and then the other fires that erupted. I fully expected to skip this entire fire season. I told people my health was too frail. I got too much going on. I'm not available for Firestream this year. I'll come back a year later. But I promised to come back if there was an emergency. So I've been sitting here every single day for 80 days, except for 8 or 9 days off total, 14 hours a day. Just waking up, doing Firestream, sleeping, and barely having a chance to go outside. I think I've been outside 10 or 11 times since July 14th. I haven't even cooked anything except one night since July 14th. You guys have been feeding me with deliveries because there hasn't been even a moment, not a dang moment, to think about building a website. But I definitely have thought about that. I thought about having a Discord, streaming collectively to Twitch at the same time, multiple platforms, but I would need a team of 20 people next to me to run all that. Yeah. I appreciate you mods here, and we're barely hanging on to, helping people in YouTube. So I'm looking at tools, though. I'm looking at tools to make this go faster. Once I build a template, it would be faster. So let's watch the Dixie Fire evening update, and go ahead and put any questions right now for any fires. Right after this, we're going to wrap up, and it will resume presumably tomorrow. I cannot do a 24-hour stream tonight because of the fact that the ISP is doing maintenance every single night until the Wednesday or Thursday. So that's why we're not doing Firestream at night. It'll just get cut off. But let's watch this Dixie Fire evening update 20 minutes ago.
Welcome to the Dixie Fire East evening briefing. My name is Brian Elam. I'm the Plan Ops Section Chief for the Southern Area Gold Team with you again tonight. And we can start down here in Whiskey. Completed, or we expect to complete tonight, all of the Pacific Crest Trail work and everything west of the Pacific Coast Trail. Just a little bit of cleanup. All those resources are moving to the east towards Meadow Valley and up towards the Butterfly Botanical Area. A lot of work, probably 5 to 6 days of work in here to finish up and continue to push east towards Division Break there with Uniform. So here at Uniform, got everything put into place up at the Mount Huff Road, and they'll start that project tomorrow. Probably 2 to 3 days having that project complete and having all that work done there. And then that group will work over here towards the China grade and probably have a week's worth of work to get that road opened back up. But it will probably be blocked completely. It is such a narrow road. With that in Uniform, the Taylorsville area has a lot of work continuing in there. It's progressing really good, but probably in there for another several days, just buttoning that stuff up before that stuff moves out of the Taylorsville and over towards the Genesee Valley Road. Got good news today from the IR flight, and everything that we have seen looking at that flight so far, not showing any heat in there. So we're really good at that. Probably pull that hose in there tomorrow, and that crew will be out, that was there will be out helping us with some other handline areas that are scattered all throughout the fire. The Romeo crew, they continue to work down here. They've got most of this done to drop point 606. It's kind of a break-even point for them there. They did They did lose some of their heavy equipment in there today and moved it over here to this avoidance area in Papa and the last upper chance. But this was a higher priority. We had to set some priorities, but so that's going to slow things down here. We do have another machine coming to be here in a couple of days, and we can pick the pace back up there on the Grizzly Ridge and continue that work out. Just a little bit of work left here above Lake Davis, over here in Quebec, and then over here towards the old burn scar of the Beckworth complex from earlier this year. The equipment continues to push up to the north, and finishing out these dozer lines, working up towards the DP 630. Several more days of work in there. I don't even know that they have a good guess yet. Continuing the avoidance area here. Like to have that buttoned up in the next 3 to 4 days, and we're looking really good at having that done. The lower last chance road should be completed in about the same time frame, and then the rest of this will work up the upper last chance and working back upward towards that spot fire in there between Janesville and Milford. Just a little bit of heat picked up in here on the slope today from that IR flight, but that'll be picked up, and they got crews in there continue working in there as that equipment gets pushed around. November had some work going on in here. I have not heard of any heat being found in there today, so but that work is really starting to progress nice up above Antelope Lake, getting that road cleared off and getting that down to deadwood processed and stacked and out of the way. So that's pretty much it for the day briefing and what we had going on. We will have the night shift out there today, and they had no spots last night. There was only one spot today called in, and that was back over here, well interior, drop point 119 off of Highway 70 above the railroad tracks. A little bit of reburn in there and some needle cast, less than a half acre. Wasn't anything to be excited about. An engine over there got that taken care of in about 10 or 15 minutes. So night shift tonight, we're going to be bumping that night shift back to a swing shift after tonight, which means instead of going out at 6 and working to 6 in the morning, they're going to start about 2 in the afternoon and work to about 2 or 3 in the morning. Give them ready to switch them back to real life with a full day job, and they'll be traveling home about the 3rd or 4th. That's it for tonight here at the Dixie Fire. Hope you have a good evening.
Oh, yeah, we're having a good evening. That sounds great. There's so much black line there. How do I turn off autoplay? I swear this is going to drive me insane. Look how much black line is all over the 5 different counties of the Dixie. In fact, the 5th county is out of view. Well, actually, that's just 4 counties. It's a tiny bit of Butte down here. Tiny bit of Butte right down there. Wait, I need red pen. Here's Butte. Here's Plumas. Here's Lassen, and Tehama is right over here. Shasta's over there. But look at all the black line over the landscape. That's larger than the state of Rhode Island that he's gesturing at. I can't believe how big these maps have to get. You see the enormity of the map he's standing in front of? They can't make the font any smaller, or nobody would be able to see. And so they have to keep enlarging the massive size of the maps. The fire's been so huge for a long time that the East Zone has no idea what's going on in the West Zone and vice versa. They can't even answer each other's questions. It's in different climates. Down here you have Mediterranean climate because it's basically hills. Starting about here you get into thick forests, really thick forests. And same thing over here. And then basically right here, the escarpment, there's high desert over here. And then there's scrubland over that way. And it's just absolutely insane. So there's different, this fire is so big. There's 5 different counties. And out west, counties are huge. If you're from the East Coast or England or something, a county is like a small barrier. No, counties are huge. They're larger than nations in some cases. I mean, it's larger than Djibouti and some of the smaller countries that are out there. Like Qatar could probably fit inside of the Dixie Fire footprint, and maybe a couple others. Bahrain, maybe. Anyway, the point is, in fact, maybe, I don't know that Ireland is... Ireland, you would probably, to fit Ireland in here, you'd probably have to take all the California fires at once, but maybe they would be approximately the size of Ireland. We would have to look into that. But the point is, look at all that lovely black line. That means where they don't think the fire has a chance of escaping. I mean, it's unless there's an insane event like, Santa Ana's. So just, this is looking so much better, so much better. Now, looking back at chat,
But
does anybody have a last call kind of question? I think we've seen all the videos provided today. The only thing we may have skipped might have been the antelope, which is 95% containment anyway. 2% or whole or chocolate milk. You're supposed to play the drinking game with half and half. So it's a meme on the channel. We have to lighten it up sometimes. We'll all go insane. So last year we developed a drinking game, and so it is milk, because I hate alcohol. I don't promote it. But it's supposed to be half and half. And over here, this is worrisome. We should check Buck Rock and see if it's gone into nighttime mode. We'll probably see flames marching towards Buck Rock. Whoa! So there's Tobias Peak too. And you can see the heat now through the smoke, which is down there, obscured. They're doing bucket drop work. We can last 3 hours. What was I just saying? Yeah, Buck Rock. So that's the Windy down there. Let's check Windy cams. Shirley Peak has got something going on here. Dusty, you might want to rewind the channel. Earlier today, after I sign off, but earlier today I showed people the 4-alarm structure fire. 115-year-old wooden building burned to the ground, about 3 stories tall, 4 if you count the basement, in Portland last week. And so I drove to Portland and tried to get a video card for the channel and sat on the curb in the cold for hours in the mist and damp, and that did not help my sinus problems at all, or my sore throat that is just crazy. But I wanted to do at least some sort of a stream today and catch people up on things. I'm not 100%, but I'm not like on my deathbed. Knock on wood. So that's Shirley Peak. Let's go ahead and look at Buck Rock, and nothing in across the Mexico border, I hope it's better. But let's duplicate tab and go to Buck Rock. Wow, Delilah is next to Buck Rock and has scary images too. So yeah, there's Delilah is by Mackenzie Ridge. Buck Rock is further east. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see the flames marching inexorably towards it in a somewhat slow manner, because there's smoke until Wednesday, which is moderating it a little bit. But on the peaks, where there's more ventilation, you'll see active fire on the ridgetops and peaks. Just thank goodness. And down the valleys, there's still some smoke. The more smoke you see down the valleys, the better. It's going to keep a lid on this, at least until Wednesday, when the cooler air comes back in. Higher humidities, thank God. And hopefully just enough wind so that they can get aircraft back on this thing, which helps turn tides. Alan T says, I really enjoyed the story time today. Yeah, well, I'm glad. I do like to discuss structure fires, because part of my channel was never supposed to be live fire stream. That just happened that way. It was supposed to be about educating the public about the need for safety regulations and explaining how to survive structure fires, and how we can all be safer if we push for a little bit more stringent regulations. Many of these things don't really cost anything. It's a myth that all regulations hamper business and cost something. Well, think about the cost after a fire. Do you have people killed? Do you have the entire thing collapse? Or do you have a minor event because there were sprinklers? You have a minor event because the staircases were metal and people could still escape, like fire crews instead of wood. Just things like that. Really minor. Attention to detail, kind of the fire codes can really turn the tide and prevent, mass fatality events. So I did go to the scene of a fire last week at 9th and Alder, Southeast Alder. And it was pretty astounding to see the crazy pit of damage in there. The sidewalk collapsed, the entire building collapsed. It was too unsafe to enter. It had a big U on the outside of the building, and had a super old growth, extremely long wood beams and sawdust within the walls for insulation, because it was once a refrigerated kind of a building. So when you see this horrible color, I want to point out, guys, when you see that it's like this color, dark orange to a red to a black when it's midday, as we've been seeing with Buck Rock, where it looks really dark in the middle of the day, like it did at noon, this means that the mega fire's smoke is going directly towards you. It means the most amount of aerosol pollution, the deeper the orangey reddish colors and the black colors, the more you should leave. If the smoke's blowing directly towards you, that means these special dense dark colors of oranges and reds. It first starts out as greens, then yellows, and then oranges, and then reds, and then black. The deeper the red color, the more you should be concerned about leaving way before you're told by authorities. Because what aerosol pollution does is change colors of the sky and smoke. And it spreads out. It dissipates. So further away from a fire, you have less of these, fewer of these colors. So the most dense aerosol pollution is, well, directly downwind where the fire is. And so this is why we've been concerned about Buck Rock. And we have this eerie moment in time where it changes camera angle. You could see just before it goes to nighttime, you see the red underneath here. And that's the ceiling, what pilots would call the ceiling, is how close to the ground is the clouds layer. It has a very low ceiling, so that's not something you can fly in. You have to fly very high above it, like the recon planes do, but there's no aircraft that would fly in between there. That's just the visibility being so low. And you can see how it's a deep red. We can detect a couple of red hot spots as right before sunset the camera is still in color, but then the smoke goes directly to the lookout, because that's the way the fire's coming, towards the north/northeast, pushed by a kind of a lazy southwest wind. So I do believe, and once it goes into infrared, you can see the ventilation that is at the peaks here. What we hope to see is smoke down there in the valleys. That's okay, that the wind is going by at elevation, whichever direction it wants to go, as long as it's not directly at Buck Rock, the better. So it looks like it did change. You see how we lost visibility for a moment? I'm going backwards. We lost visibility here. The nighttime winds usually reverse and come out of the northeast to push fires to the southwest. And that would help the tower survive another night. I don't know if that's what we're seeing here. To me, the takeaway message from what other people said at the meetings is from one ridge and one valley to the next, the wind's going different directions. We know the upper atmosphere wind will have one type of direction, but we have that layer where in between different elevations that can be 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 4,000 feet. I mean, this is high Sierras. You can have wind going different directions each time. So the best way to look at this is these cams. There are very few wind gauges or any sort of weather station in this part of the Sierras. So, oh wow, John says a friend of mine was seriously injured in the ghost ship fire in Oakland. Wow, John. I analyzed that by myself without going live with the fire stream, but I was very concerned. I read the reports. One of my sometimes the structure fires are a very grim study, and I don't want to do the fatal ones during my live fire stream until it's the very end, where people can tune out if they need to for PTSD triggers. But that's incredible, John. That was one of the worst mass fatality events in history. It was just, what, 2 years ago in Oakland, where they rented out a slumlord rents out a warehouse and charges people to live there crazy rent, and it doesn't have electricity or heat. And these starving artists, are living there collectively in a warehouse without electricity. And so they ran a patchwork snake of elaborate interconnecting extension cords, which is a big no-no in fire safety, all over the warehouse. And then it was full of tinderbox type old antiques and wicker and furniture stacked to the ceiling, and pallets, wooden pallets in there. And just once the fire started, it was an inferno. The lights dropped and people were trapped on the main floor. The upper floor had no staircase. It was a series of pallets stacked on top of each other, and people had to climb to it. They did an impromptu, miniature rock and roll concert. Invited people up and even sold tickets, I think, which is all kinds of wrong. And they had, 20 or so deaths. It was insane. The point is my stream we would go dark and explore that to try to push for life-saving change to fire safety, either building codes or inspections. The sad thing was the neighbors reported it as a fire trap year after year, month after month, and supposedly inspectors came. They did a knock on the door, and nobody was home, and they went, uh-oh, and they just left. No, that should be kicked down the door, police escort, make sure that a place is fire safe, and if it's not, issue mega fines to these rich, wealthy people that own property, in Oakland and San Francisco. Make there consequences to, renting out such a place. Put people in handcuffs and do hard prison time for slumlord activity. We haven't had a fire with a mass fatality like that since the Victorian era for a reason. It's not supposed to happen. Inspectors need to be given teeth. They're right now toothless tigers. But if they were given actual powers to imagine that. You could break the law. Imagine this for any other law-breaking scenario. You could have huge amounts of drugs or a huge arsenal of illegal weapons stash, or you could store massive amounts of fireworks unsafely, or you could have a huge distillery that's fire unsafe, in the back of your building, or some other sort of thing that's illegal. An inspector comes up and says, "Hey, can I have a look inside?" No. Okay, sorry, we'll go now. Can you imagine if the cops were like, "Can I have a look inside?" No. Okay. Well, it has to be the equivalent of getting a warrant, for fire safety. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, the ghost ship fire, I'm not going to show anything triggering as best I can. The images before the fire. God. In fact, sorry, that's all triggering. Let's go to specific search before the fire. There should be an image that would be just the street view. God, it's not even there. I'm sorry, guys. It looks like I can't show anything without horrifying images kind of popping up. But the idea is it had a warehouse with stacked kindling type furniture, like a dump, all over the sidewalk, all over the side alleys, spilling out of the clearly visible in windows, spilling out of the building. And everybody knew that dozens of people lived in there in various states of mental capacity. And that the inspectors that showed up to issue fines for fire safety violations knocked on the door, nobody answered, so they just went home. So that's the idea, is study a disaster in order to prevent it. And that's where I hope my show would be very different than the exploitive nature of disaster happened. Here's the dramatic blah blah blah, with crazy sound effects and 1990s style television show. So let me look back at the chat here. I'm so sorry your friend went through that, John. That was one of the most horrific things to happen since the 40s. I mean, there have been really bad structure fires. The Coconut Grove in the 40s, a couple of hotel fires in recent memory, like that at MGM Grand, but nothing quite as dramatically horrific as that in recent times, with such a high fatality body count. Just, man. Anybody involved with that is probably traumatized for life. So, the situation, Rob, let's see, let's go back up here. John says a friend of mine got seriously injured in there. Yeah. So the Dixie is where then the Dixie and the Beckworth combined, plus what I'm talking about is McFarland, the river complex of fires. The river fire itself, remember that one, which was contained, the Windy, the K&P, the Tamarack, and the Caldor. If you combined all of those, like the big fires of California this year, and now the Fawn Fire, I was just kind of wondering if the square acreage is somewhat of the size of Ireland. I would kind of think we were getting close. God forbid we get closer to it. But we could do the math and try to figure that out. Remember, math is my weak spot. I have math dyslexia, so this is not a bold statement I'm claiming, but that's of course the way people might smear the channel. I'm just remarking on the incredible size and the amount of acreage burned in California this year. Last year too was just absolutely insane, but this year is close. Just God forbid that the Santa Ana's happen with another event this year. We just got to remain vigilant and aware that it could happen. We must remain prepared, but just really hope that it doesn't happen. Oh, guys. Oh, man. You wouldn't believe my fortune cookie. Oh, I wonder if it's on my... It is. Wow, it still is open. Let me look and show you guys my fortune. This was literally my fortune for going out to eat the other night. That's not a fortune at the fortune cookie. That's horrifying. I remarked with my friend who wanted to take me out to dinner. I took him out to dinner because he helped me with delivering me groceries and stuff during Firestream. And I said, hopefully we get a good fortune cookie for our fires. And that was what popped out. In fact, I tore it in half in a rage, and then I picked it back up for the photo. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst? That's not a fortune. That is doom. There should be little unsmiley faces. There should be unhappy faces. But that's ominous. Ugh. You know, that is not what I wanted to unwrap at the Chinese place. So, ugh. So yeah, there were 36 different deaths. Was it really December of 2016? Dang. I can't believe it's that long ago. I thought it was like 2 years ago. They've really delayed the trial. And I was sick to my stomach. The fact that only a couple of people were charged. That is another thing that we need to do, is if a slumlord creates a fire trap situation and knows about it and just shrugs, they should be liable. They try to scapegoat the poor people living in the situation as if it was their fault. Just all kinds of things wrong with the entire scenario. And the people who owned the ghost ship property, which was just a nickname of an abandoned warehouse, basically, were foreigners and had never seen the property. I think they bought it sight unseen. Well, maybe we should change the laws where you can't do that. You know, where you can't house people. You can't just buy a property and make money off of it and not make sure that it's safe. You know, like if you're the property owner, the buck stops with you. You better go look at it and make sure it's safe before you have people inhabit your structure. It's just kind of common sense. Anyway, there has to be some sort of a consequence for owning and operating a death trap. There is if you or I own or operate a death trap. But when it comes to big money and big property owners, we'd get sued if we did something like have a sleepover for the neighbor's kids and lock them in the bedroom and there was a fire. Like, we would be sued and we'd never see the light of day. We'd be in prison. But some foreign national, or, well, heck, even somebody, some investor within the country could just buy a property and run it and be like, oh, had no idea it was in a bad way. I never visited it. Therefore, I didn't know. Therefore, I'm innocent. Therefore, you can't prosecute me. That has to change, because you know what it does? If that's your ticket to freedom, I never saw the property, never knew it was a death trap, that should be the wrong answer. But if it's the right answer, which the law currently is set up right now, well, that just gives the people an incentive to never look at a property, to be as ignorant about it as possible, to get away with as much as possible. Can you imagine that actually going there to inspect it and to make sure it's safe is something that penalizes you with potential for jail time? But if you, blindfold yourself and just kind of let people operate it as much as you can, then that's your ticket to freedom. There's something about the law we got to change. But the nice thing is that laws can change. We could make the whole state, in fact the whole country, more fire safe and save a lot of lives with a stroke of a pen. So that's the idea. That's the idea of why we would study disasters, to figure out ways to prevent them in the future. Safety regulations are written in blood. And we should probably write some more before we have to write them in more blood. It's best when you can write them based on common sense before mass fatality events. Going back to chat. All right, we've got open flames marching around on Bear Mountain, Fresno 1. So the thing about Bear Mountain, Fresno 1 is don't get too alarmed by its proximity to the fire. This is extreme zoom. So this Bear Mountain, Fresno 1 is further away from the fire than the Buck Rock Tower, but it's at extreme zoom. So the fire looks closer. See how, I'll just show you guys. See how far that zoom is right there? So Buck Rock is here. But what it's looking at is like this direction. It's like here. And Buck Rock is looking a little bit down that way. Just remember that thing can zoom all the way to here, though, because it's at a higher elevation and it has like a gap where it can see. So we would have to cross references with CalTopo to see exactly where this might be looking. I think this is the same spot we were looking later. Let's see, where's our hybrid map? Cedar Brook. I think it's looking towards Cedar Brook, which is under mandatory evacuation. So we could go to Cedar Brook. It took us to Pine Flat for some reason. Okay. And no, it's by Fresno, not by wrong fire, CalTopo. So let's just put on scan topos. Cedar Brook. Okay, so the fire is not at it, it's under evacuations. But you can see that Bear Mountain, Fresno is looking past Cedar Brook this far. Whereas I think way up here is Buck Rock. Mostly looking that way. Let's see, is that Buck Rock? It's a lake, actually, never mind. Hume Station. Well, let's just type in Buck Rock. Yeah, okay, so Buck Rock Lookout is here. And Bear Mountain Fresno is doing this from a long distance. So remember, it's at extreme zoom. The flames are going to look bigger on Bear Mountain Fresno. But that's just why. And let's go back into base map. See what I'm saying? Well, and this just randomly jerked around. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. Rogue mouse. It's a very sensitive website. Okay. So, fire's up on a ridge southeast of Cedarbrook. Now, we can't go all night with the stream. I can't speak anymore. My throat is ragged. Does anybody have any questions about the fires? Because I'm going to wrap it up for the night and resume tomorrow sometime, probably in the afternoon. The ISP is working on the construction site crew and shutting it down and interrupting things from now until probably Thursday. So we can't have a night shift until Thursday unless I stayed up all night connecting, reconnecting, connecting, reconnecting, and that's not what I want to do. Let's look at Tobias Peak 1. Last 3 hours. Now the sparkle in the foreground is all the heat from the fires because it already swept through and almost right over the lookout. Thank God it survived. So Tobias Peak 2 is looking to the northwest. Let's look at the smoke carefully. Down canyon winds at this point. So let's cross-reference that, yep, with what Windy is saying. So we had a reversal of direction. So now Buck Rock is looking better. Winds in general going down slope, meaning down in elevation towards the valley, as they typically do at night. So the places on the western edge of the fire are at most risk, but it's moving slowly, just moving around slowly. They did good firing ops when the wind was pushing the other way. They fired the landscape in front of these towns. They sounded very fatigued tonight and less optimistic than they did this morning on the K&P and Windy, but that just could be because it's the end of their shift. In the morning, the operations briefing is all fresh and sunny because they just downed about 7 cups of coffee and they're ready to go. But at the end of the shift, they can be a bit more fatigued. So let's go back. Yeah, I'm so sorry, John, about your friend that got injured in the ghost ship. That's horrifying. Let's see, going back up. Exactly, Big Dog. The main point is, what if we go on CalTopo and overlay the fires from the previous 5 years with this summer's fires, and what is left to burn? That's the point I keep making to people. We have to change policy immediately. People that want me to not do this part of the stream, just say, hey, here's where fires are, here's your evacuation info. Well, the media is doing that. I'm actually trying to save California best as I can contribute to this, because we are losing it. We're losing all the history, we're losing all the landscape. Look with this button. Here's our current fires. And this is the fire history button. How much of California has not burned in the last 5 years? The red is just this last year and this year. Well, actually just last year. In fact, where's the Dixie? Hello? Hello? Dixie? Bueller? There it is. Okay. You zoom out and it disappears. Okay. All right. That's, I guess I have to scroll around. But if you look at this year's, here's the yellow perimeters of the current fires, and the red, which is last year. How much of California is left? This is why we are troubleshooting things. There's a lot of things we can do immediately to make the fire situation improve. Stroke of a pen stuff, executive orders, policy changes. Thankfully, some have already occurred. Stroke of a pen, they're increasing firefighter wages to somewhat livable, from like $12 an hour to 15. Yay, there's a good start. That should help with the manpower shortage. Stroke of a pen would be order more firefighting equipment, like fleets of them, helicopters that could work the fires at night. That would help. That would immediately help. Stroke of a pen, hold power companies accountable for the fires they start. Hey, that would be a good start. All kinds of things would help. So when we had last call here for fire info, I don't think we have any new anything. So we're going to adjourn for the night. Thank you guys for being here. Please hit that like button and the subscribe button with the ringing bell if you want to know whenever I go live again. It'll be sometime tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. I just have to play it by ear. It could be the evening. People are going to come help me with the leaky window situation, moving the furniture. These cameras, you guys can watch them silently you want all night on your own, because you don't need me. These cameras are freely available. There's nothing to put on as far as radio, so I don't know what the night time shift would be anyway. So Big Dog says went on InstaWeb recently and was reading the text way down the page. It said it was surrounded by 3 old Burns cars. Yeah, exactly. The castle slash KQF or whatever they called that eventually. The Cedar and another one. So Alan wasn't compensated. What? I missed something. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. We had back-to-back years with 1 million acre fires, and that's unusual, extremely unusual. Alan T says thanks. Felt known him for 40 years. Happened when I was 17. Oh no, what happened, Alan? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh no, Alan says not to make light of your friend, but I also had a friend paralyzed in a wheelchair, riding at night on a motorcycle with no headlight and a lady pulled out in front. Ouch. Ouch. Going back up to chat. So, okay. My voice hurts really. My vocal cords hurt very badly. If they hurt too badly, I may just do a video roundup and have a silent stream tomorrow. But this is day 80 of the fire stream. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Hitting the subscribe button helps the channel trend and helps people find it. Please share the link of the channel with anybody that you may know that wants this kind of fire info but may not know we're here. Thank you so much for the kind donations with Super Chat and in PayPal. I can't thank you enough. I would have had to stop this a long time ago, probably by the 2-week mark, and had to go back to work. But with your donations, that allows me to stay here and do this public service. And thank you so much, mods, for helping me with it, and helpful people in chat. It also helps to just pat me on the head and tell me I'm doing a good job after a while, because this is such a weary and grim kind of a task to monitor fires all the time. This has been hard. Spending every waking hour since July 14th looking at fires, except for a couple of days, has been a little difficult, but you know what? It's become easier being in a supportive environment with you guys here, and that's what we hope to provide. The fires, when they were going on, like the Beckworth and the watching Doyle, just affected, and watching the one in keep forgetting his name. I need more blood sugar. The the massive one in Oregon, what was that one called? Jeez. That one, the massive one this year was so stressful. I found that it was more stressful to monitor the fires alone and try to do work at the other monitor than to actually be here with you guys and just sort of, face it together. So thanks everybody there. Thank you for helping donate to my camera fund so I can interview survivors and old timers and photograph and film, documentary films, shorts. I hope to travel up and down the West Coast and then maybe to the rest of the country to film history before it's lost. If you guys are new here, please email me, kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. If you want to be interviewed as a fire survivor or as an old timer or anybody with historical tales, you can email me pictures of the fires as well, and email me your story. Just let me know if I can use the fire, the pictures in the stream, or if I should read your story. Make it very clear if you don't want me to read the story aloud on the stream, or if you do, or if you want to be anonymous or credited. Oh, the bootleg, yes, I'm so sorry. It was B something. I don't know why I spaced out like that. I need dinner. So, and if you want to meet me, I do want to go down to California and start photographing and making the documentaries on what is left. We just saw a whole bunch of ghost towns and things disappear before our eyes, and so many historical places disappear. It's really time that I get myself in gear and do a huge road trip, film as much as I can while it's still with us. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, mods. We got to do a little bit of a recharge. I was hoping to have a week off, but the Windy and the K&P are still really, well, look at it. Look at it. They're still going. So good night, guys. And remember, you've made all your preparations for fire. You've done all you can do. Just relax. Because you've done all you can do. And that's all you can do. So just relax. People worry if they haven't made preparations, but what preparations means is that you can relax once you've done all you can do. So prepare for the worst and then sleep like a baby. Don't drive yourself insane by looking at the cameras all night. Go to sleep and then do the replay in the morning. It'll still be there. Unless, of course, you're very close to the fires, in which case sleep in shifts and monitor it very closely. But if you're far enough away, once you've done all you can do, just relax. Just relax. So good night, guys. Thank you all and stay safe. I love you.